Hi, everybody. Hopefully everybody can see me. It looks like I am live on both places. Give me 1 second. Hold up. All right. We are doing a duo stream. I'm trying to try out Kick. Welcome, everybody. Hold up, y'all. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, I bit my lips so hard this morning. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, guys. Welcome, guys. We have quite an interesting live stream today. Now, hold up, y'all. There we go. That's better. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, sorry, I bit my lip really hard last night. I'm trying to knock it hurts still. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Let's see. I'm letting the people get in here, guys, because we have some stuff to talk about today. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Welcome. Hey, everybody. Hey. All right. I see Marissa's in the studio. Oh, look at you, girl. Hold up. Let me get you up on the screen because we got a background on you. Hold up. By the way, we are streaming on YouTube and we're streaming on Kick. First day streaming on Kick. Can you hear me okay, Marissa? Look at your cat.
Yeah.
It's so cute. Oh my God. Okay, I hear myself twice. Do you have something else in the background playing by chance?
I don't. I have my headphones in. Oh, you know what? Let me turn off my laptop. That's why. Okay, say something now.
Hello. Yep. Pretty good. Okay. No background noise.
I think it's good.
Cool.
I think.
All right, now give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. What happened here? Okay, it says I am live. Okay, all right then. Hold up 1 minute. While we wait, guys, we're still setting up some things. All right. I guess we are live on Kick too. Never tried that platform. We'll see what happens. Okay. Oh, let me set everything up. I got everything going. Okay. So I figured while we wait, I saw, but I'm in the chat too. So we'll wait for him. And then I haven't heard back from Joe yet. We'll give him a couple minutes as well. But while we wait, could we talk about a little bit about what happened? What you found, if it's okay, Sharon, I'm sure you're probably going to do a deep dive on this and all that. But what did you find on the Little Mosey, that situation with D4VD, Interscope, and all that ish? Y'all got to hear this, okay?
So
let me mute myself.
I was deep diving into just checking everybody at the courthouse and their background, and one of the reasons was to look into the bodyguard Sheldon because we saw that there was possibly some court case with a charge of a concealed carry weapon that he had. Now, there was nothing, just to verify that, there was nothing further in the court documents or anything at all that could be found in the system, so that might have been dropped because I could find absolutely nothing unless he has some other legal name that I couldn't find it under, but nothing in the system. But then when I was going through, I looked into Josh Marshall and Mogulvision, and I found this case that occurred with them, and it involved Lil Mosey, and the basis of it was it occurred on September 9th, 2019. The basis of this is it was a work situation. They were kind of doing a production. A vehicle was involved, and there's people on set. So imagine that going on. Now, there's an incident with the vehicle where a woman got severely injured to the point that she lost a finger in the process. And then the thing that to me showed some character, because it shows what went on with the situation in the police report while they were questioning everybody. Nobody was cooperative on this scene at all. They did identify Josh Marshall as being the, producer and head honcho on set. And then specifically, I'm looking at my notes from the police report. Because again, they noted in this police report how nobody was cooperating. Somebody even pled the fifth that they weren't going to speak to the cops. And the victim also originally was not cooperative, and at the hospital told the police to just go because she didn't want to talk, which we find out she was intimidated by the whole situation. And the line in this report, let me get it so I say it right. Here we go.
Manner. You're fine.
Yes.
Take your time, girl. We got time. Take your time.
Okay. The last line toward the bottom of this report said, additionally, Robin related the owner of Mogul Vision, who she identified as Josh Marshall, instructed Sage, who's the victim in this case, to not cooperate with police or relay the identity of the driver. And the driver in this case wound up being Lil Mosey, so he had charges against him for this. And again, this victim lost a finger from the incident. But it was going to show when I was looking it up that some character, you know, situations back in 2019 with an incident. If you're telling people not to cooperate at all and you're not helping, what does that say further down the line of what you're going to do in situations years down the road?
This Josh Marshall told them, don't cooperate.
Don't cooperate. Don't cooperate. And none of them, they were trying to hide Lil Mosey in the car, but specifically said to the victim specifically, which is the thing, which is an intimidation tactic, right? To the victim to not cooperate with police or relay the identity of the driver, which is protecting his client, the singer, Lil Mosey. That's all.
Josh Marshall said this. Y'all got to understand something, right? And it's interesting because Little Mosey, I was told that Little Mosey's sister did a series of videos exposing Josh Marshall, Vision Mogul. Now, this was before, of course, D4VD and all this other stuff. But apparently, like this whole little facade of, I have 2 children, guys. I can't answer. People are harassing me about Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Guys, this is not the first time he's been in controversy and not cooperative with the authorities. So I want that to land. Marissa here from, like, literally was able to find this. I'm just like, oh my God, girl. What I heard this is, yo, it's like history repeating itself. And let me make sure that I share your channel. I did tag your channel in the description box, so just so you know. But let me make sure. The Light True Crime, guys, make sure you guys check her out. We're almost at 700. Hopefully we'll get you at 700 subs here. Maybe you'll hit 1,000. Hopefully. Okay. So peeling the onion a little bit, right? How do you take that now? I mean, the music industry is dirty. You know, you know about industries and whatnot, but is dirty. Knowing that this came out of Josh Marshall, and then I heard some stuff about, you know, I don't really know too much about his wife, but the guy's not a good guy. Okay, so we should have saw through that facade earlier on, but apparently, and Rob isn't either. None of these people are holier than thou. It's interesting to me that they got a lawyer for Rob through the company as well, so there's that. But the fact that she lost a finger, then here we have Celeste.
And she felt so intimidated. And mind you, this victim wasn't a child as well, right? So you've got the mindset of an adult who is fully intimidated by these people and told not to speak to police and not give the information of the perpetrator, Lil Mosey, which, let's be real, you're on a set and all that, you're going to wind up, you should have insurance for any of this. Things happen. It's work. It's work, right? You take care of the person. But she was so intimidated, and for a producer to directly tell her, an owner of the business, don't cooperate with the police, is absolutely outrageous. If you think of a CEO of anybody in the media industry or any company and you had an incident at the workplace, can you imagine them coming up to you and saying, hey, don't tell them anything? That's absolutely the last thing that they should be doing. You talk to them. An incident happened. It wasn't intentional. It's an accident, right? Mind you, were there safety hazards on set that this shouldn't have occurred? Sure, but you got to deal with that. But to tell an adult to not speak to them at all and intimidate her in that way says a lot. And that was in 2019. So over the years, imagine as your business is growing and maybe your confidence is growing, how does that behavior change? I don't think it lessens. I think you only get more confident and stronger in your convictions.
You're absolutely right. And it's interesting you say that because, Kadisha Lynn, so apparently, for those that are coming in late, Marissa over here from the Light True Crime, she did a deep dive, and independently in her own time. You actually went to the court and you were like, let me dig through this and let me see what I found. And in short, oh my gosh, she clicked off. Come back, love, come back. We'll wait till she comes back. Yeah, a finger. And then And then get this. Josh Marshall, in the court record, it says that it basically says that he was told the victim was told by Josh. Who did Josh Marshall told not to cooperate with the authorities? Was it the victim or was it somebody else?
Specifically in the report was the victim, whose name was Sage in this report. That's what they noted toward the end of it. However, prior to this, in this police report, they're talking about that nobody was cooperating at all. Somebody on set even said, I plead the fifth. Nobody was trying to identify the driver, who was Lil Mosey. Nobody. And that was the thing, is in this report, they said they need to investigate more because no one was cooperating or speaking at all. And Lil Mosey was hiding basically in a car between other people in the seat. But the big thing is, when Sage, the victim, was immediately put into an ambulance to be taken to the hospital. And they went to go speak to her there to follow up because, like I said, she lost a finger in this incident. And when she was there, she was hesitant about talking. It said that she was speaking on the phone with her mother. And at some point, she just told the cops, just go, cop, just go. She didn't want to talk because she had been told not to talk to the cops and do not cooperate with them and do not identify the driver. And eventually her mother, the police talked to her mother as well. And basically the mother explained that her daughter was intimidated and was nervous about it because she was told, don't talk to them. So again, positions of power over a work. What if you want to think of it, it's a workplace incident, right? It's a workplace incident. Nobody intentionally wanted to have a car accident. That's why it's called a car accident. But they manipulated this female to try to not talk to them, and nobody on set was cooperative.
Girl, I muted. Sorry, I'm like talking. Or was it? Or was it an accident? That's the question. Because that's the only reason I could think. It's like you would not cooperate, right? If it was a situation where it's like, well, I might get caught, I might get in trouble or whatever, like to me, it's like, that's like, I might be in trouble or I gain to lose something. And maybe they all gain to lose something, or maybe it was an accident.
I have a business to protect. So that was it. It's the business, right? It's the business. It was the artist, because the artist is the business that they wanted to protect in it. Because it does seem that there was a safety hazard on set. So that, whatever vehicle they were using, something was not secured properly when this collision occurred. So that's part of their concerns. But to specifically tell a victim, not to talk, like telling your people, I guess maybe that's one thing, but to approach a victim and say, don't talk. Don't identify.
I'll pay you this or whatever.
The driver.
Yeah, that's
and it
crazy.
Seemed to me, again, so. This was filed, how it was filed in the court is that it was a motor vehicle personal injury property. So first my jaw dropped because it said damage/wrongful death, but that's just the whole thing that you can charge. It was the personal injury claim that she was going for. And from what I could find, this wound up being settled out of court.
It's so interesting. So did you see this comment up here? Do you see this comment? First Celebrities Podcast says, I will be late, but on my way. No worries, love. Take your time. Did you see that Nathan Hutchman is open to a plea offer, move to plea deal per News Nation? Did you hear about this?
Yeah, I saw it. There's an article basically saying that at any point he's able to offer something, it's in his free will to have a plea deal if it matches what they think is acceptable.
How do you feel about that?
I think in general, my personal opinion is that he's not going to see the light of day ever again. So the thing is, do you save family from more testimony in the court proceedings, both families? It's a choice. It's how comfortable do you feel in it? I don't think he would. I think he is too strong-headed. And will proceed to trial, at least based on what we're seeing, based on the fact that Colleen is trying to get an entertainment lawyer for him, just based on those context clues. It seems like he might have the thing in his head, well, I just need to convince one person on the jury, right? Take my chances. If he has the funds because it's going to be expensive, especially with
Mhm.
that amount of evidence. Because that's something I've thought about, the amount of evidence that legal team has to go through, right? You've got to pay people to do that. It's going to cost a lot to be going through this before preliminary and now going into trial. But from what we've seen financially, he has money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he might want to take the chance, because to him it's still a chance versus just taking a plea. I just don't think he's somebody that will just fess up to anything.
I don't think so either. And we don't know what this plea looks like, correct?
Yeah, it just was like saying there's an open door for one. Like,
Okay.
like give us something, you know, like write your offer, and we'll let you know.
We'll
kind
think
of a
about
thing.
it.
Yeah, we'll
We'll
get back
think
to
about
you.
it. We'll get back to you. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. First of all, we're waiting for Abram, and it sounds like Joe's going to be a little bit late. Guys, we are going to get into day 23rd. Now, I have this like thought of this strategy, Marissa. Let me know. I think we might actually be able to get to the 23rd. Excuse me, the 22nd. So we started on the 21st, right? I sent you an email too with other stuff. I don't know if you got it. So on the 21st, we started. We reviewed already the transcripts from the 21st. We're going to be looking into the 22nd, the 23rd as well. Now, here's the thing that I have to tell you guys, and I think it might be actually strategy. If with 4 people, we can actually get through this a lot quicker, I think. If we can, even during cross, outside of the person that we're reading, I think we should wait until we interrupt each other. That way we can kind of maybe process after cross is done for each individual. You know what I mean? So I think it might be a best way to do it. And that way we can then, because if we read right through and we start right at page 7 I keep saying day 22. Well, it is 22, but July 22nd, which is Wednesday. So I think you guys in the chat are going to enjoy this, because this is going to be more of a podcast style where we kind of read everything and then, process everything maybe after every break that is dictated on the court. What is really cool about you, Marissa, is that you were actually in court. Were you there on after the 22nd or the 23rd?
I was there, so I missed those first 2 days because I didn't get in on lottery, and then I was in the rest of the time. So
Cool.
Thursday, Friday, Monday. Yeah.
So yeah, so you'll be able to like maybe paint the picture for the 23rd. I mean, basically fill in whatever we miss, because I think it's probably a interesting situation that you're like, we have the read here, but then you were actually there. So it's like, oh, I remember when the attorney said this and everything. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, shout out to y'all. Please we got to get her to 1,000. We got to get her to 1,000 subs. She needs to get her watch hours on. I told Marissa that she's more than welcome to clip while she's up here, upload them into her channel so that she can get her watch hours up and going, guys. The only thing I would say is just make sure you change it, like do a little intro so that it's not, I think I call it duplicate content or something like that. It's something that you got to be careful with. Wow. So let me do some shout outs real quick. And also, guys, of course, if you want to support, I did pin the people that are going to be up here. I did pin their cash apps up in the chat for a Happy Meal, a did you say it was street tacos?
I said here we do doubles and street tacos. Gotta love the street tacos in LA are
man, I believe you, man.
Chef's kiss.
I believe you. Street tacos. So if y'all want to support by a Happy Meal or a street taco, y'all know where the cash app is at. It's helpful. We're gonna try to get through this. I think we could really do it. We could really get through the 22nd and 23rd. I really think, and it's not going to take us very, very long at all. So yes, welcome everybody. But let me shout out some people while we wait. And then, if you got your drink and everything, we'll just give, I thought I saw, but I'm here earlier. And I know he responded to the email. You said 100% on them street tacos. I'm flooring them. We want some street tacos, some chimichangas. Bring it on. Bring it on. All right. Okay, see if I'm a 100% on them street tacos. I'm flooring them. We want some street tacos, some chimichangas. Bring it on. Bring it on. All right. He's playing me.
Hey.
I'm flooring them. Hey, Abraham, you're like, mute me. There you go. I was hearing myself twice. How are you, Abraham? Oh, can you hear us okay, Abraham? Oh, his sound, is it off? Abe, we can't hear you anymore. Hold up, let me private message him. Abe, we can't hear you. Okay. Well, we'll give him a minute, but let me do some shout outs. I think Joe's on his way here in a little bit, so we'll wait a little bit. Lawless, thank you so much for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Daphne, member for 12 months for a whole year. Girl, thank you for supporting the channel. Miss Dubois, thank you so much for your 7-month membership. Andressa, thank you for the gold coins. Thank you for making it rain. Thank you. T1729. Hold up. Hey, love, how are you? Abraham, can you hear me? Abraham, you hear me okay? I feel like he hears me. Hold up. Kick. Abraham, you there? Okay. He'll come back, y'all. Okay. T17, thank you so much for the jewels and the sunshine. Thank you, love. Thank you. Nebby, thank you for the flower. Thank you for the floating heart. Thank you for the flower, Nebby. Abraham, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. There was something going on. So, did you get my email?
Just now?
Yeah, I sent it to you. Check. It'll be easier for you to follow.
Hold on.
Ya te lo mandé.
The transcript.
Uh-huh.
See, no, I've been reading.
Okay, you got it. Okay. All right. So we're going to get into, we'll wait for Joe maybe 3 more minutes. And if he can't, he'll come up when he can and he can follow along. Nebby, thank you so much for the flower. First of all, Livermore, thank you so much for the 5 memberships, y'all. If you've been gifted, put some hearts in the chat, please, and thank you. Did you hear kind of how I thought maybe we could do this, Abraham?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's a good idea. That way we don't interrupt each other. And that way we can process maybe during a break or when the cross is done. Is that cool?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
I've been rehearsing my lines.
You've been rehearsing your lines. We start at page 7, by the way. Yeah, I think we start at, all right, cool. Because this is going to be a lot faster, I think. And then we won't be interrupted because it's not like we have anybody in court. So it kind of works out. Nebby Floating Heart. Thank you. All right. Teresa Ortiz, thank you so much for the gold coins. Thank you for the quarters. Thank you, love, for the gold coins. Thank you. Ranch and Toast, thank you so much for the $9.99. Morning Rabbit, the light true crime. I always want to switch the words. The light true crime mentioned the name Lana in David's case. I found Lana's TikTok page. It is under Lana Sykes. Her whole page is dedicated to David, and her nickname is David's Mistress. Ranch and Toes, can you email me with the link? Because I'm sure of them. Look at Marissa's face. And you can't see Abe's face, but his face is probably the same way too.
Kudos. What?
There you go. Ranch and Toes, thank you, my love, for the $9.99. Girl. Flower Girl, thank you so much for the flowers. Thank you. My girl Tiff, thank you so much for the gold coins. Thank you. Thank you so much. My girl Tiff for the silver star. Thank you. And my boo Belen. Here is something to help with the back to school supplies. Girl, why is back to school getting so expensive? Belen, thank you so much. This for the hard work, Rabbit. The Fluffle family loves you. Thank you, girl. I love you too, girl. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. The back to school stuff, is it just me? I don't remember ever buying back to school supplies when I was going to school.
I used to love shopping for back to school.
Me too. But it's getting expensive though, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, go to Target. Target got some good deals.
Yeah, I don't know. Marissa, are you you be buying or you skipping it out?
Yeah, no. It's just funny. Our school district, it's interesting. Years back, I don't know who started the lawsuit, but they basically sued for the fact that a public school is public, so they should be providing supplies and not requiring donations for field trips and stuff. So they started not like we didn't have lists. When the kids walk into school, all their notebooks, crayon, like everything was sitting on the desk. They're like, don't bring this stuff anymore. And the school started providing everything. Same when it came to field trips, there was like optional donations, and other people could crowdfund to send more money to help kids who could not afford the donation that was asked. But
Yeah.
they always say everything now is donation, but they do not anymore send us specific lists. Like obviously there's certain things I buy to provide, but yeah, it's fascinating how it changed.
But the lawsuit went through though. Like it was
Yeah.
through that lawsuit that people.
Mhm.
That's a good
Said it's a
idea.
public school. And
Yeah.
yeah.
It would be good though, like to like some of the stuff I do recycle a lot of like back to school. I'm not buying a new backpack every year, y'all. Like, come the hell
Oh
on.
no. No.
It seems like counter to me. It's like I can't do that. So my middle child, he's had the same backpack. We got the first backpack in kindergarten. I went to, there was this really great backpack. It was like a little kid's backpack, but it was one of those with wheels, and it was one of those that like it was very well taken care of actually. And so he was in kindergarten, so I got it at Goodwill, and it was very well taken care of. I was like, oh, I like this. They had sewn the child's name on there, so I went in there and I fixed it, and so it was like brand new. So it's just like you tend to learn how to like do things and everything, once you have children, you figure it out. So
And
yes,
everyone still brings like supplies and donates. It's not like people
yeah,
don't, but
good.
they had this whole legal thing like, okay, now we can't
That makes sense
require it.
though.
And it's not like it wasn't coming out of teachers' pockets, so like the school district was paying for it. So
That makes
I mean,
sense.
it's interesting though. I haven't heard of anybody else of that happening anywhere else, but it happened.
I think that's a good idea. Well, we gotta sue the district. Hey, Pinche Becky! Shout out to Pinche Becky in the chat. Thank you, Becky. Another person who's been helping us a lot. Shout out to Pinche Becky, Flojo TV as well. I'm thinking of everybody, y'all. There's been so many people. Mark the Shark. Shout out to Mark the Shark as well. He's been out there doing the good work. Okay. Do they still have lock? My kid doesn't have a locker.
Nope.
No
lockers. And then they have yonder pouches, kind of like we had in court for phones.
Yeah.
I mean, previously they had a very strict no phone policy at all, and the kids are great with it. That's
What are
just
yonder
middle school.
pouches?
She's starting high school now, but yonder pouches are we're familiar with them ahead of time because when we go to movie previews here, we cannot, because you're seeing the preview and you're giving feedback to the studio, so we do those a lot. And
Cool.
you have to take your device, put it in this basically locked magnetic pouch because they obviously don't want you recording anything, and it just locks it all day. So the kids have to have, if they're bringing a device, your phone, your earbuds, and any smartwatches have to be in the pouch, and when they exit, they just have the magnet that they tap it and unlock it at the end of the day. But they find a phone on a kid, it's taken away.
Gotcha.
It's great. There's no no bullying, no distractions. You can't like set up a fight at the courtyard, at lunchtime.
I'll meet you after school.
Yeah. Me.
Oh man.
12:30 in the
12:30.
Like you can't do it now.
Yeah, I'll be like, yeah, I gotta take my hoops off because I'm.
Yeah.
We know. You already know. Like, damn it, I gotta take my hoops off because it's about to get catty in a minute. Anyways, okay. So why don't we do this? We'll give Joe again. He could take his time, but why don't we get started? We got people here waiting. They're like, hurry up, Rabbit, hurry up. Okay. Real quick, guys. Everybody, make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Okay, we are taking it back to July 22nd, depending on how. And I think we'll go very quickly on this. Depending on how quick we can go, we'll go to the 23rd as well. I mean, we could probably do 2 days or 3 in one sitting. It just depends how quick we go. Reviewing the court stuff, guys. Okay. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button and please support the channel, y'all. Like, I might have to take a little, Marissa might have to take a break. Abe might have to, we all have to take breaks. We might need a street taco. Put it, the Cash App is up there, or a Happy Meal. I put your Cash App up there, but I did. So
You don't have to do that. It's okay.
if you find it in your, stop it. If you find it in your heart to buy us a little taco. We won't be mad. Okay.
There's so
Let's
many
get it
taco
together.
places around me.
Are
Just
they?
like five. Yeah, downstairs, just like five within like a 2 block radius. I'm surrounded by like a
Blocks
bunch of
away.
restaurants.
Oh, really? I believe it
Yeah.
because you're like in that area. Oh my gosh. I'm jelly, but a street taco sounds amazing. Okay. So why don't we do this? So I'm on page 7. And the way we did it was Joe was the defense, and he's not here yet. Abe was the court. Abe, are you cool with still being the court?
Yes.
And so then we'll just act like Marissa, you're just Joe at this point. So you can be the defense, I'll be Beth. We'll alternate between the witnesses, right? So it'll be kind of cool when Joe gets up here because then it could be like one stays, we'll have more people. It'll be a little bit easier to navigate. Cool?
Yeah.
All right. No, this is day 22, Nee. Day 22. Y'all ready?
No, the date is 22, but it's day
That's right.
2. Yeah.
Yeah, not day 2, day 22.
No, it's
July
it's backwards.
22nd.
Yeah, but it's the second day of trial is what she means.
Yes, the second day of trial.
Yeah.
Maybe I should put something. We
You should
are.
put a
Tips.
banner.
I'm going to do a banner real quick.
Yeah, so that people know at least who's testifying.
That's a good idea. July 22nd, 2022, day 2 of prelim. Yes, not trial, prelim. Prelim hearing. And then we start. Oh, there's Joe. Hold up, Joe. Hey, Joe.
Morning, friends.
Oh,
How are
perfect.
you?
Hey.
I'm all right. Think I slept a little under 4 hours.
I'm sorry. Do you need
Hey,
to go
I'm
back
good.
to bed?
No, but I will. No, I'll be right there though. I'm just checking in.
Okay, cool. So we thought of an idea now that we have the 4 of us up here. Just real quick, I don't want to repeat myself, but it would be good to read straight through when we stop at cross or we stop at direct and then cross, right? We'll take a time to kind of reflect on what was said and what our thoughts are. That way we're not cutting each other off in the middle of it. And, we can have our reactions and that'll probably let us go quicker. And nothing is going to stop us at this point because we're not looking out for anybody out in the courthouse. How do you feel? How do you guys feel about that?
That's great.
I'm good.
Cool. Podcast style. Okay. So I'm putting in a banner that says July 22nd, 2026, day 2 of prelim. Who do we have up on the stand on day 2? We're still on
Gregor.
Gregor. Okay, because Gregor finished on Gregor, we ended up with Gregor at the end of the 21st. So, and for those that don't remember, Gregor was the financial guy. Hold up, financial guy.
Is it Gregor? I think it is, right?
It is Gregor.
Yeah, it is Gregor.
I remember because we didn't finish Gregor on the 21st. We were still going. So it's Gregor in the
Yep,
morning.
It is.
Correct?
It's on page 9. It goes to Gregor. Yep.
Rabbit, do you know why sometimes I can highlight something and sometimes I can't? Like,
On the dock?
yeah. Do you ever have that problem? So sometimes you can't highlight something because it gives you like a weird box.
Do you right click or left click?
I right click, but it's okay. It's like I like to highlight versus the course so I don't lose track. But there's some that
Yeah.
I can't. It's just like just doesn't let me.
Just if you lose track, just let me know, guys. I don't know what number I'm at, and we'll tell you what line number because that'll be
Alright.
easier for us to identify. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So why don't we? So we're in the same roles. I'm gonna be Beth. Joe's gonna be Bernardsky, and then Marissa will be the witness. Cool. Whoever. So you'll be Gregor at this point, and then
Sounds good.
Abraham is court and judicial officer. Cool.
Yep.
All right.
Cool.
So why don't we get started? And then Joe, can you see? I'm gonna have to zoom in, right? I forget.
It's fine like that. Yeah.
All right. So we've entered our appearances. Go ahead, court. We're gonna start. Do you want to start at 16?
Yeah. Okay. So we're on the record in People versus David Burke. We have Mr. Burke present. Can all counsel please make their appearances?
Am I doing
Deputy,
No,
it's me.
Rabbit.
that? Okay.
Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman for the people.
Marilyn Bardnarski, Blair Burke, Regina Peter on behalf of Mr. Burke, who is present.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Burke.
You can read the
Good
defendant.
morning.
We can actually skip the defendant. No, sorry.
Skip the defendant.
Who cares about it?
Yeah. Go ahead, court.
Uh, we're here for our continued preliminary hearing. Ms. Silverman did indicate that there's something that needed to go on the record. Ms. Silverman?
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor. I know the court made an order to exclude witnesses yesterday, and I indicated that the parents of the victim, in this case, Celeste Rivas Hernandez, are in court. They're here again today. I assume they'll be here for each day of the preliminary hearing. The father's name is Jesus Rivas. The mother's name is Mercedes Martinez.
All right, thank you. So the record will note that they are present. I don't believe defense had any objection to them being present for preliminary hearing. I understand there may be the peripheral witnesses. If you do have an objection, you can certainly put that on the record. I will allow them to be present. They're not percipient witnesses to the events, but if you want, Ms. Bernarski, you're looking like you want to say something.
We have no idea whether they're peripheral, percipient, or anything else at this point. So at this point, we don't know that. But we understand that they're here and they're going to be here every day with their civil lawyer, and we appreciate that information being put on the record.
All right, thank you.
And defense does that. Excuse me. And defense does know that. I put it on the record. They are not precipitating witnesses.
Okay. I mean, as of any of the counts, that's why I don't know what the status of the evidence is. I'll certainly hear it as it comes in at preliminary hearing.
Yes.
For the reasons I stated yesterday, I will allow them to be present. If it becomes an issue and they are called as witness at trial, if we get to trial, then certainly one side or the other can put on, question them if they were present for testimony during the preliminary hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. With that said, Mr. McGregor, come on up, take your seat again, and I remind you that you remain under oath, okay? And we were on cross with Ms. Bernarski. Ms. Bernarski, you may continue your cross-examination. So, Mr. McGregor, on behalf of the court, on behalf of the people as a witness, was previously sworn in and testified as follows.
Good morning, Mr. Gregor.
Good morning.
All right, so it's fair to say communication about finances was almost always thought through Colleen.
That's correct.
Scroll down, Rabbit. Give me line 4 on top. In 2023, you estimate you spoke with her about 2 to 3 times a month?
At the beginning, yeah. It was slower in the beginning, and then as the career, picked up, definitely more frequent.
And by 2024 and 2025, you were speaking to her probably 10 times a month?
Yes.
She was a signer on all of David's accounts?
That is correct.
And she could move and transfer money?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. All of this is
Sorry,
cumulative
I don't know why
of
they said yes, sir.
yesterday. You forgot the yes, sir?
No, I don't
I'm
know why
gonna
they said
object.
yes, sir. He's talking about female.
Give me line 18 on top.
I know that's true, right?
Sorry, my brain was.
You're fine.
We didn't
I'm gonna-
cover this.
I will allow a little leeway, just like I gave the people a little leeway to explore the finances. So I will give you a little leeway. But at a certain point, if it goes on, just like I did with the people, I may tell you to move on.
She could move and transfer money?
Correct.
And you don't know if
Move it.
David had any login to any of his accounts, right?
I'm not aware of a personal login for him, no.
And that's because you never had a conversation with him about that, right?
Correct.
Give me line 5 on top. And can you remove the comment, the YouTube comment?
Yes. Give me 1 second. I have to pin it though. Give me 1 sec. Let me remove it. I'm letting the people know what this is.
Oh, okay.
1 sec.
If it, then you can leave it. Never mind.
No, because I don't want it to bug you. Go ahead.
His mom maintained the balance in his checking account, right?
Correct.
And if it got low, she would put money in
That's correct.
and she would pay the credit card bills. Is that right?
That's correct.
And over the span of time, you were with David from 2023 to 2025. You met him less than 5 times, right?
That's correct.
With you David never questioned how much money was coming in, did he?
No, he did not.
He never discussed with you how much money he was expected to make in the future, right?
No, he did not.
You were aware that Josh hired a security man to live with David?
We missed.
Did I miss one? Oh, I did. I'm
22.
sorry. Is it a fair characterization from your perspective that he was not involved in any of the money aspect of business?
That's correct.
You were aware that Josh hired a security man to live with David?
Yes.
You thought that was a good idea for David? Oh, can you scroll up the live chats and blocking that one? Thank you. You thought that was a good idea for David to have security because of his growing popularity, right?
Correct.
And his celebrity status and his youth made him vulnerable, right? Correct? That's you,
Court.
boss.
Rabbit.
That's Silverman.
Oh, that's me. I'm sorry. I'll object. That would call for a speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you paid the bills for. I'm sorry. You were aware of the expenses and costs for a security guard, right?
Yes.
And you had worked with the man's. You would work with the man's name was Sheldon Jock. Sheldon Jock.
That's correct.
So now we know.
Okay.
So the reporter
Yeah.
requests clarification, and yeah.
I think it is SHELDONJAQUES.
It's actually JACQUES.
You know which way is correct?
Witness.
No witness.
Witness.
Not
24.
off the top of my head, no.
In your capacity as his of understanding and knowing, keeping track of expenses, you know he worked for David for about 6 months, right?
Yes.
And lived in his house. And lived in Hollywood. Sorry, and lived in the house in Hollywood Hills, right?
I'll object. The calls for speculation.
Sustained.
So maybe he didn't live in the house. Were you aware of his job duties as far as the reasonableness of expense and costs of paying Sheldon Yuck?
Same objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
You may answer witness.
A
Hold up,
part
let me
of
go
those
up.
duties were to live with David, right?
Still same objection.
Overruled. You may answer
Yes.
witness.
Yes.
You were asked some question yesterday about the use of Signal and WhatsApp with Colleen. And was there a concern that you and Colleen discussed about the media hacking her conversations?
Yes.
And in fact, because some personal information had leaked out in the media, she had that concern, right?
Correct.
You mentioned yesterday helping find a trust lawyer to help set up David's Thorn Rose Trust.
Correct.
And was that the trust that was paying charitable giving?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Were you involved in helping him find a lawyer to set charity trust?
Same objection.
Overruled.
Or a charitable giving trust? Were you involved in helping him find a lawyer to set up a donor advice charitable giving account?
We had found an attorney to help him set up a trust account. The donor advice fund that you're referring to was set up through another financial advisor.
Therefore, objection and move to strike all of the prior testimony regarding, because it's all hearsay, actually double hearsay.
So what I have is that he assisted in trying to find a trust lawyer to help with a trust. I sustain your objection regarding the Thorn Rose Trust. I'm not sure there's anything else to strike. I allowed counsel leadway to lay a foundation. This witness can't lay a foundation, so I believe there's actually anything to strike at this point. There is. So I believe there's actually anything to strike at this point. All right, you may continue. Wait,
And we're
shouldn't it be isn't? So I believe there isn't.
It's a
Actually.
typo.
Yeah, so I
It's-
believe
Yeah.
there isn't actually anything to strike at this point. All right, you may continue.
and were you involved in financial aspects of David's charitable giving?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Sustained.
As part of your accounting or the expense of income, were you aware of the amounts of money he gave in charity giving? That's Silverman.
Okay.
Line
Same
6.
objection. Sorry about that.
Okay. So let me be clear, counsel. The reason why I'm sustaining the objection is the amount of money coming in finances may be relevant at a preliminary hearing stage to both motive and financial gain, especially circumstances. But how that money is being distributed is not relevant at this particular stage. Whether or not someone chose to give it away to charity or keep it for themselves for their spending is not relevant for the probable cause. Just simply the amount of money coming in may be relevant to probable cause and or special circumstances.
Very well, Your Honor. No other questions.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, briefly. You said that David wasn't involved in any of the aspects of his finances, correct?
That's correct.
He purchased 2 homes, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So that would require someone to have some knowledge of their financial state, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So he signed contracts that talked about money, right? His signature is on those documents, right?
Objection, Lock Foundation.
If you know, you may answer.
That's correct.
So again, someone went over with him, right?
Objection, Lack Foundation calls for speculation.
You can
Someone went over those documents.
hold on a second. Sustain as regard to lack of foundation. He can testify. He can testify, he being the witness, as to what he may have observed or what he may have conveyed, but he cannot testify to anything that did not happen in his presence.
You and Josh, as his financial manager and business manager, went over with him what he was making, right?
Objection, Lack Foundation compound.
If you want to rephrase, just with regard to him.
You did that, correct?
I did not.
You never did? You never discussed money with David?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you know that whether the defendant had any separate accounts that he paid directly?
I know of one account.
Okay. Did you know that he had credit cards
Yes, I did.
that came directly to him that he paid?
I wasn't aware.
Well, let me ask you. At some point in time, did you have a conversation with Josh about the fact that David had bought airline tickets for Celeste Rivas to travel to London?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence, calls for hearsay.
That's why I asked, do you know?
I'm sorry, with regard to hearsay? The answer itself does not call for hearsay, but anything beyond yes or no, whether you knew it or not, we'll take up if there's any additional objections based upon the question. So you may answer the question yes or no to that question. I'll have the court reporter reread it back to the witness. Oh,
No.
sorry.
Did you have any conversations with Colleen over the fact that David had purchased airline tickets for Celeste to travel to London with him?
No.
Did you have conversations with Colleen that the defendant bought Celeste's home with him to Texas to meet the family?
No.
Objection, beyond the scope, assumes facts not in evidence.
Well, it's not beyond the scope.
Also incorporates hearsay.
Hold on. Okay, with regard to objections, let's just do legal grounds, legal answers. No speaking objections. With regard to beyond the scope to the court, with regard to beyond the scope to the court does not find it beyond the scope to the extent that there was an exploration of different finances on cross that was in response to the people's direct. However, to the extent it may be outside the scope, if any, the court will allow the people to reopen into those very limited areas. But assuming arguendo, it is beyond the scope, which the court is not finding at this time. But with regard to foundation, Ms. Silverman, please lay the foundation for the questions first, as they are being raised, and whether or not he had personal conversations.
I believe my question was, did you have any conversations with Colleen about the defendant bringing Celeste home, flying her into Texas to meet the family?
No.
Did you have conversations with Josh about that at any time?
No.
How about Robert Morgenroth?
No.
Did you have conversations with Robert Morgenroth about the fact that Celeste went to London?
I had asked him if it was true or not.
So you did have a conversation with somebody. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So who did you have a conversation with that informed you that the defendant brought Celeste to London and then flew her to Texas to meet his family?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
The question calls for who, not what was said. The court will allow it.
Rob Morgenroth.
So Rob Morgenroth is the one you had a conversation with about the defendant purchasing tickets for Celeste to fly to London and then to Texas with him to meet the family.
To London, not regarding Texas.
Okay. So you never discussed with Rob Morgenroth that she also went to Texas to stay and meet the family?
No, I did not.
Only London.
Correct.
And you didn't see any of that on any of the accounts that you were aware of, correct?
That is correct.
So that would tell you that he obviously had and was maintaining financial accounts on his own, correct?
Argumentative, assumes facts, not in evidence.
Well, it calls for speculation.
Based on that, you were aware that he had some other means of paying for this, correct? Because it wasn't coming through the bills that were coming to you.
Same objection, calls for speculation.
That's just called common sense.
The court will allow it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Based on the fact that those bills weren't coming through you, you were aware that he then was using some of the other means to pay for this, correct?
Sorry. Objection lacks foundation. The bills for credit cards went through Colleen is the testimony.
Okay, I understand. The court is allowing this line of questioning to the extent that there has been either fact elicited by the people or facts in contradiction from the defense as to this witness's knowledge of Mr. Burke's financial accounts. The court finds that it goes to his credibility and to his experience and knowledge as to those accounts, and therefore bears on his credibility in giving that testimony. To the extent that it involves conversation with other people, the court has allowed some of that testimony to come in, not for the truth of the matter asserted in those conversations, just to be clear for the defense, but for the effect on the listener and to explain this witness's knowledge with regard to that. As the financial advisor, that also comes into somewhat as an expert. As the financial advisor, that also comes into somewhat as an expert witness as it relates to Mr. Burke's finances as well. So I think I've clarified how that testimony comes in and how the court's evaluating it.
You may
Ms.
continue.
Silverman, you may continue.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was me. Thank you. And when you were asked about Sheldon Jacks, I'm going to call him Jack. Sheldon Jacks. Did you ever have a conversation with Sheldon?
Conversation in what respect?
Did you ever have a conversation about what his role was and what he was doing for David?
My understanding of Sheldon's position was for security purposes.
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you ever have a conversation with him?
I've spoken to Sheldon, yes.
And did he tell you what went on inside the house that he lived at 1368 Doheny?
No, he did not.
He did not?
Not to my understanding, no.
And did you ever ask him about Celeste?
No, I did not.
Did you ever ask him if she was living in the house for a period of time?
No, I did not.
Did you ever ask him if he was driving David and Celeste around to nightclubs with her and his fake IDs?
No, I did not.
Did you ever talk to him about the parties he was having in the house?
No, I did not.
Same objection, Your Honor. Assumes facts not in evidence. Counsel's testifying, and there is no basis for this.
Sustained. This is also your witness, so it's leading.
Did you ever calm down, Beth? Shit. Get it together, Beth. This is what Steve was talking about. All right, let me stop. Did you ever, my question, did you ever talk?
The question?
All of this.
Stop, both of you. All right. Legal objections, legal responses. No speaking objections. Ms. Silverman, this is your witness.
Yes.
So the question should be, if you spoke with Mr. Sheldon, whatever his last name is, I have it here.
Jacques.
Jocks, did you ever speak about Celeste and then ask what were those conversations? This is your witness, not the defense witness. So anything beyond that is leading at this particular time and does assume fact, not an evidence.
I understand. However, for the record,
You're trying to make a point, showing the negative of what they did or didn't speak. But this is a preliminary hearing. So at this point, all I'm concerned about is probable cause.
actually it's impeachment, whether it's my witness or not.
I
And if he's not being cooperative, then
understand. I'm not making a finding at this stage. I am not making a finding at this stage that he's a hostile witness.
okay. Did you
Move on,
ever
counsel.
have conversations with him about any of the things that were happening inside the house?
No, I did not.
Did you ever talk to him about rugs or alcohol?
No, I did not.
You also mentioned yesterday in your testimony that when you were asked if, because of the defendant's age or lack of experience, that you were handling all of his accounts. Isn't that something you would do for any artist as a financial manager for an artist?
In some cases, yes.
And so that wouldn't really have anything to do with lack of experience, age, or any of those things. That's just what your role is, your job, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Recross? Further recross?
Just a few questions. Give me line 3. There we go. With respect to what was characterized as the purchase of the house in Cyprus, the family owned the house in Cyprus before David's musical career, right?
Correct. They were living in the Cypress house.
And David's monies, when you were using it to purchase, or actually in response to the DA's use of the word purchase, more accurately, he paid off the mortgage on the family house, right?
Correct. He paid off the mortgage on the Cypress house.
And do you know whether his family worked with to facilitate, and do you know what lawyer his family worked with to facilitate the payoffs of the family mortgage?
No, I do not.
Were you involved in any way other than knowing that's where the money went with actual transaction?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Were you present for any of the signing of these papers?
No, I
Of
was
the
not.
paper. You were asked some questions about the travel or airplane tickets to London. Were you involved in any way with any of those travel arrangements?
No, I was not.
And do you have any idea if someone gave David the money to pay for the flight?
No, I do not.
Do you have any idea how the flight was paid for?
No, I do not.
You were asked a series of questions assuming things that were happening in the house or not happening in the house. Did you, before news broke in this case, had you ever heard of the name Celeste Rivas Hernandez?
I'm going to object to the form of the question as to what I asked him to assume based on my question as argumentative.
Rephrase the question, counsel.
Did you even know the name of a person with that name?
I only knew her first name.
And did you even know her friendship? And did you even know her friendship or not?
No, I did not.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right. Recross?
Yes. Oh my God.
I'm
Another
sorry.
one?
Redirect.
All right. How did you know her first name?
I heard it from Rob.
That she was his girlfriend?
Objection calls for hearsay, assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained. Calling for hearsay. Unless you want to be heard, Miss Silverman.
No, I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You may step down, sir.
Thank you.
People,
Okay,
you can
hold-
call your next witness.
Okay, let me stop
yeah.
right here.
Mhm.
Let's do a little. What the hell?
He knows
There's some things that
nothing.
stood out. He says he knows nothing, but did he impeach himself there though, right? And this is not what she was trying to get him to do.
Oh, girl, he's
Yeah.
been doing that since day one.
Oh man. Thoughts, opinions, what do you guys think? Okay, so he live in security. There you go. Sheldon Jacques, that's his name, or at least that's what we know his name is, right?
Yep. And Celeste is living with David in the first house, right? What's it called again?
The first house, Cyprus? It
No,
wasn't Cyprus, was
right?
it?
I think he said Celeste was living with him in Cyprus, no?
Oh,
Yeah.
Do you mean the 804 Doheny?
Yeah, I think she calls it-
1368 Doheny.
I think they call it Cyprus, though.
No, the one in
Cyprus is
Texas is
Texas.
Texas.
Ah, okay.
Cyprus is Texas. So a couple things that stood out to me was the financial guy. It was almost like just kind of like evading that he knew, didn't know, but it sounded like he might have. There was one point where it was leading and Beth had to object. I'm trying to figure out where that was. A little bit further up. Hold up. Where it says, okay, we're page 27. Sorry.
The few pages up where she was leading her own witness.
Yeah, she was leading the witness, and the judge was like, "You're leading." And then what happened there? I'm trying to understand the dynamic. How did you interpret that, Joe?
Well, you can't. Well, leading question means that the answer is implied in the question, and you can only do that in cross examination. You can't do that on direct. So
that's on
because
page
she's
23.
so
Page
because she
23?
was. So because this is her witness, and so because it was her witness, she's supposed to ask the more open-ended questions.
These questions are very interesting because she asked, "Did you ever talk to him about the parties, the fake IDs?" That's what it was. That's what I wanted to right here. This right here, my friends. This right here. Did you ever ask him if he was driving David and Celeste around to nightclubs with her and his fake IDs? It's almost assuming facts, right? Assuming that he would know that they had fake IDs.
That caught me off. I was wondering because I lost track of this because we took so long in between the reading the transcript, so I don't even remember fake IDs coming up earlier. So there didn't seem to be a basis for that at all.
Yeah, sorry. Let me undo this.
Because David would have needed one too, because I think LA Clubs is 21 plus.
He wasn't even 21 yet around this time.
So he would have needed a fake ID too. And wherever he got his, he got her one probably.
He had one.
He had one too. You're muted, love.
Whoop. Yeah, he has. He had one for North Carolina that made him 21 that they found during the search warrant.
Whoa, wait,
Really?
say that again? I didn't know
David
this.
had a fake ID from North Carolina that made him 21.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about that at all. What else came out during the search warrants? I've been waiting to hear that stuff.
We heard that on like Friday or Monday when the detective was talking about it. Yep. That was part of how they were identifying, like when they found the phone to like talk about text messages was one of the things that was in the home was a North Carolina driver's license for David. That made him 21 years old.
Damn, a driver's license, not even just an ID.
Well, maybe hold on. I don't want to say it's wrong, but like, yeah,
we'll find out.
Double check it, ID or like whatever it was. It made him 21.
That's insane, guys. That's insane. Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button. We did pin, for those that are coming in through, we pinned our Cash Apps in there, up there if y'all want to get us some street tacos, Happy Meals, or lunch, whatever. Nobody will hate you for that, just as long as y'all hit the like button. But like, she's leading
and thank you all in advance because every little cent helps.
It does. All right. But this is interesting. I feel like, okay, maybe we could process this a little bit different now that, you know, we're not in the hustle bustle of like, we're waiting for the court. And now we could just stick to this day. So now we're at redirect. Y'all ready for redirect?
Ready.
All right, let's go.
Or not redirect. I'm
Or
sorry.
next
the
witness.
second
Next
witness,
witness.
right? That's what it was. What page did we leave out? 27, right?
27, I think.
Yeah. 27.
A little
Okay,
bit
go
further,
on.
because remember she said no more questions.
Yeah, that's,
That's
right. I
right.
think it's
I'm going
28.
out. Here it is. Yes, it's
There it is.
line 12.
Hold on.
Do you want to start court? Line 12.
Yeah, hold on. Line 12. And
Yep.
Hold on. In page what? 27?
Yeah. Yes. Line
Hold
12, page 27.
You sure it's not 28?
Yeah, I don't think it's 27.
Try 28.
No,
It's 27.
It's
Is?
27.
Yeah, because
Yeah, the judicial assistant speaks. They're calling the next witness, Louis Pomaripo
Poimiru.
Poimiru. There it is. Poimiru. There it
You
is.
got to swear me in.
Wait.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. I think my page 27 is different.
Interesting.
Is it?
Yeah,
Are you
my
sure you're
page-
looking at the
Hold on,
22nd?
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, it's just, that's something. I'm sorry. Okay.
Well, this is just the part where the witness is sworn in. We can skip.
Yeah, we could skip
That's it.
over, but
Okay.
yeah, we could just go to 28 actually.
Okay, so do you want him to announce who he is or not?
That's fine. We could skip it. So he spells his name for the record, right? So let's go ahead and
Yes.
go to
So the
28,
next
line
witness-
1.
Okay, so the next witness is Louis Poimiro, and he is sworn in and he testified as follows. All right, you may.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, y'all had a
That was you.
pretzel in my mouth. Your Honor, sorry. Your Honor, Mark Harris, who is the attorney for Interscope Records, is here in the court.
And he is related to this witness how?
This witness is an employee of Interscope Records.
All right, thank you. So Louis Poimiro, called on behalf of the people as a witness, was sworn and testified as follows.
Sir, can you tell us how long it is that you're employed?
Yes, I'm a senior vice president of finance for Interscope Capital.
Not how long. Sorry, the question was, can you tell us how it is that you're employed? Okay, you answered.
Yes.
And is that under the umbrella of Universal Music Group?
Correct.
And what kind of a company is Interscope Capital or Universal Music Group?
It's a music label company.
How many years have you been there?
I've been there just over 3 years.
And previous to that, were you employed in a similar capacity as other companies?
I was. I've been in finance and accounting for over 25 years. I was at Warner Brothers Discovery prior to UMG in a similar finance and accounting capacity prior to that. 17 years with 20th Century Fox in a similar finance and accounting capacity.
And what is it that you do on a regular basis in your job as the Senior Vice President of Finance?
I oversee financial matters for the label group, which includes effectuating payments that the label needs to make, overseeing corporate finance and accounting responsibilities as it pertains to Universal Music Group and any other operational activities as it pertains directly to finance for the company.
How large is this company? Do you know approximately how many employees?
Within the label group, I don't have an exact amount.
Approximate.
Approximately over 300 employees.
Can you explain the relationship between Interscope Records and UMG?
Interscope Records is a subsidiary of Universal Music Group.
Did you review a recording contract between UMG and Interscope and an individual by the name of David Anthony Burke that is dated August 21st of 2022?
I did.
And what type of recording contract or agreement is this?
It's an exclusive recording agreement. It is a profit split deal with an artist.
50-50?
50-50 of a defined profit calculation.
Are royalties included in this contract?
Can you be more specific?
Yes, our royalties paid to the individual, the artist in this case, based on some percentage?
A portion of profits is paid to the artist. Some people may interchange royalties and a profit split payment, but specifically, it's a profit calculation.
And in terms of the profit, then I assume then there is the gross profit and then some type of adjustment for costs.
Correct.
Correct. Keep going.
Oh, sorry. Correct. It accounts for revenues generated, specific costs, other items that are deducted to arrive at the calculation.
Did you also review a termination letter from an individual by the name of Jason? I believe it's pronounced Quajans. What? How do you say that?
Kawajeza?
Kawajesa? Kawajesa.
I think it's a Polish name, and it's one of those languages that doesn't spell it how it sounds.
It's interesting. Go ahead.
Kawajiza, correct.
Can you spell that?
I cannot. I apologize.
I'll get the spelling. Do you know what his role is at Interscope?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the lack of legal foundation. It doesn't appear that this witness is a lawyer involved in the legal aspects of contracts. It seems that he's a financial person, and I also object to soliciting hearsay through this witness.
All right. Premature with regard to any hearsay objection, and the court will allow this witness to testify with regard to foundation to items that he personally observed or has personal knowledge of.
Yes. Again, did you review the court?
Oh, hold on. I already heard that. Wait, hold on a minute. This is okay. Yes, but I already heard that. So you can just ask the next question.
Oh.
I think you had already asked whether he reviewed the contract.
Yes, but I also asked, did he review that he answered? I had moved down to another area. Did you review a termination letter that was signed by Jason K, we're going to call him?
I've observed a termination notice.
Yes.
Sent by Jason K.
And?
Your Honor, excuse me, I'm going to move to strike. I think the reference is to the email which this gentleman did not participate in. He was neither a recipient of nor a sender of nor a CC on.
All right. Well, with regard to business record, I will allow Ms. Silverman to lay a foundation if it's coming in as a business record, but you're going to have to lay the foundation for that. At this point, he's just testified that he's reviewed a termination letter. I have not heard a reference to any email yet, but
didn't make one, correct?
But lay a foundation with regard to business record.
Yes. I assume as the senior vice president, I didn't of finance. Documentation pertaining to payments that are made to the various artists represented either by Interscope or the larger umbrella company of Universal Music Group, that all of those documents come to you for approval and signature above a certain amount. Go ahead.
Above a certain threshold, yes, they do.
Okay. So along those same lines, is it your responsibility, as you testified to in your answers a few moments ago, that it's your role to make payments on behalf of the corporation?
Correct. Our team facilitates payments on behalf of Interscope Records.
And you're the supervisor of that team, is that right?
Supervisor of a portion of that team, correct.
Relating to business affairs?
Relating to financial matters.
Okay. And you do that in order to communicate with your team in order to facilitate payments per various agreements or contracts with artists, is that right?
Correct.
And you also, do you review the approval of all of the financial matters that are documented?
Objection.
And above a certain amount?
Vague as the time, vague as the client.
Well, he's only been there 3 years, and I think she's laying a foundation that he understands the business. Evidence Code Section 1550 indicates that if a writing is made and preserved as part of the record of the business, as defined in Evidence Code Section 1270, in the regular course of the business, then the following types of evidence in the writing are admissible as the writing itself. So I'll allow him to continue to lay the foundation as to whether or not he can identify something as a type of business record. Clearly, the business itself does qualify as a business under evidence code 1270. I just want to say something. Like sometimes if we like make a mistake, like the chat, let us know so we can reread it because this does have typos and sometimes things kind
A
of
lot.
don't make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense to you guys probably because it just is written that way. So let us know and we'll go through it again and try to figure out what it is that they meant to say.
Real quick, too, Marissa, can you turn up your
Yeah.
volume?
I don't know. I mean, I'm on my Yeti mic, so I don't know how else.
You might want to speak into it. I think that's what it is. You're
Like
too far away.
closer? Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Is that better?
Guys, is that
Sounds
better
good
in
to
the
me.
chat?
Witness, please pull up the mic closer to your mouth.
Sorry, let me adjust. Okay.
See, that's
Is
better.
this better? Is this better?
Witness, we don't allow animals on the stand.
You know, it's a baby. Okay.
Witness, get it together,
Baby.
witness.
Please,
This
please
is my
swear that
emotional
animal,
support
lady.
animal to be on the stand. Okay.
Please
Look,
swear that
this is
cat
the
in.
pronunciation. Kawashi.
Thank you.
Kawashi. Thank you,
Oh,
Wicked.
thank you.
Joy's
Yeah,
like,
like I
there's
said.
animals.
Did
All
you
right,
swear him in?
Okay, so I'll continue from line 26. Your Honor, the Vegas objection is that we're not talking about any specific judge.
Hold on one second, because this thing just scrolled me all the way down to the bottom. What page are we on?
Bottom of page
we're-
33,
Okay,
Yeah.
line 28.
I pressed something and it brought me like all the way to the end of the document. Okay, hold on. 28, okay. Okay. He has to lay his knowledge of the business and how the record keeping system goes before we get to the specifics of whether or not the particular writing that you're objecting to is itself falls under that umbrella. So
The problem I have is that there is no particular writing. It is not marked as an exhibit, so I don't.
we don't need it at this time. We're getting circular here.
Okay.
We have to lay a foundation. We have to do the authentication, and then we can look at an item and say whether or not that meets within those confines. Otherwise, if he were to go directly to the writing, then we're objecting that there is no foundation. I am allowing him to lay the foundation. You've made your objection. I am not going to argue with it. Afterwards, if you want to seek review of my decision, have at it. We're going forward. All right. Please go ahead, Ms. Silverman.
Thank you. I don't remember what the court.
Can you please read that last question?
Okay.
Ask your next question.
If there is a situation where a contract or an agreement is changed such that it impacts any future payouts, is that something that also comes to you?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. If a contract is terminated, would that be something that you would need knowledge of in order to do your job? Because I'm assuming that would indicate a particular timeline after which payment might not be made anymore, or they might be decreased.
There is general communication on status of deals. I would say the agreements are checked prior to any payments being made.
So before you would make any type of payment, you would be reviewing that type of documentation so that you aren't inadvertently paying out money from the company when you should not be.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object. Is the question pertaining to this particular witness's review or generally the company?
I think the question goes to what he would do within the scope of his duties at the company in reviewing communications that relate to termination and thus payment by the company or non-payments by the company.
So he's not speaking about others, him in particular?
That's how I take it. Ms. Silverman?
Yes,
Witness?
the witness.
Well, can you restate the question, please?
Sure. Do you review documentation in order before you make payments with respects to the status of a particular, as you called it, deal, agreement, contract, which would then inform you as to how much and whether you are paying out any money to a particular artist?
Payments require supporting documentation to work their way through the approval process. By the time it comes to me, all that supporting documentation is typically verified through that workflow process, but it's also available to me when reviewing and approving payments.
And in this case, did you review termination letters from Jason from Jason K
Kawashi.
to the Kawashi to the defendant's management company, Mogul Vision?
I'm aware of the termination notice.
Okay, and is that as of December 2025?
Correct.
And who is Jason K?
Your Honor, his answer was non-responsive. She asked if he reviewed it, and he said he was aware of it.
Correct. So
now it appears speculative to talking about the contents of it.
well, right now she hasn't asked about the contents of it. So to the extent that we may go there, then we'll hear that objection. So we'll hear that objection you have. But I don't think that was the question before the witness.
You're aware of the termination letter. Witness number 4.
I've seen the termination letter.
That means you've reviewed it, correct?
Correct.
It's literally, I think, 2 sentences, correct?
From what I've seen, correct.
Who is Jason K?
He's the head of business affairs for Interscope Records.
He's the head of business affairs for Interscope Records, correct?
Correct.
And a copy of this termination letter is in the file with respect to the artist known as D4VD or David Anthony Burke, the same person we've been talking about this morning, correct?
Your Honor, the question misstates the evidence. There is no letter.
I think I asked him about the letter that he said he was aware of. And he also said he reviewed it. And he also discussed it was 2 lines. So there is a letter.
Your Honor, just on my objection, the evidence is in email.
Okay, you can certainly cross-examine that. We're now getting into more verbal sparing, whether or not an email constitutes a letter, or a letter has to be defined as a piece of paper versus an email communication. You can make that point on cross-examination. You may continue, witness.
Sorry, I'm like, I would
I mean,
imagine the tension in this court.
Counsel.
Yes, line 7.
I'm coming. And so at that point in time, once the defendant's contract with Interscope was terminated through its management company, Mogul Vision, or the attorneys in December 2025, that would be something that you are now familiar with, correct?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustain. Hold on. So with regard to the content of the letter, I don't believe this witness is qualified to testify to it as a business record. However, I will allow him to testify what actions he may have taken, authored or not authored, as a result of reading the communication letter, whatever it is. So it will not be coming in for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect on the letter on the listener to explain what business actions he may have taken thereafter. Ms. Silverman?
Okay. So once this termination letter, email, document was issued by Jason K, what is the impact at that point on the financial process for further payout?
Your Honor, I'll just object to any legal conclusion. I understand.
Okay.
Number 6.
Mhm.
Page 39, line 6. Court.
Wait, I said okay, then go with Ms. Silverman, no?
No.
No. Page 39.
Line
Oh,
6.
okay. I understand with regard to the legal conclusion. He can explain what he did thereafter, or is aware that his department did thereafter, being the head of the department. You may answer.
I can't speak to the impact from a legal perspective.
I did not ask that.
There was no impact from a financial payment processing perspective, as no payments had been made in 2026.
But again, because of that termination of the contract, that impact now, whether or not you are paying out things on a regular basis, or whether or not the company is generating costs, such as advertising, brand deals, things of that nature, that normally would get paid out through your department, correct?
Objection, vague and irrelevant.
Overruled.
And compound.
Overruled.
I can't speak to the impact of future payments as I don't know what that termination outlined as it pertains to continuation of rights.
Okay. So you never, just to be clear, you never had any contract with the artist, his parents, anybody in his family, correct?
Correct.
And by the artist, you mean Mr. Burke.
Yes, thank you. Correct.
Correct.
Now, did you review documentation regarding all financial payments that have been made by your company based on the defendant's contract that was terminated as we discussed in December of 2025? So from the beginning of the contract in 2022 until that termination.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained in the way the question was phrased. You can ask him if he's reviewed what payments were made in a certain time period. But at this point, the court has not allowed the actual termination to come in for the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay. From the beginning of the contract in 2022 until December of 2025 date, did you review all of the documentation that would include things like 1099s as well as agreements, not only for recording, but for merchandise, publishing, things of that nature?
Yes. So Universal Music Group's financial operations team ran keyword searches to assess which vendors associated with the agreements in question, which are the recording agreement, the entertainment income agreement, and the merchandise agreement were established. They then ran queries to pull all payments, and then those were agreed with 1099s issued to those vendors.
In reviewing the documentation of payments from 2022 through the end of 2025, did you generate a summary of all those payments?
Yes.
So, Mark,
Your Honor, go ahead.
Sorry.
Your Honor, I have an Interscope summary of payments to the defendant 2022 to 2025. May it be marked as People's 57 for identification?
So marked for identification.
Did you review this document?
I did.
Okay. And does this contain a breakdown of the various payments that were made by Interscope to the defendant? You understand when I'm talking about the defendant, I'm talking about an individual that you haven't met, the same person we're talking about, David Anthony Burke, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In 2022, how much money was paid by Interscope Records to the defendant?
May I refer to the documents shared? Just, it's a little blurry on the screen.
Your Honor?
You may. You can also look behind you if it helps. If not, you have the actual paper document you can approach.
I'm going to try to zoom in on that area. Do you have an answer?
In 2022, we made payments of $950,000, and that is inclusive of payments to D4VD Entertainment, David Burke Coogan Trust, and Todd Rubenston Law.
Okay. So you said the first one was to D4VD. Is that an enterprise title D4VD Int.LLC?
Correct. That's what I'm referring to.
And what else did you say?
David Burke Coogan Trust.
Coogan Trust. And to you said an attorney?
Correct. Todd Rubenstein Law.
What is a Coogan Trust?
My understanding of a Coogan Trust, based on my experience and what we've set up with other artists, is the state of California requires any minor that's entering into an entertainment agreement to set up a Coogan Trust, and it's a blocked account, such that their parents can't access a portion of the funds. Specifically, I believe we pay 15% into those.
Okay. So is that exclusive use of the minor?
I'm not familiar with how it works on the recipient side, just what we pay into.
Okay, so you said that it's set up so that the parents can't access it.
That's my understanding.
Okay, so $950,000 was paid in 2022. How about 2023?
In 2023, 3.869 mil.
I'm sorry, 3.869 million?
Correct.
And who were the payouts made to?
In 23, it was the David Burke Coogan Trust account. It was D4VD Entertainment LLC. It was also under the merchandise agreement paid to Skull Rose Merchandise LLC.
Skull Roach, Skull Roach, Skull Rose Merchandising.
Skull Rose Merchandise LLC, as well as Mogul Vision and a law firm associated with the merchandise agreement.
Okay. And the defendant had a separate, in addition to the recording contract, he had also a separate merchandising agreement through a sister company, correct? Or Universal Music Group.
Correct. Bravado.
So, oh, okay. That's interesting. So that sister company, Bravado International Group, that is a company under the UMG that does what?
They specialize in merchandise agreements.
So a portion in 2023 was paid from Bravado to the defendants, another one of his enterprises, Skull Rose Merchandising LLC, correct?
Correct.
How about in 2024? How much money was paid?
In 2024, $186,809 was paid.
Now, does it often occur that in between releasing, whether you're talking about an album, whether you're talking about an EP or an individual song, that the income level goes up or down along with the other factors like merchandising, publishing, things of that nature?
It can in the case where advances are paid and then earnings are recouped against those advances.
Can you explain that?
So in the case where the company's advancing money to be recouped against earnings, there might be an initial payment. And as earnings are generated, it's recouping against that advance. So there may not be additional payments until either another advance is made or the earnings exceed that advance payment.
So, for instance, as part of the contract with the defendant, he had a clause where Interscope would pay him a certain amount of money to go into a fund that he could use for recording, tour costs, attorney fees, things of that nature?
Objection calls for legal conclusion, lacks foundation.
You may answer if you know.
The agreement specifies a recording fund.
No,
sorry.
That's me.
Sorry. I know, I'm like, went ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
It's okay. The agreement specifies a recording fund. Separately, it specifies tour support reimbursement and some other marketing support.
Like attorney fees.
It also specifies attorney fees.
And you actually, you being Interscope, entered into the agreement with the defendant along with another music label, correct?
With a partner, correct.
That would be the Dark Room?
Correct.
Under the leadership or the ownership of Justin Leibner, correct?
I don't know how to technically qualify his position, but yes, he's...
It's his company, right?
Correct.
He owns it?
Yeah.
And so under this agreement, the Dark Room handles certain aspects of the needs of the artist, and Interscope handles other portions, correct?
I can speak to what Interscope handles, but yes, Interscope handles specific components of the agreement.
Okay. And when you said advances are made, so in other words, money is paid out for the various things that he talked about a couple minutes ago, and then it's recouped against earnings, you said.
Correct.
How about in 2025? How much money was paid out to the defendant in 2025 by Interscope?
$2.277 million was paid in 2025.
And was a portion of that paid again to the defendant's Coogan account?
No. In 2025, it was paid to D4VD Entertainment LLC. Yes, solely to D4VD Entertainment LLC.
No merchandising that year?
Correct.
Nothing with Bravado?
Correct.
And how about in 2026?
No payments have been made in 2026.
Okay. Again, in reviewing the documentation, which led you to be able to put together a summary chart like we see in Exhibit 57, can you tell us how much he was paid for his album and EP extended play?
So for the first commitment for an EP and an album, $3.42 million was paid. That includes $200,000 of legal fees.
And was he paid an additional amount, or was it included in that moment when he signed as a signing bonus?
So the agreement specifies amounts and timing of the recording fund. So there's initial execution advance that was paid upon signing. That was for $500,000.
Was there also payments made out to the defendant regarding the second album?
Yes. So for the second album, 1.5 million was paid.
And that was for exactly what?
The agreement provides for 50% of the recording fund to be paid as an advance. So the recording fund for album 2 was deemed to be 3 million. So 50% of that was paid.
And that's paid upon commencement of what exactly?
They're typically paid upon commencement of recording for that additional album. I can't speak to specifically if that was the thing that caused these payments to be made.
So it's paid upon commencement per the recording agreement, right? It's paid upon commencement of beginning to record an album, correct?
Correct.
And then is there an additional amount that is paid upon delivery? In other words, when the album is complete and the entire album is provided to Interscope?
Correct. So there will be actual recording costs incurred, whether that be studio time, mixers, other aspects of the actual recording that are generally paid directly to third parties. And then should there be a balance remaining of the recording fund, that would be paid upon delivery.
Okay. And per the agreement and how it's to be paid out, is it broken down by a minimum and a maximum per album?
For the second album, under the first commitment, there's a minimum and maximum. And there are options for a third and fourth album, and those have minimum and maximum recording fund calculations.
Okay, let's talk about the second album, which is what I think you just testified was a portion was paid out upon commencement. And that was, I think you said 1.5 million, correct?
Correct.
Oh, sorry.
Correct.
I answered for you. So what's the minimum?
The minimum recording fund per the agreement is 3 million.
And what's the maximum?
6 million.
6 million. So per his contract, he was guaranteed $1 million for the second album of 3 million with a maximum of 6, correct?
Correct.
Per the recording agreement?
Based on the formula that calculates the fund, correct.
And what about the additional albums? What was the minimum for the third and fourth?
They were the same at 3 million.
With no maximum?
Maximum of 6 million.
Same maximum?
Correct.
So you also said there were options. Explain that, please.
So many recording agreements involve a commitment to a specific amount of content, whether that's an album or 2. And then they typically will have options at the company's discretion to exercise for additional albums.
Beyond what is already set out by formula in the contract?
Beyond what is firmly committed to under the first commitment cycle.
And what were the first commitments?
It was an EP and 2 albums.
And so for the EP and 2 albums, what was the total amount that was paid out to the defendant?
The total that was paid out was 5.12 million.
5.12
million.
12 million? What if there are brand deals?
Yeah, so in this case, there's an agreement in place for brand or sponsorship deals that the company originates. Interscope originates that Interscope would receive a 10% fee of that and pass through the remaining.
Okay. And were there any brand deals that followed through or based through Interscope?
Yes, there were 3 payments made associated with brand or sponsorship deals.
And what were these 3 brand deals that someone might refer to as like an endorsement?
So one with Bose, one was with Hollister and Crocs, and one was with AMC Content.
I'm sorry, what is that?
AMC Content, which was part of a YouTube emerging artist production, it's referred to in the document as the Spark.
Spark. So we have Hollister and Crocs. I think you also mentioned first was Bose. What is Bose? Are those the speakers we're all familiar with?
Correct.
And so what percentage would be paid out then? And so what percentage would be paid out then once the portion was taken off for Interscope percentage? What percentage then is paid out to the defendant?
90% is paid out.
And to what company?
To D4VD Entertainment, LLC.
And what amount was that?
The sum of those 3 is $485,801.
$485,000.
Yeah.
How much money was paid out to the defendant in advances, whether through Interscope or its sister company Bravado?
Yeah, so it's the 5.12 I referenced previously, plus the Bravado merchandise agreement of 1.025 million, and again, the inclusive of legal fees and management fees.
So 5.12 plus a 1,025,000.
Correct.
Okay, how much money was paid out in expenses reimbursement for, let's say, travel or tour support, marketing, things of that nature?
653,000 was paid for tour support and other marketing or video reimbursements.
At a certain level, are royalties also paid out?
As I mentioned previously, based on this agreement, profit share is paid out. There are third-party royalties that are sometimes paid out based on, if they're mechanical royalties or other third parties. Producers, mixers that have royalties owed based on each individual track.
Mechanical royalties also, does it provide under the contract for foreign royalties?
So foreign royalties are outside of the profit calculation. And yes, this agreement provides that the artist would receive royalties on foreign proceeds.
Okay, so assuming that the defendant's first album sold well, eventually delivered his second album, which sold well, what is the value of the exclusive recording agreement between Interscope and the defendant?
Can you be more specific?
Sure, we can talk about how on the second and third albums, and I believe we talked about even the fourth, there was a minimum of 3 million, a maximum of 6. Assuming all of the options are exercised under the contract, what is this contract value at?
The minimum that the contract affords for the commitment plus the options would be the 4 million initial recording fund, the 3 million minimum for album 2, the 3 million minimum for album 3, and the 3 million minimum for album 4.
So 13 million.
Correct.
76?
And that's just under the sorry, that's you.
That's me, yeah. 76, and that's just under the recording agreement. We're not talking about the merchandising or under Skull Rose or the publishing agreement or the deals with Sony, correct?
Correct.
And the minimum. What would be the minimum value of this recording agreement?
So the minimums I just laid out are the minimum, although Interscope did not pick up the options on album 3 or 4.
That's because they weren't done, right? They weren't commenced, and the contract was terminated?
We would have had to exercise the options on those, which did not occur.
Right, but instead you terminated the contract.
Objection calls for legal opinion beyond the scope, calls for speculation.
Overruled. You can answer if you know within your personal knowledge your duties at the companies in your review of the file in this case.
Correct. That we've notified to terminate the agreement. And the minimums under the committed portion of the agreement were the 4 million initial commitment and the 3 million album to recording fund.
So the minimum was 7 million.
Correct.
And nothing's been paid out this year in 2026, correct?
Correct.
So assuming that instead of the company had exercised its options, we talked about the minimum being 13 million. What would be the high end? Because you told us that was 6 million for each.
Objection calls for legal conclusion, also speculation.
Overruled. You may answer.
So in the event that the options were exercised, correct, there would have been 6 million maximum recording fund. Again, inclusive of artist advances as well as actual recording costs, 6 million for the fourth album. So 12 on top of the initial 7.
Which is 19 million.
Correct.
All right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Do you want to get started on cross for 5 minutes? We'll take a break in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Or
I
we
think
could
that's
have
a good
break,
idea.
whatever the court wants, and then
What do you want the court?
I guess I'll rephrase my question. Do you
Wait, are you
think-
really? Hold up. Let me stop. Sorry. I thought you were asking if we should take a break. I didn't even
I guess I'll rephrase my question. Do you think we'll take more than 5 to 10 minutes on cross?
I do.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take our recess before we get started on cross. 15-minute recess, and we'll resume in 15 minutes. Sir,
Okay.
you're ordered back on the record. You're ordered back here in 15 minutes.
I really thought that Abraham was like, let's take a break. We begin on care. I do have to pee, so I do need a little bit of a 5-minute break. Give me a minute.
But I personally am going to take a drink of water. So yes, why don't we break?
Let's take a little break. What do you guys think so far, though? My goodness, I gotta go to the
My
bathroom.
God, so he had a lot of freaking money.
Yeah, he had a lot more money than I thought he did. So I think Blair will be there till the end.
Yes, for sure.
Well, and we were underestimating this. Oh my gosh. We were underestimating this, honestly. Like we thought that this guy had like
I thought
nothing.
the stupid had like 3 million at most.
Yeah. I don't think
When she breaks it down that way, though, I was like, wait a minute. And then he's getting, and we weren't even accounting for all this other stuff. So, wow. But he didn't finish it. And there was a termination letter. It was 2 sentences. You're being investigated. We quit. Like, I wonder what that even said.
I'm sure
The
that
termination letter.
I'm sure that legally and for optics, he wouldn't have been terminated until legal charges came, because everything else was just speculation and allegations. Until he was charged, I don't think they were going to let him go.
That is a good point. Okay, so the chat is saying, can you add your roles to your pictures in the screen? So instead of our names, oh, that's a good point. Hold up, let me see. I think I can turn on the banner, actually.
I can do that. I have to back out, but I can do that.
Hold on. Yeah, I mean, we're taking a break. I didn't even think of that. Let me see. Display names and everything. But I don't know how long. Is it going to take a minute for it to update, though?
No.
Because I don't know if it'll update while we're live. Let's see if Joe can do it. Go ahead, Joe.
How do you even do that?
Oh,
okay, so what you have to
I'm
do
on
is,
mobile though, so on my end, I tap my avatar for me, and then it gives me the option. They'll say remove from stage, edit name, headline, edit avatar. See what I mean?
Yeah. So I wonder if I can edit my name right now, though, because I don't know if I can. Hold up.
What's the judge's name?
Olimendo.
Omedo. Yeah.
I wonder if I could.
Okay, so we're on page 53, right?
Well, it says court, so you should just write the court.
We're on page 54, and we stopped at line 26.
Okay, I'm just making a tab just in case. Okay.
All right, I gotta run to the restroom, y'all. But I'm trying to see if I can like change my name, because this is a good idea. I didn't even think, so people aren't confused about who we're reading. But I don't know if I can anymore. Let's see.
Can you click on like 3 dots? There's like 3 dots on your box, and then says edit name and headline.
Let me see.
That's what I got on mine. But
I can't. Oh, yes. I'm not Rabbit anymore. Beth motherfucking Silverman. Beth motherfucking.
She put
I'm
all
totally
that
gonna
in
write
there.
that. Mother. Wait, how do you spell mother? Effing
Silverman.
I'm gonna put the headline's gonna be "Stay away, Steve." I'm not even joking. Man, I'm gonna put an emoji too. There we go. I figured it out. There you go. Can y'all tell who we are now? And then your witness.
I'm gonna change mine. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, everybody change this. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom. Y'all keep talking.
Okay. Let me see what's going on in the chat. How are you all responding to this so far? How are you all taking it? Let's see. How are they doing? Hey, Joe's here. How you doing, Joe? The sniper. So yeah, what do you think of him moving for a deal, though? Now that you know that Hawkman's open to the possibility, if it's fair. Let's see what they're saying.
Did my name update? I don't know if you guys can see it.
Let me see. Yeah. Okay, you put it in the header. You have to put it in name, because on the header, on the headline, it's too small. So you have to. Yeah, it's better if you take out your name and you put Charlene Olmedo up there.
Okay.
It's like I took out my name. That's why I put defense, so it will be bigger. I'm still waking up.
I am curious as to how much his whole defense is costing him.
I know.
That is
me
going to be
too.
very interesting. It's going to be a lot.
Because it adds up fast. If anybody thinks if they've ever had a regular generic court case or issue, whatever it is, it can be a lot.
Yeah, and
This is
especially
massive.
when when these attorneys know his income. How
And they're
much
expensive
they have.
attorneys. They're high sought after attorneys. So I can't,
Yeah.
imagine that what they charge is a lot. And I could be wrong, but doesn't it change to cost wise like when you going to trial sometimes? So like a upcharge?
I don't know anything about that. I know, but if he has this much money, chances are chances are that Blair will even be around for his appeal,
Yeah.
which he'll lose that too. See, I don't think he has anything. I really don't. He just looks. It just looks so bad from top to bottom. I think personally, he'll get convicted just on the optics alone. Maybe he can keep the jury from hating him too much if he pleads guilty to all the abuse charges, or it's just one charge. Sorry, but if he pleads guilty to that, and just limit how much of that actually comes into evidence for the homicide, and I don't know. I honestly, I shouldn't even say all that. Personally, I just think he's going to get convicted because the jury's going to get overwhelmed.
Well, the interesting part in the closing arguments when the defense started was they were hitting upon pretty much all the charges, but they just skirted right over the abuse charges. I don't think they had anything to say there. What are you going to do when you have actual photos and videos?
I know, right?
There was nothing to really for them to say. They completely skirted over that section.
Mm. And I forgot that Blair also represented Harvey Weinstein. I don't know how much he paid, but he's actually getting some victories on appeal.
I know. And how many does he have there? 3?
Like 3 or 4, yeah. But he
Yes.
still has his conviction.
One of the last cases he had, because it was like it's gone through about 2 or 3 times, and she said that she can't do it again. She doesn't want to do it again.
Mm. Yeah, it's the third mistrial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was the mistrial.
I met David. He has 3 here, right? Because I think I named 3.
Oh, David's charges. Yeah, he has 3.
No, how many attorneys does he have here?
Oh, 3. Yeah, 3 in court right now.
Yeah.
I don't know how big the whole team is, but he has 3
Probably
present.
a lot. I'm just like, because my immediate thought is when that evidence was received, right? I'm thinking of, did they need to even hire more people in that office to comb through that evidence to be prepared? That is a massive amount of evidence.
I would have said, you motherfucker, you lied to me about the whole thing. Just get the hell out.
And all I'm thinking is dollars every time, right? You're reviewing videos, you're reviewing, the text messages that are outrageous that they have to go through is like ka-ching on that billing for him.
Abe, are you buying your tacos in real time?
I mean, I was just writing in the chat. I was eating waffles.
Oh, yeah. That's good too, though. But yeah, as far as the plea deal, I honestly, the only thing he could really get is an agreement to take execution off the table. It's the only thing I think he'll get. There's no way when you take everything together as a whole, there's no way he doesn't get life in prison, even without parole. Now, there's nothing. There's no basis for it. There's too much added against him at this point. How you doing,
This isn't even all of it, if you think about it.
It isn't.
It's not I'm surprised. One of the biggest things I'm surprised on this specifically is why there was not a kidnapping charge. Because even though we have text messages saying that she wants to go, right? She's collaborating in Operation Awesome. She's still not of age to consent to that. So I'm wondering if they just felt like, well, let's focus on these other ones. But it seems to me like a kidnapping charge would have been a no-brainer and an easy conviction.
Kidnapping in California, there has to be some kind of coercion.
Mhm.
There has to be some kind of coercion or forceful taking, and we found out that mom, or that's what we're hearing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
That at least one of the parents notarized the note so that she could go overseas.
For
Yeah.
the London trip, yeah. But I'm
Yeah.
But what
thinking
about the
Operation
bodyguard?
Awesome.
Yes.
When
the
that all
bodyguard.
happened and we're going to show up at a stop sign, you sneak out, like how do you want us to grab it, grab these bags and all of that. You were premeditating a whole plan to take a child hours away, because that's the biggest thing. It's not like she lived 20 minutes away. He was making like a 4-hour round trip to go get a minor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, if somebody did that to my kid, are you kidding me?
Right.
The
I
bodyguard
would
should have
want
been charged
kidnapping
too.
charged, yeah.
And the
Mhm.
bodyguard too, because it's like you're like aiding to that, right? You know, you're
Well, that's if we think that he knew, because all David could be saying is, "Let me go pick up my girl who just wants to sneak out the house," not necessarily that she's a minor.
that's true.
Yeah.
Oh,
And we also think that her parents knew, because remember when they mentioned it, and I think it was like I don't know if it was like in day one or something, that she would yeah, in the text messages she said to him that she would go to him at night, and she was back by morning, meaning before
Mhm.
anybody even woke up.
that's
So
true.
so who knows who even knew she was sneaking out in the middle of the night.
Look at this. Joy says, Rabbit and Joe, do you think they'll also hunt down the people DNA and lock those people up?
Well, it's
I think
actually
they got their
possible they
people.
even know who those people are right
It's
now, but
true.
the names are under seal because they only unseal what they need for the moment. So the preliminary, they only unsealed so much. So then the rest should come out during discovery, during pretrial, and then the names might come up at that point.
Mhm.
So the prosecution usually doesn't want to give so much time, I guess, for the defense to know all their cards. Like, they're not going to give them everything and then have them, I think, give them like time to prepare or counter that, right? It's like they
Mhm.
just hold some stuff back so that they know at the very last minute or something.
Well,
That's true.
first off, you're right. They do that. It does happen, but they're not supposed to. They're actually supposed to, in advance, tell the defense in writing what a witness or any exhibit is being offered for. Like this person here that this witness is Poimiru.
Yeah.
I still think that's a fake name, and that has to go in writing to the defense what this witness is being offered to prove.
That's
Yeah.
true.
And
But as a
yeah,
strategy, they kind of tend to do that and hold things close to the vest, as they say,
mhm.
just so that just so the defense doesn't have enough time to counter what they're putting up as
Oh
evidence.
yeah, they'll try, but like I
Yeah.
said, when it goes as it approaches trial, the defense shouldn't be that surprised. But really, more likely, what happens is that the state just doesn't say. They try to squeeze something in at trial that they shouldn't. They shouldn't have been saying. It's really hard. Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. So,
Yeah.
so what will happen? That you'll see the defense objecting, like this is outside the scope of the witness, and then so
Yeah.
on. You'll see a lot of that at trial if that's what's going on. I don't think that's really what's going on here. At least not that I see. I see that they are trying to dirty him up. Not to say that he's being
He's
framed,
not.
but they're
Yeah.
putting all of the worst things first. And now we understand why they're not pursuing execution right away, because they don't have enough information about what happened on April 23rd.
Yeah,
Well,
And
that's a
that
little
is
issue.
it's really just to see where the chips may lie and kind of putting this out here. So I have a question here. Why would David have to go through all of that if one of her parents supposedly signed off the trip? But I think this is another part, and that makes me think that the parents didn't actually sign off the trip. It was forged. That's why they had to do Operation Awesome.
well,
Well,
notaries are in person.
well, here's
Yeah.
this is the point that I'm trying to wrap my head around, right? If the parents, we know that the document is valid. It was presented in court. There's no disputing the document, right? But if the parents signed, what's with the fake name? Why use
Well,
Victoria Mendes too? I don't understand that piece.
okay, but I thought the chat or somebody clarified that the Victoria was just to purchase the tickets. Like, I purchased for Rabbit, You know, not that it was
Yeah.
under Victoria name, the Traveler. I could be wrong, but that's how I think somebody clarified it, right?
I know celebrities use fake names. Don't get me wrong. Like, we had when Diddy used Frank Black or Frank whatever, for the medication. I mean, it's a thing that people do, but I don't understand that if this ticket, I mean, clearly the agency knew about it. They knew about the travel. They're not denying it here in testimony. Why the fake name? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's weird. Now, did it say that the parents were the ones who signed the letter or family? Because family is different than the parents.
Parents.
It
Well,
was
we'll
the
find out today.
parents. It was
Or-
both
or
of the parents on
both
it.
of the pa-
And
okay.
the only the thing that I noticed, right, is that they still had a chance to recross, and Beth didn't recross anything on that specific matter. She didn't say anything about it being notarized and if that was real, so she didn't argue it.
Which she could then in the trial, and
She
then
could.
so we don't know yet if this is actually legit or not. It could still be forged or fake. Not
Well,
fake, but I mean forged.
so
No.
everything in writing, emails, even it all has to be authenticated before it's
Yeah.
even offered to the
Yeah.
court. So if there's any of
Okay.
that authentication was missing, the defense would have called it out, and you can't.
Right there.
That actually is one of those things that's so specific, fundamental. You could defeat the probable cause, the basis for probable cause on that alone, just because it's not authenticated. Even if it's, let's just say it did happen, but the state didn't do enough to actually authenticate it, then it's not allowable.
But would the defense raise the question when they're the ones who presented it? Like it was David who came up with the document or whatever. So if he was the one that faked it, would the defense bring that up still willy nilly? Be like, well,
If
wait a
he-
minute, my client forged that, or was she just let it go?
That's why they have to authenticate it before we even
Well,
get here, right?
yeah,
Everything that they put up there.
Yeah, let's
So
say
that's-
everything's authenticated. What is it
Yeah.
being offered to prove? Was it being offered to prove David forged something, or was it being offered to prove that it's?
Wouldn't that be
Uh,
stupid for the defense to do that though? They'd be like, we're
Oh,
throwing
yeah.
our client under the bus.
That's what I mean. That is,
Yeah.
it still could be fake, but Beth did not present it yet, and the reason why the defense did not raise the concern is because it doesn't kind of make them look good anyway.
Well, the
Well, yeah.
context that it was presented in court helps around it, because before and after they slid this in right when they were telling us that everybody knew, basically. Everyone knew what was going on. Everybody knew the relationship. This is who they spent time with. These are the places she went: Vegas, Coachella, Six Flags. He would pick her up and take her to the mall and movies, and then they slid in between that conversation. Boom. We have the notarized 4-page child travel consent form saying that Jesus and Mercedes signed this and notarized her to go. So it was contextually, they were just,
Yeah.
that's where defense put this up.
Okay.
Sure.
See, I'm interested in knowing more, like when they use the term, like specifically the parents, because family is very is is a lot of
It's
people in
so
the family.
broad.
It's so broad, yeah.
Yeah.
I can only, like I said, I can only use my experience in my situations as examples. There's a lot of things that other family members knew when we were kids that we were doing that my parents never knew. You know what I'm saying? So my aunts would not. Some of my aunts did know, and they just didn't tell our parents, or they just hid it because they knew we were kids, and that's what happened. As growing up, you're kind of
Yeah.
gonna do kind of a little more grown up things, and they will hide it from my parents. So I can see it in a world where a lot of it was kept from the parents, as far as the extent of their intimate relationship. It could have just been
Right.
presented, like But
Yeah. Well, let's pin that, guys. We got to get going because
Okay.
we're actually doing pretty good in time. But let me remind the chat, guys, make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Each creator up here, their channel is tagged in the description box of this video, so you guys can go sub up to them. Definitely recommend. If you guys want to support the read today, because that's what we're on. What is it? We're on day 2 of the preliminary hearing, July 22nd, and we just got done with when we started with the financial guy. What is his name? Pimbrew or
Boy,
something?
Miru.
Poimiru, excuse me, Poimiru. He's
Yeah.
up here.
It's like a chocolate
so-
milk you drank when you were a kid.
Yeah, it's like Nestle Quick, Poimiru.
Yeah.
I don't know. So if y'all want to support us, I put the cash apps for each individual with any Happy Meals, street tacos, donuts, whatever, y'all. The cash
Give
apps
me
are there,
1 minute
okay?
myself, and then we'll continue. But 1 minute, please.
Okay, go for it. So if you guys want to support, it is up there. But I think we're going to be, I mean, after this financial eye, then it's police. And I'm kind of curious. Like, I'm ready to get into the forensics of things at this point.
Yeah, that's
too,
what
'cause
I.
I want to
That's what,
understand.
that's what
We just got to
excites me.
get done with this guy.
Yeah, because these people like testifying with the like the money, it kind of get confusing sometimes because they go back and
Yeah.
forth and clarify this and percentage that. I'm like, listen, just tell me how much money he had. That's all I want to know.
Well, and I think ultimately, like what Beth is trying to do is essentially say the motive, right, was there.
Yeah, financial
The
Like,
gain.
she's
financial
really-
gain. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's why somebody
He's-
asked me in the lobby. They're like, is this a California thing? Why is this taking so long? This seems really long for a preliminary hearing. And I was like, well, it's not a California thing. I said, it's just he has multiple charges that they have to set the burden for, that they have to go
Yeah.
over. I said, we're not talking about one charge here. I said, so that's why each day we're not getting random witnesses. We're getting basically that expert testimony of people who directly handled these things and detectives. And like, that's the most basic that you would have in a prelim. I said, but he just has so many charges that
Yeah.
they need to, they have that burden to show.
The Coogan
Exactly.
account was interesting just because I thought that you had to be like a child, but it doesn't even, I guess he would have been a child when he got the account too,
Yes, at
When he
17. I
at the
started.
think.
time when he started. So
Mhm.
that's why he still has it. And it's still building interest. It sounds like it's still kind of there's still money in there, right?
Yeah,
Um,
it earns minimal. Like it doesn't earn a lot, but it earns interest. The bank pays it interest.
So
That's
does the Coogan account take into account what he made while he was still under 18? And does it still go? So in other words, if his first album was released while he was under the age of 18, he has a second album when he's 20.
mhm.
Does the money from the first album still go into the Coogan account, but not the
That was
money
my
for the
question,
second album?
too.
Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
It does work that way? Okay.
A percentage of it needs to go into that Coogan account as payment.
To keep
And
it
I think-
alive.
And I think it is, well, it's just okay. So the label is paying the artist. The artist is a minor. So I think that they have to directly send it to that account. They cannot send it to any other account other than that. Otherwise, it would be like breaching laws or whatever, breaking the law, I think. Because they need to make sure that the parents are not, and this goes to what happened with that actor, that the parents took all his money when he was little. He was like a little midget or whatever his name is.
There's many.
Yeah,
That's
There's
happening
too
here.
many.
It's sad.
Gary Coleman. Gary Coleman
Nick
was one of
Carter,
them.
Like it's
Nick
yeah.
Carter. It's too many. They work all
Mhm.
their lives and then they, for their parents, and it's hell. Anyways. All right. Are you guys ready? We ready?
I am.
Ready.
Okay. Here we go. So the recess was taken. All right. Everybody peed. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Court.
All right, we're back on the record. We have all counsel present. We have Mr. Burke present. We have other witnesses present. Sir, I remind you that you remain under oath at this time, and we were just starting cross-examination. Ms. Bernarski?
I didn't realize.
Ms. Bernarski, I'm sorry. I mispronounced that. I should have known better.
All right. Good morning, witness.
Wait, what page is it? I scrolled.
55.
Thank you.
55,
I
line
accidentally
13.
scrolled away from it.
Yeah.
You're fine.
My fingers,
That's why I had to put like a little
Yeah, I was like,
highlight.
wait. I didn't even realize I
fine.
scrolled 55. Okay. Good morning.
Yeah.
The spreadsheet had been up on the Elmo, and we'll come back to that. Was that created or produced for this case?
Correct.
And whoa, you went way down, boss.
The same thing
Yes.
happened to me. Sorry, my finger slipped.
Me too, see?
Where? Hold on, let me wait. Wait, it happened again.
It did?
Yes,
Oh my god. It doesn't
it
want
shot
to go
way
there.
down, right there,
Oh shit. Okay, go ahead.
right there. Let's see, Mr. Okay, this from the spreadsheet, correct? Yeah, and you've never met Mr. Burke, have you?
I have not.
And you've never spoken to him, right?
I have not. No.
And so the explanations you've given us about advances and minimums or maximums, things of that nature, you've never had any conversation with David Burke about these things, right?
Correct.
And there are several references in the worksheet to Coog or Coogan. I'd like to talk to you about those for a minute. Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'd like marked as Defendant's Exhibit D a highlighted copy of the People's Exhibit 57, and we'll put that up for the Elmo.
So marked for identification purposes?
Sir, you see the top on the first several lines reference to Coog or Coogan.
Yes.
A Coogan Trust, is that a trust account requirement for a minor that earns money, right?
That's my understanding.
And it requires a certain percentage of earnings going into this minor specific trust act, right?
That's my understanding of what the purpose is.
And on this spreadsheet that you were talking about, there is reference on line number 1, 2, and maybe we could direct our attention to that. I can't see because of the live chat. Thank you. So let me catch that right there. There is a reference on line number 1, 2, and maybe we could direct our attention to that. To 15% of the monies, it says 15% of Coog or Coog of advance due per 7.02A1A SIC, right?
Yeah.
And 7.02 is reference to an agreement, a certain section.
Correct.
And 15% of the Coog means 15% of monies were going to that trust, right?
Correct.
Same on line 4 when the first line had to do with the distribution on October 12, 2022, right?
Correct. That's the payment date. Yes.
And that's the what?
That's the document date associated with that payment. Correct.
Scroll up some. Give me, boss. Scroll up a little bit.
I did. She says correct, and then you say 7. Oh, you say 17, right? Oh, hold up. Where'd it go?
Yes,
Shit.
I'm sorry. I got lost.
Sorry. You're fine. Okay, correct.
Or 11.
11.
Wait.
Yeah, I was at line 11 on the last page.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It went up. Sorry about that. And that was page 58?
57.
Oh, 57. Okay, here we go.
Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, my question. Okay. And is it the date of the distribution, or is that what it means?
There can be times where the actual release of payment can be a day or two off of the document date, just based on the type of the manner in which the payment's made and bank closing. Typically, yes, that's the same date.
All right. And on line 4, we see a date listed as October 17, 2022, another distribution reference as Coogan portion advance, right?
Correct.
And then on January 11, 2023, another reference to a 15% payment due per that same section of the agreement, right? Of the agreement. And these 3 different amounts, 75,000, 37,500, and 337,500 all went to that Coogan trust, right?
Right.
And I think the prosecutor had asked you some questions about whether or not the minor had exclusive control or access to those trust monies. Do you recall that question?
I recall a question about that, correct.
And do you have any idea whether after the minor turns 18, that limitation is released?
I'm not in a position to answer that. I'm not familiar with how that works.
And you don't know whether or not anyone in Mr. Burke's family used or accessed money that was initially distributed as Coogan money, right?
I'm not able to answer that.
Once a minor that Interscope contracts with turns 18, the Coogan, let's say withholding, stops, right?
If it's not applicable, we will no longer make payments to a Coogan trust.
So that pivot date would be, in this case, David's 18th birthday in March 2023?
I'm not in a position to confirm that.
You can see from your spreadsheet there are no Coogan segregated funds. After that last distribution, January 11, 2023, there is no other Coogan distributions, right?
Correct.
Now, I want to shift to another topic. There are, and we're going to talk about tour support marketing monies. Your Honor, I'd like to have marked defendants next in order. I think it's E, a highlighted version of Exhibit 57. I think I have it marked.
So marked for identification purposes?
May I have it marked? I'm sorry. I'm still waking up. I'm here, though. Let's zone in on this one section of the same chart we've been talking about to the tour support marketing area. And we have a red box around it. Could you zoom out just a second and then come back? Do you see that?
Yes.
And these monies, there are about 20 entries that precede this sum total. You see the sum total of $653,054 and 12 cents.
Correct.
And these are recoupable advancements or reimbursements, right?
They are. They are reimbursable expenses that are deemed advances per the agreement.
And so, as said differently, is that like an upfront payment that Interscope made of a covered expense provided in the agreement?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. Does that mean Interscope prepaid these expenses, which would be then taken out future loyalties?
Can you clarify prepaid?
Sure. Does the artist end up paying back these costs of tour support and marketing out of the royalty earnings?
So that there are two parts to that question, if I'm hearing it correctly. Are you asking about recoupment or reimbursement?
Does Interscope get the money back for the costs of tour support and marketing?
So as any expense deemed in advance under the agreement would be recoupable against earnings.
Okay, and if the music bombs and royalties don't earn back the label's investment, does that artist have to pay back Interscope?
I can't speak to what this specific agreement specifies.
You spoke about, and I want to move to this merchandising agreement that you spoke about. Your Honor, I'd like this marked next in order. I suppose it might be F.
So marked for identification.
It's another highlighted version of People's Exhibit 57. And do you see there a highlighted line for an entry on May 16, 2023 of $755,000 was paid to D4VD on the Bravado merchandising advance?
I see a payment to Skull Rose Merchandise LLC.
Oh, I see. And to the left, where it has a description in the text, was this payment related to the merchandising agreement with Bravado?
Yes, this payment relates to the merchandise agreement.
And that May 16th date of 2023 doesn't have a Coogan distribution on it, right?
I do not see a Coogan distribution on this payment.
And that would be consistent with his birthday having been, his 18th birthday having been a couple months before that, right?
I'm not aware of his birth date.
Can you scroll up some? Right there. At the bottom of, or in your testimony, you had talked about some payments for entertainment lawyers. Can we push that sheet up a little bit? Thank you. And you said the contract provided for attorneys, some attorneys' fees, right?
Correct.
And that's common in the entertainment industry, that entertainment lawyers' fees be part of an agreement.
Yes.
And you see there are two references to lawyers, Todd Rubenstein Law.
Yes.
Give me line 3 on top. Right there. Thank you. And Rubenstein for the court reporter is Rubenstein. And you see another reference to law firm ending with the same name, Caroline, Karalian LLP, right?
Yes.
There was some conversation in your direct testimony about options and maximum possible values of contracts. And I want to direct the question to that. The company here, Interscope, terminated the contract, right? That's what the email indicated. That's what the email indicated. There was going to be a notice of termination.
I've seen a notice of intent to terminate, yes.
And way down. Let me see. I got lost. I got to find it again. Okay, I see it.
So, okay. Sorry.
Okay, I've seen. Okay. And that decision or internal decision of exercise an option or not exercising an option is Interscope's decision, right?
Right.
And there are other speculative aspects of an option that recording companies like Interscope consider in determining a value of that relationship, right?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. The artist, in order to provide the music services required by the contract, has to write the music, right? Create the product?
Yes. I wouldn't say every artist writes their own music.
Let's say create the product.
Can you be a bit more specific on the question?
Sure, if it's a songwriter or a singer, those things have to be done, right?
The recording agreement has obligations that the partner needs to fulfill for the company to make payments against that.
And to fulfill that, the artist needs to create the product that is acceptable to Interscope under the agreement, right?
Can you clarify what you mean by acceptable?
Well, Interscope has some control over whether it believes the product that's produced by the artist is acceptable under the contract, right?
I'm not in a position to speak to what's acceptable or not.
Ultimately, the value of the musical artist's product includes whether or not people like it. In other words, the audience that's listening to it buys it and likes it, right?
Can you specify the question?
Yeah, sure. I hate this guy. Is it the part of the value of whether or not this artist and Interscope continue in their relationship, and those options are exercised in part based upon the quality and the value of the product, right?
Many factors go into valuing deals and artists. Revenue is generated based on consumption.
And those same factors are the issue of whether or not ultimately his contract would be worth 20 million, 13 million, or 7 million, include consideration of all those aspects, right? Whether or not the product was produced, liked, and consumed, right?
Can you be more specific on what the question is?
Could you tell us whether or not, in the sense of the determination of whether or not his contract could have been worth 20 million, that involves consideration of a number of factors that are futuristic factors, correct?
Are you referring to min and max outlined in the deal, or what he could it be worth?
Right, because you don't know what is happening in that time period with respect to the artist's creation of that material and the quality of it and consumption of it, right?
The minimum and maximums are outlined in the agreement. I think it would be speculation to speak to what the potential of the agreement could be.
So under what circumstances does an artist get then the maximum?
It's based on prior performance.
And prior performance includes this concept of consumption that you mentioned, right?
There is a formula that specifies how it's calculated, but based on revenues generated.
And doesn't the consumption have to be really good to get that maximum?
I think good is an ambiguous term. Can you be more specific?
Really successful, meaning a lot of albums sold, a lot of attendance at tours, and popularity.
There would need to be enough revenue and profit generated such that the formula hits the maximum.
And all those things generate profit, making and selling the music, touring, merchandising, all of that.
Touring is not part of this agreement.
Touring just incidentally is involved in how well the product does because it gets exposure out there, right?
Touring is an aspect of how music is known to people, correct?
And you were not present when David or whoever his guardian was at the time signed a contract with Interscope when he was a minor, correct?
Can you specify what you mean by present?
You weren't physically there. You didn't participate in the signing, right?
Correct.
And the same is true of any contract signings after he turned 18. You weren't present at the signings, right?
Correct.
And you didn't know what was explained to him or not about what was, excuse me. Yeah, and you didn't know what's explained to him or not about these contracts of what he would get paid, right?
I do not.
And of course, you had no conversation with him about the email about where Interscope was terminating his contract, right?
Right.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
The question of options related to future albums, 3 or 4, those options were exercised internally by Interscope to terminate those, right? Not to exercise those options, right?
Those options have not been exercised.
And those were solely internal decisions at Interscope, right?
Exercising of options is an Interscope decision.
And you have no idea the factors that could be involved in whether or not there would be a whether or not there would be a production of album 3 or 4 or content for those, right?
I can't speculate on that.
And no, you said no monies were paid in 2026.
Correct.
And are any monies due?
Not that I'm aware of as of now, no.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
No, thank you though. Thank you though.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. People.
Hold up.
Good.
I
That
will
did a lot
say
of nothing.
this from the
Yeah.
industry, like this guy, the witness, he was trained well. I got like
He
that's
tell.
he is a star
Mhm.
witness for the
Yes.
entertainment company because you do when we used to prepare for I was familiar with helping our executives. Sometimes we prepare for other, not criminal, but like civil lawsuits about other things. And you do meet with that lawyer and you prepare for everything. And your goal is to say nothing,
Oh my
nothing,
God.
and question back. Like that's, you want them to work for it. This guy trained hard
I
and well.
noticed that every like his questions, he got into the specific of everything, rephrased that because I saw her intent in the question, and I saw the way he could have either answered one way or another. He wanted specifically to be told which way. That this he's really good.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See how when she finally asked about the maximum, he finally stopped bullshitting and said, "Yeah, the
Hmm.
performance. Yes." Which was the underlying point of the question the whole time. Does he get paid for performing?
That's good.
And
All
I guess
right.
he's also trying to make a point if they still because they're making a big deal as to how much he was losing by doing all this. So he's making sure they know there's no more money coming in for David.
Yeah.
But see that
Absolutely.
people in the chat, see how even when witnesses are on the stand, they still don't cooperate. That's why investigations take so long.
There you go. All right. So, now we go. Speaking of investigation, we're going to get into the investigation and maybe possibly the forensics. No, sounds like it's the investigation part. So, it's Sean Buenrostro. Y'all ready?
Yep. People, you may call
Okay.
your next witness, Miss Silverman.
People call Officer Sean Buenrostro. Let's go ahead and skip the swearing in.
Okay.
Marissa, are you good? Because you've been reading. Like, do you need some water? Or are you good
I'm good.
to keep going? Okay.
I'm wonderful. Yeah.
All right.
And you
Well,
sound
thank
beautiful.
Okay. Let's see. Let's go to page 68. Can we start there? Line 6. It's with me. Okay. Sir,
Okay.
can you tell us your occupation and assignment, please?
I'm an officer of the California Highway Patrol in Santa Barbara.
How many years have you been so employed?
11.
I want to direct your attention back to January of this year, specifically January 7th at about 1:40 in the afternoon. Were you up in Santa Barbara County that day?
I was.
Were you on patrol or in the office working off? Tell us what you were doing.
Just routine patrol.
Okay. And did you receive a call from your dispatch about 1:40 that afternoon?
I did.
And what did the call tell you and ask you to do?
It was classified as a suspicious call, and it was of a Caltrans worker that had found an ID card.
Based on that information, did you go to a particular location to respond?
Yes, the Caltrans worker was on Highway 154, just east of the U.S. Camino Cielo Road dirt trail.
Can you describe that area?
It's a 2-lane highway, so it's separated by double yellow lines. On the eastbound side of the freeway, there is a small dirt trail with a steep dirt embankment.
Any idea approximately how long the state route 154 at that area continues, where there is this steep drop off on the eastbound side?
There are several sections of it with a sharp drop off, so miles.
So when you got to this area off of the 154, did you meet with an individual?
Yes, I met with the Caltrans worker that found the ID, Mr. Michael. I can double check the last name.
It's okay. And what, if anything, did the Caltrans worker tell you?
That while doing 2-way traffic control at that area, while he had traffic stopped, he walked into the dirt area and he located a United States passport card.
And this time, at the beginning of January of this year, was that just after there had been a lot of rainfall here in the area of California?
It had rained a day or two prior.
And did he hand you something?
He handed me the ID card that he found.
Okay. And did he point out the area where he found it?
He did.
And what was that particular area? Can you describe it?
It was part of the dirt shoulder with some tall grass.
Your Honor, I have a photograph of the United States passport card belonging to the victim in this case. It is titled Victim's Passport Card, discovered off of Santa Barbara Highway State Route 154, January 7, 2026. May it be marked as People's 32 for identification?
So marked.
Looking at People's Exhibit 32, do you recognize the photograph?
I do.
And what does this depict?
It's a picture of the ID card that the Caltrans worker found.
And it appears to be a card, a photograph of a passport card that was a photograph of a young girl on the left, correct?
Yes.
And at that time that you recovered it, there wasn't any black boxes like you see here in Exhibit 32?
Correct.
Okay, so this is a card that's now been redacted. And do you see the name of the card on the card?
Yes.
And what was the name on the card?
Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
Did the Caltrans worker tell you anything? Did the Caltrans worker tell you about anything that he did after finding this identification card that caused you to contact a further investigation?
Yes.
Conduct a further investigation? Go ahead.
Yes. Once he found the card, he Googled the name to try to see if it was someone that lived locally in the area. And once he Googled the name, he began seeing articles and news stories. And when he realized what he had found, then he called our dispatch.
Okay, so what did you do based on what the Caltrans worker told you?
With the name and date of birth on the card, I asked my dispatch to run a wants check against that name, and it returned with a missing persons file that came back.
What's a wants?
A check for warrants, missing, that kind of thing.
So any information that they can access through departmental resources on the name and DOB on the card?
Yes.
And so so when it returned with information, what did you do at that point?
I took the ID card and realized that it was potentially related to a larger case. I documented it by taking several photographs of the area.
Your Honor, I have two exhibits. The first one has two photographs on it. The second one has one photograph. They're both titled the same discovery location, Victims Passport Card, Santa Barbara Highway, Route 154, January 7, 2026. May they be marked as People's Exhibit 33 and 34, respectively, for identification.
So marked.
Thank you. Showing you Exhibit 33, let's start with the photograph on the left. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That is looking eastbound on Highway 154, and that would be east of the West Camino Cielo Road.
And that area, is that the dirt road that you described?
The dirt shoulder, yes.
And yes, the dirt shoulder. And just to the right of that area, over there, over here, indicating, just because we can see before it, we see some grass, looks like some wild grass, and then some trees. Is that the drop-off you were talking about?
Yes. On the other side of the grass is where the embankment drops off.
Okay. So this is the area that you were called out to?
Yes.
And with respect to the area where the identification card was found as identified for you by the Caltrans worker, where was it within this photograph that we see on the left in Exhibit 33?
It would be just to the right of the patrol vehicle.
So let's look at the photograph to the right. Is that a photograph of that particular area?
Yes.
Okay, showing you now Exhibit 34. Whose hand is on the photograph?
That's my hand.
Okay, and what is it that you are pointing to? Right above my index finger. Oh, excuse me.
Right above
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you get. Right above my index finger is the location where the Caltrans worker found the ID card.
Okay. Did you do anything else in order to mark or identify this particular location while you were out there?
I did.
What was that?
Using Google Maps, I switched it to the satellite imagery view and I dropped a pin of where the card was located to get GPS coordinates.
What does it mean to drop a pin?
With the imagery overlaid of where you are, tap and hold where you'd like a pin to be dropped, and it gives you the GPS coordinates of where the pin was dropped.
Now, once you collected the item from the Caltrans worker and took the photograph, you said you also performed a check through the department for once for the name and DOB on the card, Celeste Rivas Hernandez. What did you do next?
I asked my dispatch to get a hold of LAPD. There was a note on the return that said that it was associated with them. So I asked my dispatch to get a hold of them and let them know what I found.
With a missing person return, it indicated that there was something related with LAPD. Excuse me. That's not the question. Sorry. I skipped.
Yeah,
So when you said, sorry. So when you said a note, so when you said a note on the return, what does that mean?
With the missing person's return,
Sorry. Give me one sec.
With the missing person's return, it indicated that there was something related with LAPD.
She stepped away. I'll take over the question.
I'm here.
for a
I'm
minute.
here. I'm
Okay.
here. Sorry, I just had the dog
Oh, okay.
distracted me.
I know you had a dog.
I have everything. I have a zoo. Okay. Hold up 1 minute.
Mhm.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Okay.
No problem.
See what they're saying in the live chat. Let's see what they're all thinking. We don't know at this point if this at least I don't know was the if
Give me
the
1 sec,
passport
guys.
was-
Yeah,
at
take
least
your time.
I don't
Go
know
ahead.
if the passport was recovered before Celeste was publicly identified.
It was at before, because I think her body wasn't found till September, right?
It was
Yeah.
after. So it was actually, because it happened, it was just to get the
Oh,
date. It was
that's it.
January. It's 2000. It was this year that it was
Okay.
found. So
Okay.
before he was arrested, but
Oh,
after
okay.
she was identified, it was January 7th, 2026.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, so you did say okay.
Yeah. And I
which
think
is
that
such like a 1 in a million chance, in my opinion. The fact
I
that this
know
was even found.
that's so weird to me. There must be some more evidence that was found out there, because to have found just that particular small item, I mean, what are the chances? You
Right.
know,
Well,
it,
remember
Mark was back
the
up in
whole-
that area too this week.
yeah,
I
but
think,
remember
okay?
the whole thing is that he threw it just off the shoulder, and that also happens to be the Caltrans workers route. So
yeah,
that's
but
the whole
what
thing.
else could he have tossed out there? Is like what I'm trying to get to.
I see.
Because there's so
Um,
much missing. Like there's a
Mm-hmm.
chainsaw missing. There's like what else?
Shovel,
The
phone.
shovel. Yeah, phone. That's right. There's
And
like so
then they
much.
never identified, when we got to it, in the inventory they took of what was on her. I noticed that there was no shoes identified. So, and who knows with the multiple trips he took back if there was anything else, clothes
Yeah,
he was wearing during it, right? Who knows what else he had that he decided to just get rid of that was related to her that we just don't know of.
that's right. And then it's like, okay, so he was in a car that tracks. I mean, a sneeze, I think a Tesla tracks. You know, it's like
Yeah.
crazy. And for him to have gone on the 8th, I'm sorry, he went over there on the 23rd, the 8th, and the 31st of May. Those are the three
Yes.
trips that he took. And so we know that if he dropped that passport card, like threw it off the window, whatever, it must have been on the 31st, because on the 8th, it had not been issued yet. I think it was issued mid-May. So it must have been on that trip that he, tossed it. But like, did he toss things at like a dumpster? I question, sometimes I wonder. And if he did, would the car not have registered to stop somewhere?
So
'Cause-
when we get to the expert that does like the cellular data, and he does it with the phone and the Tesla, there
Mhm.
are areas, and this was what was fascinating to me, because I tried to draw what I was seeing on the map, because they show the spots exactly where like his vehicle seemed to trigger and stop.
Mhm.
And in his infotainment center on the Tesla, what he put in for directions was just Lake Kachuma. That was it. He put that in, so he was just heading straight there. And one of the dots to me was right on the outside of the lake,
Mhm.
because we also don't have the sharp instrument
Mhm.
used.
right.
So,
I remember last week somebody in the chat kept saying that that he must have gone to the lake and dumped a lot of stuff in. Which, if that's was one of his destination, then yeah, of course, it could it have been washed further into whatever body of water that connects to.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
and
I
there's like
think out,
streams connected to it that go
yeah,
down too.
on that side because it's uphill. I don't know if a lot of the streams that would actually. I don't think it would go to the ocean. I think they're all just lakes, so they're all
Yeah, I
isolated
think
bodies.
yeah. Hmm.
If I remember, I haven't been up to that area a lot, but
It's
yeah,
beautiful,
it's
but it's
mostly
very
forested.
vast though as well. That's the thing.
All right.
It's
I'm
vast
back.
and the
Sorry,
terrain
guys.
is intense, right? So, but then you think how far, whatever he's doing and throwing, how far did he throw? Did his car get banged up because of this area? Is
Mm.
that why?
Is that why
And I
the car
mean,
was dirty? Remember, there was a lot of dirt on that car.
yeah,
Mhm.
probably. I mean, and to do it in a Tesla, out of all cars, in a Tesla to go get rid of stuff. I mean, the
His
car,
plate.
it's
Well,
all it does is register and pinpoint your location.
Dude,
first
but
off,
it
those
wasn't
things
even
are
registered.
fast. I was just
Huh?
visiting a friend. Those things are fast, first of all. So he could have done it. Wait, I was just visiting a friend. He owns a Model S, and he was messing. He was messing with me. He said, "All right, Joe, are you ready? You ready? You ready? Are you ready?" I had no. I thought he was trying to talk about. He's one of those that likes to talk in movie references a lot. Had
Yeah.
no idea what was going on. He floored it, and I left my seat. I lifted up off my seat. I was pressed against the back of my seat because he was going so fast.
Yeah, those cars are fast for a like an electric vehicle. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
super.
he said we hit 130.
That's crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Going back to the future. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you so much for being patient. Where did we
All
leave off? So the question that I asked, I think we'll start at 18. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So when you said a note on the return, what does that mean?
With the missing persons return, it indicated that there was something related with LAPD.
And so at that point, did you go back to your station, your area office in Santa Barbara?
Yes, I drive back to our office and I booked the ID card I found and the pictures I took into evidence.
And a little while later, did you meet with a couple of LAPD detectives who came up to speak with you in Santa Barbara?
Yes, several days later.
And who were those individuals?
They're seated in front of me.
Detective Farrell here on the right in the Navy jacket,
Yes.
and Detective Briers here on the left in the gray jacket.
Yes.
And did you take them out to the location that's depicted in Exhibit 33 and 34?
I did.
And did you show them the area where you were called to by the Caltrans worker to the location, specifically where the identification card was found, as we see in the Exhibit 34 here?
Yes.
And what did the three of you do at the point in time?
We walked the surrounding area to look for anything else.
Did you find anything?
No.
And before they left, did you provide them with not only the photographs that you took at the location, but also the identification card?
Yes. It was transferred from our evidence to them.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Okay, hold on, let me
All
find
right.
my spot.
You're Peter now.
Yeah.
Number 4.
When you first arrived to meet with the Caltrans worker, was he holding the ID card in his hand?
Yes.
He was just standing there holding the ID card in one of his hands when you arrived?
Yes.
Was he wearing gloves?
No.
You previously testified that the Caltrans worker had been providing some sort of traffic control in this location?
Yes.
By the time you arrived, was there no more traffic control to be done?
Correct.
I'm going to object. It's irrelevant.
I'll allow it.
Correct. He had finished.
And you testified that the Caltrans worker told you that while traffic was stopped, he had walked into the dirt area and found a passport card. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ask him for how long he was looking around in the dirt area?
I did not.
Did you ask him why he was looking around in the dirt area at all?
He did volunteer that information.
What did he say?
He said he had found several interesting things on highway shoulders, so he was just looking around.
Did you ask the Caltrans worker if he had been in that particular location on prior occasions?
I did not.
Did you know if he had been in that particular location on prior occasions doing any sort of traffic control?
No.
Did you ask him whether the passport ID was found face up or face down?
No, I didn't ask.
Did you ask him whether the passport card was buried in any sort of or way or covered up by vegetation?
No.
Did you walk over to the area where the Caltrans worker told you that he found the passport ID card?
Yes.
Did you take a photo of the exact area where you located, where the Caltrans worker told you he located the ID?
Yes.
You took a photo of that area?
Yes.
I'm looking at People's Exhibit 34. This is a photo of your hand, correct?
Yes.
And you are pointing to that area.
Correct.
That ID card, that the Caltrans worker indicated to you he found the ID card?
Yes.
And it's your testimony today that you took a photo into where the finger is pointing?
Yes.
What did it look like where the ID card was that you took the photo of?
It's this exact picture that's there, but grassy, covered in leaves, dirt.
Grassy, covered in leaves and dirt?
Yes.
Did the Caltrans worker accompany you to that area?
Yes.
Nothing about the condition of the ID card indicated to you how long it had been in that location, right?
Correct.
You have no way of knowing when that car got there, right?
Correct.
You have no idea how it got there, right?
No.
Do you know if that ID card was ever tested for any sort of fingerprints?
Not to my knowledge.
As far as you know, the car could have been dropped off there earlier and on January 7, 2026, right?
I wouldn't know.
Did you know anything to rule out the possibility that the card arrived there by means of some sort of storm or weather issue?
No.
Did you place the passport ID card in any sort of envelope or bag?
Yes.
When did you do that?
When I got to our office.
So you didn't put evidence, so you didn't put it in any envelope or bag when you brought it into your vehicle?
No, I didn't have anything with me at that time.
You placed it just on your passenger seat, right?
Correct.
So you tested that you testified that you ran and sorry guys. So you testified that you ran a wants check and it came back with a missing persons alert?
Yes.
What did the alert say about how long this individual had been missing for?
I don't recall.
When you arrived at the scene, did you perform any Google searches or media searches yourself?
After the missing person came up and the Caltrans worker related that he found that, yes, I looked on Google myself.
You previously testified that you use Google Map or drop a pin on Google GPS coordinates?
Yes.
And this is your testimony that the GPS coordinates were the exact location on the Caltrans worker found the ID?
Yes, as accurate as you can get by tapping a screen and dropping a pin, yes.
You actually, the coordinates are actually they drop to a pin on the highway, actually. Isn't that right?
It should be off in the little dirt shoulder area.
Do you remember what the GPS coordinates were for the pin that you dropped?
No, that's why I put it in the log.
Okay. Are the GPS coordinates 34.503748, comma dash 199.810074?
I would have to look at our log to know exactly, but I don't remember.
Okay. Would looking at a copy of your log refresh your recollection?
It would.
Do you have a copy with you?
I don't.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You just let me know when you've had a moment to review.
Okay.
Were the GPS coordinates the GPS coordinates you put into the dispatch log?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, marked it as Defense Exhibit G.
So marked for identification purposes?
A one-page document with a Google Maps image. And I'm going to zoom in on right quickly here, sir, and just directing your attention to GPS coordinates. Do you see those?
Yes.
Right there. And now I'm going to zoom out. Can you tell us where the pin drop pin appears in this image?
It appears to be the location I took the photos and found the ID.
And you would agree that it appears the pin is on the highway, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the dirt turnout or grass area where the ID was actually found, right?
Yes. However, I dropped the pin with the satellite overview, not the, traffic overview, I guess.
If you had taken a photo of the exact location where the Caltrans worker found the ID, why did you take a photo just pointing to that area?
To document exactly where the worker had found the ID.
How many photos did you take?
I believe about 6.
Your Honor, if I can mark as Defense Exhibit H, it's going to be 6 different photos.
Are you marking them collectively as H?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, so marked.
Showing you the first, Showing you the first photo from Defense Exhibit H. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
This is the first photo you took on January 7th, correct?
Yes.
Showing you the second photo of Defense Exhibit H. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
This is a photo you took on January 7th, 2026?
Yes.
Showing you page 3 of Defense Exhibit H. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
This is a photo that you took on January 7th?
Yes.
Showing you 4 of Defense Exhibit H. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
This is the photo of you pointing to the area that the Caltrans worker told you where the ID card, where he found the ID card, correct?
Yes.
Showing you 5 of Defense Exhibit H. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
This is a photo that you took on January 7th of 2026.
Yes.
And showing you the last page, 6 of Defense Exhibit H. You recognize this photo.
Yes.
This is a photo that you took on January 7th, 2026.
Yes.
This is the passport card seated in the right passenger side of your vehicle or in the passenger seat of your vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you take any other photos other than the ones I just showed you?
I do not believe so, no.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Your Honor, just for the record, I would appreciate it if we're going to put the unredacted information regarding the minor, that it be redacted before it be put on the screen again.
All right.
In front of the jury, as is appropriate.
All right, the court will so order. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, and Ms. Peters, you were doing too much. No, sorry. All these coordinates.
It's still
All
going.
right.
Keep going, Miss Peters.
Yeah. All right, thank you. You may step down. If there's any reason why the information needs to be up there, then both parties or either party can address it with the court. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, wait, don't move yet. Okay, there we go. Yes, Your Honor. That was a mistake on my part. I didn't realize I pulled it off the Elmo.
That's fine. Do you have any additional witnesses we can do for 10 minutes?
Yes, a couple more.
People, call your next witness.
People calls Chelsea Murillo.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear? Blah, blah, blah. So let's see. Okay. So Chelsea Murillo. Hold on.
Okay.
You
Page 86, line 12. It starts with Silverman. She's sworn in.
we're just gonna skip, right?
Yeah, we're just going to skip the
Okay.
swearing.
So Chelsea Murillo called on behalf of the people as a witness, was sworn in and testified as follows.
Ma'am, can you please tell us how it is that you're employed?
Yes, I'm employed with the Los Angeles Police Department.
And in what capacity?
I'm a criminalist assigned to their field investigation unit.
How many years have you been with the Scientific Investigation Division?
We refer to ourselves as the Forensic Science Division. I've been with them for 7 years.
And what is your title there?
A criminalist.
Level
2.
Thank you. What is it that you do at the Forensic Science Division or Services Division?
In the field investigation unit, we will respond to vehicle searches and crime scenes where we identify, collect, and preserve items of evidence and testify on if needed.
Can you tell us a little bit about your training and experience, as well as your education in the area of forensics, specifically with respects to identification, collection, preservation of evidence?
I received my Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida. I interned with their Orange County Sheriff's Office, also in Orlando, Florida.
Oh, I think you keep going.
Oh, then in 2018, I was hired with the Los Angeles Police Department. I've had internal and external training. My internal training consisted of competency that I passed that allowed me to perform this work. My external training consisted of classes and lectures pertaining to our fieldwork from agencies like the California Association of Criminalists, or CAC, and California Criminalists Institute, CCI. To date, I've been to over 230 crime scenes.
And approximately how many vehicles would you say you've processed?
I would have to look into that. We classify crime scenes and vehicle searches as the same.
Okay, so that's inclusive of those?
Yes.
Thank you. Have you also qualified and testified before as an expert with respect to the identification, collection, preservation of forensic evidence, specifically biological evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Did you process evidence in this case regarding LAPD case number 25 dash blah, blah, blah?
Yes.
And does that correlate with an SID number?
Yes.
And that SID number, is that 25 dash blah, blah, blah?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention back to the date of September 9th of 2025. On that particular date, did you respond to what is commonly referred to as Piper Tech?
Yes.
And did you respond to that location yourself, or were you with another individual, another criminalist from the crime lab?
I had a secondary criminalist with me. Her name was Lauren Wallace.
Okay. And when you went out to Piper Tech on September 9th, what was the job that day?
I was the primary criminalist on a vehicle.
Keep going.
Oh, sorry, I was scrolling. Criminal search, where we were investigating a potential homicide.
Can you describe that vehicle?
Yes, it was a 2023 black Tesla Model X.
Okay. And what? Was there any kind of license plate on that vehicle?
Yes, there was.
And was there anything about that license plate that you needed?
There was. The number on it was TZG1552.
It appeared to be an out-of-state plate, license plate, correct?
Yes.
License plate. From Texas?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have two sets of photographs titled Processing of Defendant's Tesla at Piper Technical Center, dated September 9th of 2025, if it can be marked for identification purposes as People 16.
So marked collectively for identification purposes?
Showing you People's 16. Let's start with the photograph on the left. Is that the front of the Tesla that the Texas plates with the Texas license plate at Piper Tech?
Yes.
And what did you know when you first observed the vehicle?
I noted there was a layer of dust on the exterior of the vehicle.
Did it seem to coat the entire vehicle?
Yes.
Showing you the photograph to the right, is that the back end, including the license plate on that Tesla Model X?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you noted about the vehicle at that time?
I noted there was a strong odor coming from it.
Okay. Did it appear to you from the layer of dust that the vehicle had been sitting outside for an extended period of time?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
You may answer.
When you say there was a odor emitting from the vehicle, can you describe what it was that you smelled?
Yes. The odor resembled a decomposing body.
How do you know?
Based on my professional experience,
There wasn't any body in the vehicle this day, right?
correct.
I'm looking inside of the vehicle. Did you find anything that was specific to or relating to that strong odor? Did you find anything that was specific to or relative to that strong odor that you noted?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Did you find anything inside of the vehicle of note?
Yes. There was some insect activity inside of the front trunk or frunk.
Okay. Anything else?
Not this I can specifically recall.
Okay, Your Honor, I have an exhibit that has five photographs on it. It is titled Tesla Processing September 9th, 2025, multiple air fresheners in the vehicle cabinet trunk. May it be marked as people's 50.3?
I'm sorry, 50.3?
Yes, it's a whole series of photographs under Exhibit 50.
All right. I'll let you work on I'll let you work that out with the judicial assistant, but it'll be marked people's 5.3 until we put it on the record otherwise.
Thank you.
For
Court?
identification purposes, if we need to fix that, we will. Okay. That's me, right? Okay. Okay,
Yes.
we will go to the first photo and then we'll take our lunch break.
Okay, let's look at the first photograph, which is the top left. What are we looking at here?
I gathered some of the air fresheners that I found throughout the vehicle for a single photo. There were at least 11 throughout the vehicle.
And where were they within the vehicle?
A majority of them were in the center console. They were also in the rear seats, and there were also some in the front area.
So there were actually air fresheners in the front trunk area?
Yes.
Had you been advised when you went out to Piper Tech this day on September 9th that a decomposed body had been removed from the front trunk area?
Yes.
And did you, while you were at the location, have conversations with detectives who were in charge of this investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, do you want me to stop there?
Sure, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. We'll resume at 11:30. Ma'am, you're ordered back here at 1:30 without any further order or notice.
Wow. So 11 did they say what kind of air fresh do they? I mean, I haven't gotten to that. We haven't gotten to that part, but what kind of air fresheners are we talking about here? Kind of curious.
Pine, probably pine. No, I don't know.
Like, are they all the pine trees? Like
Probably.
because they're spread everywhere. I'm just wondering, like, you're not talking about Glade plugins, are you? I mean,
Or if he got them from that car wash, because at least one of them was from that. He had something from that Love car wash.
I believe the specific scent is guilty.
By Chanel.
11 times. Jeez.
Do we
That
know
is
what he
insane.
went to purchase at Ross?
I think it probably was the air fresheners.
They don't
think
Marissa,
say.
do you want to tell them about the
Yeah, I
the
can.
Ross?
Yeah.
Something like that. Go ahead.
That actually, so I was gonna post later so I can get a better video of the area. I don't think him going to Ross to purchase something was the story there, because I know that Ross, and Ross is like on every corner out here.
Mm-hmm.
Ross was the afterthought, in my opinion. This is just my opinion. So basically where that Ross is located, it's a smaller one. There's plenty closer to his home that he could have gone to. However, what is there? This is located on an upper level, like an open parking lot. Think the top level of a, say, parking garage, even though it's only 2 levels. You just go up 1 level to it. What is there is a massive Tesla charging station. That's what's there. And he was about to leave for tour, and he had people coming to his home to hop onto that bus. So I don't think he could have tried to charge it from that home. I think he needed to get a charge on his vehicle before he left it on the street. And I think he chose that because it's completely open and it is vast. It's actually a huge parking lot. Compared to most places, you might have a few Tesla charging stations, say, located in a gas station, a few, and then there's more people close together. Here it is huge, and then not that this smell would overwhelm it, but there's an In-N-Out right next to it, and even from the rooftop there, all you can smell is In-N-Out. So, but it's a vast area to charge a Tesla, and I think that's why it was specifically chosen. So what people do is they charge their Tesla there, and then they run into the Ross because it's right there. While it's charging, there's a Ross, there's a Sprouts right there, there's a CVS. So people go into the stores right there while their vehicle is charging. So to me, yeah, they found the receipt for the Ross and they were able to see him there, and that correlates. But there's absolutely zero reason that he came to this Ross in this specific area, because it is not close to his home. However, that charging station is vastly different than other options he would have had.
Wow, that is such a great observation.
And somebody asked
So-
the one on Venice Boulevard. Yes.
And it makes sense because if it's in the roof, you have flowing air, and flowing air would move around any scent that a person next to it could be, smelling.
And you could put your vehicle away from other vehicles, especially at like 2. Well, they left a little after 2 in the afternoon, right? Like in the morning, it probably wouldn't have been as busy. But there's a lot of charging stations. There is a Wendy's across the street. It's much further, though, I would say. That In and Out is like right there, and you can just get wafts of In and Out constantly up there.
Make sure you guys check out Marissa's content because she's going to be uploading. We were talking about this yesterday, and I was like, man, that is because some of us are not in the area or not from the area, so we wouldn't know. But that's a very interesting observation. So she'll probably drop a little bit more on that, and I think it's something to note, man, because it's like details we wouldn't consider. But okay, are y'all ready?
Right.
Yeah.
The court is pissed now, and we were just, y'all got done eating, and now they're pissed. I don't know what's going on. Let me mute, because I'm like reading ahead. I'm like, oh shit. Let me mute.
Mollywood had asked something about the Ross. That's what we're saying. This particular Ross is very hard for anybody else not, to smell it because he was so away from where you would probably normally park for the Ross, right?
It's like the way the parking lot is. You have the Ross, and you go up this ramp to that top area. The Ross is on one side in a small section. On the complete far opposite end are these Tesla charging stations, and then you've also got right along this path in the back of the Ross, you have the light rail metro train running by, and the freeway right next to it, the 10. But yeah, there's so many stations to charge at, like at least 24. I'll count them, but there's a lot. So you have the ability to kind of either like caddy corner your car and spread out your charging, versus if you were to go to somewhere that only had like 5 stations, right? You're gonna be in close proximity. I think it was a way to go. I have more option to be away to try to hide that smell.
So it's a much larger charging station.
Yeah, I think he needed to charge his vehicle before he left for tour, but he wouldn't have been able to do it at home if he had people coming over, getting ready to come on that tour bus.
The smell alone would have probably threw them all off.
It's the only way he planned this, how he planned it. All right, go ahead, court. Let me mute.
Okay, I'm going on the record. I'm going to address the public. All counsel are present. Laptops may not be used by badge media and people who are sitting either as the. I'm sorry.
It may only be used.
Laptops may only be used by badge media and people who are sitting either with the media passes or have backup media passes in the last 2 rows. Anyone who is not in that may not be used laptops. Wait. Anyone who is not in that may not use laptops. It is to ensure that there's no unlawful or unauthorized recording or dissemination of the courtroom proceedings, and also to ensure the court proceedings continue with as little interruption as possible. It is too difficult for the bailiffs to continually have to go up to everyone who is not in those back 2 rows to see what they have to see why they have laptops. I'm sorry, what they're doing. Laptops nowadays have the capability of recording and photographing and videoing, and that is too difficult for the bailiffs to monitor what is going on. So that is a blanket rule. There's an exchange with Mr. Patrick Steinfield. Sir, if you can come up, I want to make sure it's on our record. Afterwards, Deputy Fawn, the courtroom. Afterwards, the Deputy Fawn, the courtroom bailiff, did go up to a few individuals at the lunch break to indicate that they would not be able to have laptops. Mr. Steinfield did have a laptop. I was noticing more laptops during today's proceedings. Mr. Steinfield was addressed by the bailiff, but wanted to address the court directly. That was not on the record. I want to make sure it is on the record what had occurred. Mr. Steinfield was upset that he was told, as the civil attorney representing Mr. Rivas, that why he is not allowed to have a laptop. I tried to explain that it is too difficult for the bailiffs to monitor it when it's not with our sanctioned media, who has been vetted by our media personnel and have agreed to certain rules that come along with being media in the courtroom. And Mr. Steinfeld did ask the court that what that what I'm sorry, was that a court rule or was it my rule, in a manner that the court took somewhat disrespectfully. The court indicated that it was certainly the court's rule. I'm sorry, whether it was the court rule or hers, does it really matter? But there it is. In fact,
Wow.
right? Right? It doesn't really matter whose it is. But there it is. In fact, in fact, a rule of court. It is the California's rule of court 1.00 defines recording as a means of use of any analog or digital device to orally or visually preserve court proceedings. It does not include handwritten notes. And Rule 1.1150 says that the judge may permit inconspicuous personal recording devices to be used in the courtroom to make sound recordings as personal notes of the proceedings. But that the I'm sorry, but that the person needs to get advance permission from the judge, and it's at the judge's discretion. So it is both my rule and a California rule of court. Next time you address the court, even if you're unhappy with my rule, I ask that you do it in a manner that's a little more respectful than the one you gave that the court found somewhat dismissive when you walked out at lunchtime, during lunchtime. Uh, Somebody wants to read Mr. Steinfeld?
Yeah, I could read Mr. Steinfeld.
Mhm.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome. Mr. Burke came halfway through the proceedings that I was just talking about. Anyone have any issues or questions? You can address it with the deputy fawn, and he will get that information to me. Otherwise, as usual, you heard him indicate there is absolutely no live transmission or recording from this particular courtroom. Let me scroll. Hold on. I also want to remind everyone that the recording of any kind is in violation of the proceeding judge's order, which is posted both in this courtroom on the wall in the back, as well as on the doors of the courtroom side to the public hallway. If there's any unauthorized recording or dissemination of information that comes to light, that person will be excluded from the court from all further proceedings. With that said, we have Miss Murillo back on the stand. Ma'am, I remind you that you remain under oath.
Kid, wait, the judge. So this was Tuesday,
Wait.
guys. Wait, no, this
Yeah.
was
I'm
Wednesday in the
confused.
afternoon. Why?
Because I thought it was they admonished. I thought she admonished a girl, not a guy.
Oh, that's not this day. That's why
That's
this
not this
part's
day.
important.
Tomorrow, it's the following day that
Yeah.
all that admonishment happens. So they're admonishing the Rivas family lawyer because of apparently he wasn't supposed to have a laptop because it wasn't, and he gave attitude to the bailiff and the court and everything. So that's what this is about. So
And he
so it
sits
was
in the
already
front
heating up.
row behind
Wow.
like Beth, like right there. The only people that can have, so you've got like you've got like 4 rows. It's not a lot. The last 2 rows behind Beth, behind prosecution, because there's only 2 tiny rows behind the defense side, very tiny. Only the last 2 rows who were media with passes or backup media passes could have a laptop to take notes. That is it.
Wow.
So he was in the front row, right? Because
Oh, I
that's
thought
where
it
the
was-
victims sit, the victim family members and anybody else for the district attorney, they take up that first row behind prosecution.
That's interesting.
I thought everybody could have the laptop. They just couldn't
No,
transmit
no.
out.
not even the lawyers. That's why he's like that. I guess he gave attitude and he was upset. Okay, sorry. So go ahead. I think is Miss Burke it's cross, right?
All right, so starting from number 9,
Number 9.
line 9 at the top.
Yeah.
Who's
Okay.
Miss Burke? Okay. Yeah.
Me, I have, Your Honor.
Yes.
If I may, and I am raising this intentionally not to disrupt the proceedings with the witness on the stand. I noticed there has been a setup of some kind of presentation which we unfortunately have not been shown. I'm wondering if there is a PowerPoint presentation or something that the people intend to present, we could at least preview it before it is posted in front of the witness.
Well, it's pretty common with scientific investigation division criminalists or forensic evidence criminalists that they use more models and examples to clarify their testimony at jury trial, let alone a preliminary hearing.
So, absolutely.
And that is oftentimes not vetted through counsel. If something, this is a preliminary hearing, so we're not dealing with the jury. If something comes up that you object to, you can just say you object in your honor and your reason. If it is something that you feel you need a little time to respond to, again, we're going to be in I'm sorry, hold on, I lost my thing. Again, we're going to be in, it appears, for another day or so. Then I will keep her on call and I can call her back.
No worries, Your Honor.
Further cross-examination?
I just noticed that we did not take.
Actually, that's false. I want to make a record again because this happened in the last case. The entire presentation was sent to counsel, as was true for every single person for the Forensic Science Division. I sent them weeks ago. You have copies of all of them. Moreover, we're not doing it to show something in a different manner. It's just that with respects to some of the photographs relative to the processing of various items, using a particular technique involving blue star, which causes a luminescence, it's very hard to see them on the hard copies of the photos. But it's nothing different. We're just trying to make sure that the quality is clear enough that the court can see it. But again, I take issue with the fact that counsel's made a comment that she's wasn't provided with something because she was, and it was weeks ago.
All right. Well, I'm not making a finding. I'm not making a finding one way or the other.
I understand, Your Honor.
And I understand that sometimes exhibits can be put in a different form and it leads them to be in and it leads them to be a different exhibit or whatnot.
Exactly.
But with that said, we can just move forward. If you need additional time to prepare for whatever form it is in, let me know, and I'll keep her on call.
I probably won't, Your Honor, and I appreciate the courtesy.
Okay, and like I said, if there's any witnesses you need on call to preserve your right to call them back, just let me know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're continuing direct examination.
Keep going, court.
Oh,
18.
all right, that was Miss Silverman. Miss Silverman, thank you for the explanation as well. And if you want to ask your next question.
Thank you. So before we broke for lunch, we were talking about exhibit 50.3, and we began with the photo on the top left, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you were talking about the fact that there were, I believe you said 11 or at least 11 different air fresheners that were found throughout the vehicle.
Correct.
And where did you find those items?
I found some air fresheners in the front or front trunk, the center console, and in the rear seats.
How about in the door pockets and things like that?
Yes, the door pockets of the rear seats.
Now let's move on and tell us what we're looking at in the photograph below, the first on the top left. And this would be the one on the bottom left?
Yes, that is a picture of the center console before I had removed the air fresheners.
So it shows them basically in place.
Correct.
In that particular area?
Correct.
Okay. And moving to the corner, the top middle, what do we see here?
The top middle is a picture inside of the frunk, and it shows the insect activity and an air freshener.
1 second. Here. You're welcome. Sorry about that. Okay. So, and in terms of insect activity, are we talking about things like maggots?
Yes.
Flies? Dead flies?
Yes.
Okay, in the photograph just below in the center where I see there's a red circle, what is it? What is it that you've circled here?
That is another air freshener. It's just difficult to see because it's beneath the maggots.
Okay, and then on the far right, the photograph to the far right of exhibit 50.3, what do we see there?
That is another air freshener.
So if we're talking about the air fresheners, do you Your Honor, do you have one of those sticks that,
We should. It should be on the side.
do you see it?
It's somewhere around there. Is it
Yes,
somewhere
thank you.
around there?
Yes, yes, thank you. So you can stand if you like, or you can just do it from there where you're seated, just so we know what we're talking about. So in the, first of all, in the circled one, okay, in the very center of the circle,
Yes, that's where I'm pointing is where one of the air fresheners was.
okay, and then the one to the and then the one to the far right of exhibit 50.3.
Indicating.
Okay, thank you. Pointing to the object towards the, again, center. All right, so can you explain for us? I have another exhibit, Your Honor. This one is titled as, I believe they all are at the top, Tesla Processing, September 9, 2025. Under that, it says insect activity in and around Frunk. If I could have this exhibit, which contains the 3 photographs marked as 50.2 for now, for identification.
So marked for identification purposes?
Thank you. Can you describe for us what we see here, starting with the photograph on the left?
Yes, so the photo on the left, if you popped open the hood of a Tesla, there's a compartment that's commonly referred to as a frunk. And inside of that frunk, I observed the insect activity, the maggots and flies. And somewhat around the front compartment, there were more insects.
Okay, and what do we see here with the photograph to the right at the top?
The right top is a zoomed in picture of one of the corners of the front compartment.
And what about underneath that?
The beneath
Excuse
that
me.
is an overall picture of the front compartment itself.
Okay, I meant to say, and what about beneath that? Sorry, and then you answered.
No, you're good.
Now, can you explain to us, how did you go about processing this particular vehicle?
After I arrived at the vehicle search, I directed the photographer to take overall photos, and then I searched visually for evidence, including swabs of touch DNA that I collected, as well as any objects or items. I marked the stains that I wanted to test further for being possibly blood.
Okay, so how did you determine which areas you were going to use with the phenolphthalein test on?
I marked all. Oh, sorry, she's trying to climb on my
You're
laptop.
fine.
Just give me a second.
You're fine. She's like, I want
Child.
attention.
Sorry, it's a child. It's a new child.
It really.
Jeez. I marked all of the red stains that I observed, and I tested the ones that I wanted further confirmation that I should collect.
Okay, and so what did you do if you got a positive indication from the phenolphthalein test?
If I got a positive, I would collect that item.
In order to bring it back to the lab for potential testing through the DNA unit?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I have another exhibit. It was one photograph on it. It's titled Tesla Processing Red Stain in Lower Compartment of Trunk with some other identifying information. May it be marked as People's 50.4 for identification?
So marked?
Thank you. Looking at exhibit 50.4 for identification, can you describe for us what we see here?
Yes, that is a picture of the trunk in the back of the car. There was a cover on the bottom of the trunk that if you lift it up, there was a lower compartment. And in the photo, you see the numbers PID 15 and PID 16. Both of those indicate a red stain that I collected.
What's a PID?
A PID is a photo identification number. It helps us refer to pieces of evidence in the photos and to correlate it with our notes.
Okay, and so once you observe something like a red stain when you're processing a vehicle or a scene, you use the identification method by using these numbered place cards.
Yes.
And so that will correspond, those numbers, those numbers will correspond with items, numbers in your report.
Yes.
And so is that what we're looking at here in the trunk?
Yes.
Okay. So you got a phenol positive result and indication on both of these items 15 and 16. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you mentioned that after using the chemical test for the presence of blood, that you also use another type of test.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I used a chemical enhancement technique referred to Blue Star.
And what is that?
It's an enhancement technique that we use to show latent blood. Latent meaning you can't see it with your naked eye, especially in attempts to clean up.
Okay, and so this is something that's similar to like some people will see portray in the movies or TVs shows where they call it luminol.
Correct. It's a bright blue-white light that you see.
What causes that light to occur, the chemical luminescence to occur?
Blood.
And did you apply that chemical enhancement to the trunk area where you collected 15 and 16?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have another exhibit. It has 2 photographs titled Tesla Processing with Blue Star Trunk Before and After. It may be marked, please, as People's 50.5 for identification.
So marked.
Looking at this exhibit, let's start with the one on the left. Tell us what we're looking at here.
Yes, the picture on the left shows the trunk area with full lighting. It's looking at the right side of the trunk area with that cover to the lower compartment is lowered in full light.
Okay, what do we see on the right side?
The right side is after we darken the garage as much as possible. We
Oh,
sprayed
guys.
the...
Keep. Can you take over for me for a little bit, Abra, and read
Mhm.
the? Sorry, because I got
Hold on,
somebody
where-
here.
Where are we at?
line 26.
26. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what we see here on the left versus the right?
The right side is after we darken the garage as much as possible. I sprayed the Blue Star, and we direct the photographer to take a photograph of the chemiluminescence, which is a blue-white light that you can see on the right side of the trunk.
And Your Honor, another similar exhibit with 2 photos proceeding.
Oh, wait. Go back up to 5.
Wait to 5.
Yeah. On that page on 107.
Yeah. Oh wait, I thought we were on. I think we're on 108 now. No.
No, we're on
No.
107.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, line 5 has a question.
Okay, almost looks like a bright glowing light.
Yes.
And so, what does that indicate to you, given that you couldn't see it with the naked eye, but now once you've applied this chemical, you can see it. You can see it. You can see this blue light.
That it was possibly blood.
Okay, so what do you do at that point?
At that point, we just directed the photographer to take photos, and then we continue with the rest of the vehicle.
Okay, Your Honor, I have another exhibit. It has 2 photographs. Tesla processing with Blue Star. Again, trunk before and after. May it be marked People's 5.6 for identification. So marked. Question. Okay. Can you tell us what we see here in the left versus the right?
Yes, the left photo is a photo in light of the top of that lower compartment cover, and the right is after we turned off the lights and I sprayed the Blue Star. That blue-white light is the chemiluminescence from the Blue Star chemical.
And Your Honor, another similar exhibit with 2 photos, process in Blue Star trunk lower compartment before and after. May it be marked, please, as People's 50.7. So marked. Let's see. So tell us what you see here.
That is another photo. The left one is in full light of the trunk lower compartment with that cover that we previously saw lifted. And the right is another photo with all the lights off after I sprayed the Blue Star. There is that blue-white light of the chemiluminescence on the bottom.
Which appears to be very solid blue area.
Yes.
Almost like some sort of blue, of a blue mat.
Yeah.
Given that you had this kind of area and the condition of the area that luminesced, does that give you any information?
That it's possibly blood.
And would that be consistent with perhaps the victim being put into the trunk at some point in time, leaving this behind?
It's a possibility, yes.
Did you do the same thing with any of the seats or rows of seats in the vehicle?
Yes. I sprayed the rear seats.
Would that be the 3rd row?
Yes, the 3rd row seats.
Okay. Your Honor, I have a set of 4 photographs, again titled Tesla Processing with Blue Star third row seats. May it be marked, please, as People's 50.8 for identification? So marked.
What page are we on, Abe?
Yeah, what page are we on now? Sorry, I'm
109.
109.
Oh, perfect. Okay, sorry guys. There's
you're
the
good.
stove guy. We're getting it replaced. I completely forgot that was today, so that's why I'm like running back and forth. Okay.
Okay.
Where am I at?
Number
line
9.
20. Line
Yeah,
20.
line 20.
Okay, perfect. Looking now at 50.8, can you tell us what we see here in the photographs on the left, top and bottom?
Yes, the left side are in full light. 2 photos of the third row seats. The top left is the left side of those seats, and then the bottom left are the right side of those seats.
And does that correspond to what we see on the right side?
Yes.
And what do you see? What do you note? Let's see. Let's talk about first about the photo on the top right.
Yes, on the top right, after we darkened the area and I sprayed Blue Star, I observed chemiluminescence on the third row left side paneling.
Okay. And what about on the photograph in the bottom right where you see a very bright blue, again, almost solid area with a couple of areas where it appears to not be as solid?
Yes, so on the bottom right is the another photo of the third row, the right side paneling. That was after I sprayed Blue Star and I saw that chemiluminescence, that blue-white light.
So again, like we saw within the trunk compartment where we had this large area with more of a uniform distribution, would that be consistent with perhaps the victim saying, not yet, honey, sorry guys, the victim being placed in this third row at some point leaning up in exactly that position that we see against the side of the car? Let me slow down. This is a very important question. I'm sorry. Because it's so long, but it's very important because she's talking about the placement of her body, right? Hold up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think this is important, guys. So sorry, let me highlight this real quick. And it's a loaded question. She says, so again, like we saw within the trunk compartment where we had this large area with more of a uniform distribution, would that be consistent with perhaps the victim having been placed in this third row at some point leaning up in exactly that position that we see against the side of the car? Go
Your
ahead.
Honor, objection calls for speculation, no foundation.
Rephrase your question, please.
Sure.
But can you ask?
Long.
What? You were
I
gonna
said
say
sure.
something? Okay.
No, I said sure.
But you can ask along those lines.
I'm sorry?
You can ask along that line, but rephrase the question.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Sustained, how phrased?
Okay. Would what you saw, would it be consistent with potentially the victim being in this area of the vehicle?
Yes, it's a possibility.
That would be the right rear panel, the interior right rear panel.
Right third row seat.
Yes, sorry, right, yeah. But it's the rear. It's the last row of seats. So rear seats, yes?
Correct.
Okay, now did you document the area from which you collected evidence along with your observations based on the testing? The presumptive testing that you did?
Yes, I documented all in my crime scene case notes.
And did you also create notes on a diagram as to the areas where you viewed these, the red stains?
Yes.
Okay, looking at what we see here, Your Honor, if I could have this marked, it's titled LAPD FSD Vehicle Diagram Tesla Processing, September 9th, 2025. If we could have it marked as People's 50.1.
So 50 as a collective, 50 as a collective.
It's 50.1. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. It's 50.1. I'm
All
sorry,
of
let's separate. I have a question. Wait. So earlier
Yes.
when she said rephrase the question, I didn't hear a rephrasement of a question. Did we miss something?
She did rephrase it. She just didn't. Hold up.
Yes,
You're right.
you can ask on
She
those
said
lines.
sustain how rephrase. She does. She just says what you saw would it be consistent with potentially the victim being in this area of the vehicle? That's the rephrase from,
Okay.
that's how I got it. Correct?
Okay.
All right, let me keep going. Where am I at? Where am I at? Where am I at?
Wait a minute.
Where am I at?
112, line 3.
Line
Okay.
30. Yeah.
Where am I at? All right, here. All over PowerPoint is all 50.
All right. So marked.
Okay. Thank you. Tell us what you have documented here, if you would.
Here are where those PID numbers, I drew them on this diagram to show where they are in the vehicle.
Did you also collect or remove or have someone collect or remove something from the vehicle in your presence when you were processing the vehicle on September 9th?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was a memory stick in the glove box that was collected by Detective Marino.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You responded on September 9th to the Piper Tech facility after a request was put in on a field response request form. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you initially filled out the field response form the day before, the 8th of September, because you were first intending to go to the tow yard in Hollywood. Is that correct?
I personally didn't fill out that request form, but somebody in our office did.
Okay, and that was originally the request was going to be on the 8th, and when the car was first examined in Hollywood before the decision was made to transfer the vehicle to Piper Tech.
Hold up. I went too
18.
fast.
That was your objection.
18.
Yes. Well, I'm going to object. That would call for hearsay and speculation.
Can you read
I
that?
can rephrase.
Can you read back the question?
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
All right.
Is it your understanding that the first contact with the Field Sciences Division was September 8th to respond to the Hollywood tow yard?
Same objection.
I will allow it, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect of the list on the listener.
I am not sure if the original intent was to go to the Hollywood tow. I would have to, may I refer to my notes?
Would that refresh your memory?
Possibly, yes.
All right.
Sorry, where am I? You moved too fast for me,
7.
Rabbit.
Seven.
Seven.
Number
Okay, thank
7.
Okay,
7.
I'm happy to show as well.
Okay. If you happen to have them available, you can walk them up.
Okay, yeah.
Can I see what counsel's referring to?
Sure. It's Bates stamp 92.
May I see it?
And you're welcome to come up on up too, Miss Silverman, if you want to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And in fact, the Forensic Science Division field response request form, originally the date and time was on September 8, 2025, for a response to, it looks like Hollywood Tow Yard, 1415 North Manfield Avenue.
Yes. Since that was a cross out on the request, though, I don't know what the time that cross out occurred.
Sorry, I got lost. Where am I at? Oh, she's
Line
continuing.
28.
Okay,
Line 28.
understood. And when you responded to the request made to you, you went to a specialized facility where it was your understanding that the car had been brought to that facility from somewhere else, correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived, were detectives already there?
Yes.
Do you recall who was there when you arrived?
Yes, it was Detective Farrell and Byers.
And am I right that you were briefed by the detectives on what had occurred on what had occurred today in terms of the car having been abandoned in their view, and that had been collected on the 8th, and the body had been discovered in the vehicle?
Yes.
It was your understanding that the Tesla vehicle had been entered and examined prior to your examination on September 9th. Was that your understanding?
I'm going to object. It assumes facts, not in evidence.
Sustain as how it was phrased. The court will allow rephrase to the extent it might, something hypothetically would have changed her either opinion or procedures or conclusions. Did I make that clear?
I think you did, Your Honor.
Okay.
When you spoke to both Detectives Farrell and Byers that day,
Yes.
and from that conversation, your understanding was specifically that on the previous day, a body had been removed from the vehicle.
Yes, from the front area.
It was also your understanding that the body had been inside some kind of zippered bag or multiple bags, the human remains.
Yes.
And when you first examined the front trunk of the vehicle, the frunk, was it already opened when you began your examination, or did someone open it?
No, it was closed when I began the examination.
And did you observe how it was opened?
We opened it towards the later half of the processing.
And as you testified earlier, your work here was to identify and test potentially collect any potential evidence.
Yes.
And when you arrived, were the detectives wearing any kind of protective PPE? Were they wearing any kind of gloves or masks?
When I arrived, we were slightly outside of the garage, so not at that time.
Right. Scroll down, Rabbit. Right there. At some point, did everybody glove up?
Yes.
And was that before you had any contact with the car or after?
Before.
And when you first began your processing of the vehicle and examination of the vehicle, was there, I think you indicated earlier you originally looked at the outside of the vehicle?
Correct.
And you performed and you performed no Blue Star or phenolphthalein testing on the outside of the vehicle?
Correct.
Can we pause for a moment? When you were in court, how did they say that word, phenolphthalein? If you remember, you don't remember. Okay, that's fine.
I'm trying.
No, but you're saying it
I
correctly.
can't. You're saying
Yeah.
it right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
phenolphthalein.
it sounds
Like-
right. I just want to make sure. Okay. So you said correct. But did you swab the outside of the vehicle for potential evidence? Is that correct? But you did swab.
The frunk where you would commonly close it. There were some dust disturbances, so I swapped that area.
And that was not because you had any reactive agent from Blue Star or phenolphthalein indicate to you that there was possible biological evidence, but because you were swabbing for potential DNA, trace DNA. Is that correct?
I was swabbing for touch DNA.
Thank you. And when you first observed the vehicle, you observed that there was areas of damage to the vehicle?
Yes, there was some damage to the vehicle.
Okay. And in fact, there was a significant amount of damage to the rear of the vehicle.
I believe there were dents to the rear of the vehicle.
And in fact, you also noted the specific vehicle diagram, a number of damage areas to the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, we document the damage that we observe.
With the court's permission, may I ask Mark defense? May I mark as defense? And then it cuts off.
It's one. All right. Defense one. Is it? It's
All right. Defense one. Defense one.
I think it's I.
I or one.
It's defense I.
I. Okay.
But people.
So
Mark. Oh, sorry.
Exhibit I. Okay.
Okay. Line 19. Okay. Showing you
Sorry,
defense
guys.
I. Huh? What happened?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Showing you defense I. Is that the diagram you completed regarding the damage observed to the vehicle?
Yes.
And you indicated that besides the damage, scroll up some. Yeah, I need line 23. There we go. And you indicated that besides damage to the back of the trunk, that it was missing trim on the front, and there was a dislodged trim on the back of the vehicle on the left-hand side. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have missing trim on the front right hand of the vehicle?
Yes.
And there was some wires sticking out from the undercarriage of the vehicle?
They were sticking out from the front, near the frunk area.
Okay. And there were also on the damaged on the damaged back of the vehicle, there were also what you indicate were tape pieces attached to a spoiler on the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And showing what was previously marked by the people, I'm not sure which is the exhibit, but this is the back of the vehicle as you inspected it and processed it on September 9, 2025.
Yes.
And as I understand it, you did not do any swabbing or testing of the opening of the to the trunk or anywhere on the outside of that trunk area of the vehicle, correct?
No.
Did you elect did you elect yourself not to do that, or did somebody discuss that with you?
No, it didn't seem necessary.
Now, earlier you testified about what happens when you apply these chemical reagents. One described was phenolphthalein. Is that correct?
Yes, phenolphthalein.
Okay. Excuse my mispronunciation. The phenolphthalein is a chemical reactive agent that you swab against the surface of what you're trying to test. Is that correct?
It's a chemical color test that allows us to get a presumptive positive for blood. It's a colorless solution that will turn a bright pink in the presence of blood.
And you selected many swabs from the vehicle when you processed it on the 9th, correct?
Yes.
And a swab for a phenol positive swab, if it turns color, is only a presumptive test. It doesn't mean in any way you found blood, correct?
Correct. It's a presumptive positive for blood DNA. Our serology unit are the ones that would confirm if it was blood.
And if you have no idea if any of the swabs that day were confirmed as blood, as actual blood, as biological material, is that correct?
I do not know that. It's not in my realm.
And you do not know what the results of any DNA testing from those swabs were, correct?
Not many.
And to your knowledge, there is no confirmatory test for blood that you can do at the scene. It's only the preliminary presumptive test, correct?
Correct.
So you cannot say whether there was blood in the passenger compartment or the back trunk of the vehicle, correct?
I can say there was possible blood, but no, I cannot say it was confirmed blood.
And you cannot say when any of those stains you cannot say when any of those stains you found were deposited, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Silverman asked you about the lower compartment of that trunk, and I think you testified that you collected red stain swabs from the rear trunk compartment.
Yes.
And those were in the lower portion of the front, not the upper portion of the trunk, or did you collect both?
I collected 2 red stains from the lower portion of the trunk. Yeah, the lower compartment.
And how were those stains identified? Did you personally lift up the cover from the bottom of the upper trunk to determine that there were materials you wanted to test below?
Yes.
And again, you identified 2 possible reddish stains that could be blood, correct?
Correct.
And it was not your job, nor could you determine when those stains had been placed there, correct?
Correct.
And it was not in your purview to determine who placed the stains there.
Correct.
And there we go. And now you were asked earlier about the interior passenger portion of the car, correct? About testing you performed.
In the interior of the car?
Correct.
Yes.
And Ms. Silverman showed you a series of, I need line 10 at top. Is she step out? There we go. And Ms. Silverman showed you a series of photographs, and I apologize, I'm going to show it to you again, but they are on what was given to us. If I could mark them with the court's permission, defense J.
So marked.
Wait, where'd that go? It flipped on me. What line? What number?
19.
19.
Thank you. Okay. And this photo, wait, a little bit higher. You're at 20. I need 19. Or is that my fault? Oh, that was my fault. Okay. You're right there. You're fine. And this photograph, these are photos of a chemical called Blue Star or a product called Blue Star that you also sprayed in the interior of the car, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that's not because you saw in these areas any reddish brown stains collecting?
No, on the bottom left photo, that shows the 3rd row, right side paneling.
Yes.
I did collect a red stain from that paneling.
Okay, and you performed a phenolphthalein test?
Yes.
And you also misted some Blue Star spray?
Yes. I performed the phenol test. It came back positive. So I collected that item of evidence and then I sprayed using Blue Star.
And on all of the tests you performed in the passenger interior of the car, you have no idea whether those stains you tested or the side panels you tested were actually blood or not, correct? Only presumptive positive that it may be blood.
Correct.
And you, in fact, on these pictures, am I correct that these were at some point photoshopped?
No.
These photographs were never photoshopped by anyone.
Those specific photos were not enhanced.
But there were photos where a Photoshop was applied?
There were some photos where they were enhanced, yes.
And were any of the photos that the prosecutor showed you before enhanced photoshopped?
I would have to see
Enhanced
them
by
again.
Photoshop?
I would have to see them again. I don't recall, but all of those photos will say enhanced on them.
Okay. Did you see the photo of a trunk compartment with a chemoluminescence from spraying Blue Star with a blue light triangle around it? Can you give me line 7 on top? Excellent. With a blue, let me see. Let me start. Start right there. With a blue light star triangle around it, or in the shape of a rectangle. Excuse me.
There were photos of the lower compartment. Yes, that was shown.
Were any of those photos enhanced?
I would have to see them again.
Ms. Silverman, do you have that rectangle photo?
You can look at all of them.
Thank you. Showing you part of the People's 50.7, this compartment, this photograph reflects the result of you having sprayed in lower compartment Blue Star.
Correct.
And it shows the chemoluminescence, correct?
Correct.
And the photographs you testified to that had been enhanced with using a Photoshop. This is not one of those photos?
No, I'm going to object. She has not yet said the Photoshop was used. She said that some of the photos were enhanced.
Sustained.
Okay, when you say some of the photos were enhanced, did you indicate in your report that the photos were enhanced using a Photoshop program?
I can't recall exactly which program our photographer uses. It is a photo editing program such as Photoshop.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of this photograph, this was or wasn't enhanced using a photo editing program?
I do not recall if that specific photo was enhanced.
And in the interior passenger area of the car, you are aware of no DNA or confirmatory blood that was ever found in the interior passenger compartment, correct?
Are you referring to the front right area of the car when you say passenger?
Yes, anything in the 4 doors of the vehicle, in the interior of the vehicle.
Can you ask the question again?
Yes, you did some presumptive testing with Blue Star and phenolphthalein, correct?
Yes.
And other than that preliminary presumptive test, you had no idea whether blood was ever found in the interior of the vehicle in passenger compartment, correct?
I could not confirm that.
And you have no idea whether anyone's DNA, human DNA, was found in that interior passenger compartment?
It's beyond my expertise.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect?
Yes, briefly. You said that there might have been some editing by the laboratory photographer.
Yes.
So that wasn't done by you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what would the editing be used for?
It's used to try and enhance the photos so that the photo better represents what we saw at the scene.
Okay. 1 second, sorry. Is there any type of editing, any type of enhancement to certain areas to make it look like it's more than it was?
No, we do not change the original intent of the photo.
So it's meant to be able to depict the photograph and photo document at the laboratory what you were able to see with the naked eye at the scene.
Correct.
Because when you take a photograph of it, it's not as visible, hence why we discuss playing the photographs actually through the computer, so you could see those areas better than you can in photograph.
Your Honor, I would object. I believe the prosecutor is testifying.
I'll allow it.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And is this type of enhancement so that the photo documentation process is accurate? Is that something that is pursuant to laboratory protocols?
Yes.
And it is also something that is used in crime labs across the country?
Correct.
And you also mentioned, I think you were asked many, many questions about DNA results, and you said you know of some of the results, but not many. You know that the blood was found in the vehicle that matched to the victim in this case, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, this is in response to the questions asked by the defense. She asked these questions.
I understand. It's still not in evidence, but if you want to assume hypothetically or
Okay.
you may need to phrase it as a hypothetical.
Hypothetically, in looking through the laboratory files, looking at the exhibits in this case, as you said, when defense counsel asked you and brought it up whether or not you were aware of any DNA results, you said you were aware of some. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was with respect to some of the items that you collected from this vehicle.
Correct.
And you're aware that some of these results came back positive, not just for blood, but for the victim's DNA?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Recross?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me
That's
go.
okay.
You're under. Yeah. So I'm going down to line 26. Your understanding is that all of the swabs and all of the testing you did in the vehicle, there were exactly 2 of those presumptive preliminary positive results that turned out to actually have DNA, correct?
I believe it's 2, yes.
And those are just 2 in the lower back trunk, correct?
I believe they were in the trunk. Yeah, the lower compartment.
So when I asked you earlier if you understood whether any of the DNA was ever confirmed in the passenger portion of the car, the interior of the car, with those slides, with the side panels, and the third row that were lighting up with the chemiluminescence, your understanding is that there was no DNA or confirmed blood found in the passenger compartment there, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
And redirect?
No, but thank you.
All right. You may step down. People may call your next witness.
Mhm.
Miss Silverman, I'm assuming Mr. Farrell went to get the next witness.
He did.
Who is that going to be?
That is going to be the criminalist Lauren Wallace.
Okay. Please raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear this testimony you may give is the cause pending before this court shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. Let's skip over to line 20. We ready?
Ready?
Okay, well,
You
let's
don't
say
need any
who this-
water? Go ahead.
I'm good. Been
let's say
taking my
who
sips.
let's say who this witness is.
Yes, go for it.
Okay.
Go for
So
it.
Lauren Wallace called on behalf of the people as a witness, was sworn and testified as follows. So this is Lauren Wallace.
She's a criminalist, just so people are aware.
Mhm.
Man, we've been all right. We're almost there.
Almost.
1322. We're almost there yet.
Okay, so
all right.
a question about
Go ahead.
the last testimony. So did so when they sprayed the chemical thing, it looked
Mhm.
like she was slumped over to the side. Is that what they said?
Mhm.
Like the right paneling.
There was
That's what it
yeah, they
says.
tried to ask they tried to ask about the angle of the victim, but the judge said to rephrase.
Okay. Wow, that's
Yeah.
interesting. That must have been
That
creepy
was
to see a picture of
interesting.
that.
But that was like and remember we were going through like, well, it's the middle seat of the test. You know, it was just so weird. That's why I had to highlight that question, because it was a loaded question in one. I was like, I don't know about this.
I had
All
no
right.
idea the Tesla even had a third row at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the
No
whole thing is
clue.
you can ask hypotheticals to experts so they can explain the facts of their field, but they still can't
Mhm.
guess. They can't
Yeah.
guess outside their field. So
Kadisha
that's why
Lynn said that Mark
sometimes
the Shark. Go ahead.
what he said. Oh, okay. She was talking about
He
something
said
else. I thought there was some kind of update. Anyway,
no.
yeah. So that's
no,
why
you're right.
sometimes it seems like sometimes these questions are being overruled. Sometimes they're not, because it depends on the hypothetical.
Yeah, Mark the Shark said it. That's what Kadisha said. And then
And there was a
It's
video
interesting.
online about that back, because I know how deep that back compartment was, the lower compartment in the trunk. Somebody
You know,
showed, they lifted it up and they put, the guy put in like 4 small suitcases. You can fully close it, but you almost could. It's deep, it goes deep.
It goes deep.
and
really
it was in that same car.
Mhm.
Okay.
Same style and everything. It was kind of like, it was interesting to see how far you can put like 4 pieces of luggages. It's interesting.
Which makes sense as to why well, wait a minute, because but he didn't put her in the trunk. That was the trunk that we saw the picture of with the suitcases. He
Yeah,
didn't
this
put
is
her
where
in
all
there.
the blood evidence was coming from, though.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the suitcase was the back. She was found in the front.
She was found there in September, but there's some illusion because there's so much blood evidence in that third row seat and in the trunk and that lower compartment that it's setting it up that she's possibly placed there before he got to the dismemberment phase, like that
Okay.
first night maybe.
What is that? What do they refer to it? That lower part? They said under cap. I don't know. There's something. But that's in the front. So like when they were taking out the body, they referenced this. They said in underneath the body bag in that, kind of step down or whatever, they found another bag. And that I tried to find a picture online of that same car and I couldn't find it. But this and in the back, the reason why I remember somebody saying that in the back, he probably didn't place her there because you see how the back, like the trunk, connects to the inside cabin. So it's kind of hard to mask the smell in there, as opposed to the front where it's cut off from the inside cabin, which is why he placed her in the front. So I don't know.
Man.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I
I
don't
think
think
they're
he-
saying like after the incident occurred that evening that
Yeah.
he may have,
Immediately after.
because
okay.
he also went away briefly before coming back and doing the second part of the crime, but like she was like intact, I guess you could say, right?
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
So
Yeah.
he would need to have her somewhere else.
Something.
That's where they think it was first.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Y'all ready? Let's go. Let's rock and roll. Okay.
Let's jam.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Miss Wallace.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you're employed?
I am employed as a criminalist by the Los Angeles Police Department Forensic Science Division.
And what is your assignment there?
I'm currently assigned to the Firearms Analysis Unit. However, for the first 9 years of my career, and at the time of this case, I was assigned to the Field Investigation Unit.
What is your title?
I am a criminalist.
Criminalist 2?
Yes,
How many years have you been employed? I think you said 9.
that's right.
Okay, in FIU,
Yes,
and now you're assigned to firearms.
correct.
So tell us what your responsibilities were in the field investigation unit.
As a criminalist in the Field Investigation Unit, I'm responsible for responding to crime scenes and vehicle searches for the purpose of identifying, documenting, collecting, and preserving evidence for possible future analysis.
Prior to coming to LAPD, did you work as a scientist elsewhere?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
I worked at Test America and at Biogen.
And what did you do while you were at Biogen?
I prepared media for research scientists.
Okay, so that was basically for scientists in their research experiments.
That's correct.
And Test America?
I analyzed water samples for metals.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background, training, and experience that qualifies you for your position?
I earned a Bachelor in Science degree in chemistry from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. I was hired by the Los Angeles Police Department as a criminalist in the Science and Field Investigation Unit, where I received both internal and external training in topics relating to crime scene investigations. Upon completion of this training, I took and passed a competency examination, which allowed me to begin processing crime scenes independently. And to this day, I have processed approximately 400 crime scenes.
Some of those, I assume, include vehicles.
Yes.
And do you, as a criminalist at the lab for the lab certification process, perform proficiency tests every year?
Yes.
And is that all your work peer reviewed?
Yes, it is.
All right. Have you also qualified and testified before as an expert regarding the identification, collection, and preservation of evidence?
Yes, I have.
I want to direct your attention to a particular location. This is 1368 Doheny Place in Los Angeles. Did you process evidence during the search warrant conducted at that location? Excuse me, back in September, I believe it was the 17th of 2025.
Yes, I did.
And was that the same location that you were informed belonged to a suspect in the case that Robbery Homicide Division was investigating?
Yes.
Same location that belonged to the registered owner of the Tesla, which was processed by Chelsea Murillo?
Yes.
When you got to the location, were you briefed by the detectives?
Yes, I was.
And as you processed the location, were you also assisted by others?
Yes, I was.
Did that include a photographer?
Yes.
Okay. And were you requested to conduct a search for biological evidence?
Yes, I was.
And how did you go about doing that?
Initially, we began by looking at the area that were of interest for visible stains. If we identified any stains that we were interested in for biological evidence, we could then test those stains to see if they were of interest. In addition to that, we also looked for items that may have staining on them. And beyond that, we used a tool to visualize things that we couldn't see with our naked eye. So what we would describe as latent blood or something like that.
Apparently, the system is no longer projecting. Oh,
We
There's
will.
I can just use the Elmo.
All right, we will call someone and get them up here to get that working for us again.
No
What-
worries.
what that working?
No worries.
Got
Or-
that, Miss Lewis? You got that, Miss Lewis?
Yes,
Sorry.
judicial assistant. Judicial assistant. So you used the chemical test, correct?
Yes.
To screen, is that right?
Yes.
For areas from which you should collect evidence if you weren't able to see stains with the naked eye.
That's correct.
And then you also use other types of chemicals to see if it could create a chemical reaction that would indicate areas, again, that perhaps and had been come in contact with blood or had been cleaned up. Areas where blood had been cleaned up. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you find any chainsaws at the location?
Yes, I did.
How many?
There were 2 chainsaws in the garage.
And did you apply any type of chemical test to those?
Yes.
And what was the result of that?
It was negative for possible blood.
And what were those 2 chainsaws, if you recall?
There was a larger black and reddish chainsaw, and there was a smaller pink chainsaw.
Like a mini chainsaw?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what was previously marked as People's 23. The 2 chainsaws that we see here. The one on the left, there is a little insert photo, but up above, do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And what's that?
That is a chainsaw in the garage.
So that's how it appeared and how it has positioned when you came into the garage.
It was originally located in the corner on top of a cabinet, and it was pulled down and placed on that bucket.
So that you could photograph it and apply your chemical test?
Correct.
Objection leading.
I'll allow it.
And then right behind it, a little lower down, this item here, that's a pink and it looks like it's blocked by some type of a black bag. What is that item, if you remember?
That is a smaller pink chainsaw.
The same type of handheld mini chainsaw we just talked about that we see here to the right of the Exhibit 23?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you want me to take a quick second or do you want me to continue? Because I can do both.
If Francisco his presence doesn't bother you, let's see if we can get it going while you're asking some questions. If you need a little more time, then we can take a break.
By any chance, oh my God, my battery just died. It's okay. Let's keep going. Excuse me. By any chance, while you were going through the house
And I'm sorry, for the record, Francisco is the court's tech person. So, okay? I'm sorry, Miss Silverman, please continue.
He's got some pink tennis shoes that appear to match one of our chainsaws. While you were going through the house, did you find whether it was in the garage or someplace else associated with the residence? Did you find a Makita 10-inch chainsaw?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Let's clarify. If somebody's confused, because Francisco just kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, Francisco.
Yeah, something happened with the technology. Francisco's the
Yeah.
guy that came in the middle of testimony. He's fixing
Yes.
something on the side.
Francisco's like, I need to make a
Is
little
that-
cameo.
I was like, wait a minute, who is this person testifying?
You know
I
what's so interesting is that I'm wondering if this is where it happens. Remember Ashley, the young girl that had the interaction with
Yes.
Beth? I think this is
Yeah.
where the supposed joke came from, right?
This is, yes.
I think so. So I think we're gonna get to that part. This is the part where we're hearing all the courtroom drama. All right, here we go.
That's right.
So if I remember correctly, because I think I was really tired by then, but I think this is where it started. All right, let me keep going. While you were going through the house, did you find whether it was in the garage or someplace else associated with the residence? Did you find a Makita 10-inch chainsaw?
No, I did not.
Did anyone else under your direction ever show you a 10-inch Makita chainsaw found in the residence?
No.
When you went into the garage area, did you notice anything or covering the floors?
There were black interlocking floor mats that were a rubber-like material.
Like exercise mats?
Yes.
And did you notice anything with respect to those black rubber exercise mats on the garage floor?
There was damage to some of them.
What type of damage?
It appeared to be linear cuts.
When you say linear, what does that mean?
In a line.
Consistent with some type of sharp object or instrument?
Yes.
Was there these linear cuts? Were there many of those?
There were approximately 7.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit that is titled "Damage to Rubber Floor Mats." It's consistent. Excuse me. It contains 3 photographs. May it be marked, please, People's 51.4.
51.4.
Yes, thank you.
So marked.
Okay, so starting with the photograph to the left, can you describe what we're looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the damage to one of those rubber floor mats.
Okay, and what is it that you're seeing here? Can you direct us to that area? You can either stand up, or I think there's also a PowerPoint there. Do you see it down there somewhere? Can describe the area for us? There's also several areas on the floor mat that you can observe the linear cuts. Whoa. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
no,
totally
you're
went
good.
ahead. Shit.
There
Sorry
are
about that.
several areas on the floor mat that you can observe the linear cuts.
Can you point those out to us?
On this first photo, they're next to the 2-inch grayscales that have been placed next to the various areas that have cuts.
Okay. How about the photograph in the center? Oh, I'm sorry. Is this still going? So how about the photograph in the center? And you can move your mic however it's more comfortable for you. I just don't want it to knock you in the head. What? Okay, go ahead.
Just on the center photo, again, they're adjacent to the 2-inch scales. So there's one at the top of the photo and another one at the bottom of the photo.
And the scales are things that you put there, correct? To identify those locations, because you're looking at a black mat and you have you have photography with flash, correct?
Yes. When we went to photo document the damage to the mats, I placed the 2-inch grayscales next to the cuts that I was observing.
Did you also observe anything on the red mat? I'm sorry, on the black rubber mat besides these cuts, the damage that we've talked about?
There were several areas on the mats that had red stains.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, what line are we in? I was trying to
18.
fix my camera.
No, you're
18.
good.
Okay. And the red stains on the mat covering the garage floor, what do you do with those?
I tested them to see if they were possibly blood, and if it was positive, I collected it.
Can you keep going? I'm gonna tell the stove guy to leave. But if you want to take over line
Okay.
22, please. Or
What page? 142, right?
139.
Oh,
But yeah, line 22.
okay. Your Honor, I have an exhibit that has that one, right? That's the
Yes.
correct
Yeah.
one? Okay. Your Honor, I have an exhibit that has 3 photographs on it. A large one on the left and 2 smaller ones on the right, titled Phenol Positive POS Red Stain on Rubber Floor Mat and Rower Machine, PID 1 and 2. May this exhibit be marked 51.2, please? So marked for identification purposes. Thank you. Ms. Wallace, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a photo of the mat in the garage. Photo identification number 1 is marking several areas that have red stains on the mat that have tested phenol positive. Photo identification number 2 are red stains that are on a rowing machine that was found in the garage, and those also tested phenol positive.
And so as a result of that test, did you collect these items?
Yes, both of these areas were swabbed and collected.
And these were labeled as particular items in limb numbers? Limbs number? Limbs LIMS?
The I is
Right.
for information.
Okay. Information system. Can you tell us? Can you? Hold on, I got lost here. Hold on. Okay, the reporter asked to clarify something, and that's why then I answered LIMS. Okay, got it. Information system. Can you tell us what the I'm sorry, what the property item number was for each and LIMS number for each?
For photo identification number 1, it was booked into property with item number 4-1, and it was assigned limbs number 1-1-1. Photo identification 2 was booked into property as 4-2 and was given limbs number 1-2-1.
And those numbers are significant for for a couple of reasons, correct?
Yes.
What do they track?
The photo identification number is the number that I assigned to the item while I'm processing the scene, and that is simply a way to associate the item with the photograph and my notes. Whether it be the sketch or the evidence log, it's a way to show that they're all correlated. The property item number is the item number that I assign that item when I book it into our property division. The limbs number is the number that's generated by the analytical unit when the item is analyzed.
When the samples are sent or brought back to the lab, sent to the various divisions of the lab, such as DNA, those numbers track that piece of evidence, correct?
Yes.
Looking at another exhibit, I want to show you. In your honor, this has 2 photographs on it. It's titled PID 6 phenol positive red stain on rubber mat covering garage floor. If it could be marked, please, as people 51.13 for identification. So Mark.
I'm back.
Okay.
Looking at this exhibit here, let's start with the photo on the top left, the larger photograph. What are we looking at?
This is a photo of the garage floor mats, and you can see the rowing machine as well. This is showing photo identification number 6, which was a red stain that was on the mat and also tested phenol positive.
Similar to what we just looked at as PI1?
Yes.
Okay, and so what did you do with this particular stain?
This stain was swabbed and collected.
Sorry, guys. You said, I'm sorry, what number am I at?
20.
Number
20.
20. Thank you. Looking at the photograph to the bottom right, what do we see here just beneath where you have the number 6 place card and your scale?
This is a close-up photograph of the red stain on the floor mat.
And were these, was this particular red stain given a property item number?
Yes, it was.
What was that?
It was property item 4-4.
What about a limbs number?
It was assigned limbs number 1-4-1. It was assigned limbs number 1-4-1.
I'm sorry. I think the item number is 51.12, Your Honor, not 51.13.
All right, we'll note that on the record.
Thank you. I have another exhibit. It has 2 photographs on it. It is titled Phenol Positive Red Stain on Tesla Charger Plug. If it could mark, please, Peoples 51.5.
So marked.
Ms. Wallace, could you describe for us what you see here on the photograph on the left?
The photograph on the left shows an area in the garage that is showing photo identification numbers 3 and 4. And it also has the rowing machine that we previously saw.
And there is 2 different place cards here. Looking at the photograph to the right, where there is a place card for the number 3, what are we seeing here?
Photo identification number 3 is marking a red stain that tested phenol positive, and it was located on the charging cable.
For the Tesla?
Yes.
And was this given an item number as well as a PID number?
Yes.
I'm sorry, limbs number?
Yes.
And what was the item number?
This was booked into property as item 4-3.
And what about the laboratory information management system number?
It was assigned item limbs number 1-3-1.
All right. Now, did you apply Blue Star on the rubber mat?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
This was to see if there were any other areas that could possibly have biological or blood evidence that we were not able to see with the naked eye.
Okay. Your Honor, I have another exhibit. It has 1 photograph on it. It's labeled Blue Star on rubber mats adjacent to a rowing machine. May it be marked? People's 51.3 for identification.
So marked.
So looking at 51.3, can you tell us what we see here?
This is a photo after we sprayed the Blue Star chemical on the area. And the bright bluish-white light that you're observing is an area of what we call chemiluminescence, meaning the chemical is possibly reacting with blood in that area.
And how do you know that?
Because we observed that chemiluminescence or that bright bluish-white light.
Okay. And this shows us the location and this shows us the location or the contact and relationship to that rowing machine that we see on the right. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have another photograph that has photographs labeled Blue Star on floor under mats. May this be marked as 51.6 for identification.
So marked.
Okay. Looking at this continuing exhibit and starting with the photograph on the left, can you describe what we see here?
The photograph on the left shows the floor that was present underneath the black rubber mats.
And that looks like some type of brick floor.
Yes.
That if you're looking in this particular direction leads to an area where a red Tesla is parked.
Yes.
Oh. Okay. In 1 second.
And you were in the court during this?
Not this part.
Not,
The next
not this
day.
part?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, and what do we see here on the right?
The right is that area of exposed brick flooring after spraying it with Blue Star.
So these mats were present at the time that blood was deposited. Would this be consistent with blood leaking through those mats, those interlocking mats you described?
Calls for speculation.
All right. Hold on 1 second. I lost my damn one.
You're 18, page 146.
Hold on. Right. This thing
You're
keeps
fine.
bringing it all the way down. Okay. The way that
It
it was phrased as a hypothetical.
Is it
20.
me? Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I'll allow it.
Yes, it
So
would
I'll
be
allow it.
consistent with that.
Okay, and again, this is the same area in 51.6, the photograph on the right, consistent with the floor mat adjacent to the row, just so I'm clear on the location.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I have another exhibit. It has, again, 2 photographs. It is titled PID 7 trash bag on the garage floor, contains phenol positive trash. bags, okay, phenol positive wipes, and black fabric. May it be marked, please, as exhibits 51.7.
So marked.
Looking at the bag on the left, can you explain for us, to us, what we see here?
This is in an area of the garage, and you can see photo identification number 7, and that is marking a black trash bag that contains various items that had possible biological evidence.
Did you open up that bag?
Yes, I did.
By the way, before we move on, in the very back of the photograph on the left on exhibit 51.7, can you also see that black and red or black and orange chainsaw that we talked about earlier today?
Yes.
Can you just point that out for us so we can see it in context with the garage?
You can see it at the very top of this photograph.
Thank you. And what about the photograph on the right of 51.7?
The photograph on the right shows the bag that was marked as photograph identification number 7 prior to the contents being taken out.
Did you mark these items, each of the items that I described separately?
They were all marked as photo identification number 7. However, they were all given different property report item numbers when they were booked.
Okay, and what did you do with these items?
I first photo documented them at the scene and laid them out. If I observed any visible stains on the items, I tested them with phenolphthalein, and I collected all of these items and booked them separately.
Your Honor, I have another exhibit, 2 photographs labeled PID 7. It appears to have the same title at the top as People's Exhibit 51.7 for identification.
All right, and you want this one marked People's 5.8, 51.8?
Yes, please.
So marked.
Looking at the photographs on the left, I see that you have some writing there. Can you describe for us what you've identified?
Yes, this is showing each item that was present within that bag and what item number they were given when booked into property and any limbs numbers that may have been assigned to them by the analytical unit.
Okay, and with respect to that piece of fabric, did you assign that a particular property item?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
It was booked in into property as item 6-6.
And did it also get a limbs number?
Yes.
And is that 9-6 as we see on the writing above this photograph?
Yes, it was given several limbs numbers. 9-6 was the fabric, and the analyst took a swab of it, creating an additional limbs number, which was 9-6, 9-3.
Because the swab is derived? Can't even read it. I think there's a typo here. Is it derived from the fabric?
It's supposed to be derivative.
Derivative?
Yes,
There you
derivative.
go. That's what it is. Why did I say derived? Derivative from the fabric. It is misspelled, right? Or am I making that up?
Yeah. Oh no, there's a lot of misspellings here.
There's a lot
Okay,
of
because I'm like, maybe I'm
I
saying
know
it
there's
wrong.
a lot.
And
Okay,
I hate that
because
they like
it's-
skip something and like it goes from one thing to another or doesn't specify.
Yeah.
It confuses me sometimes.
I was a little confused. Because swab is derived from the fabric.
I have no personal knowledge of how they do their limbs numbers.
Okay, and then what did you do with the trash bag itself, 9-7?
The trash bag on the, I'm sorry, are you talking about the inner trash bag or the outer trash bag?
The one that we see here in the photograph on the left.
The item on the left was the inner trash bag, and that trash bag I did observe stains on there. So I swabbed those stains and tested them, and they were phenol positive.
How about the photograph on the right, exhibit 51.8? What do we see here?
The photograph on the right shows the exterior trash bag that has gray handles, and it also shows various wipes that have brown stains on them. I tested the brown stains, and they were phenol positive.
What kind of wipes? Like hand wipes that you would pull out of like a Clorox, some type of a cleaning, I don't even, container? Some type of wipes?
Yes.
Okay, and from the wipes, you made several cuttings?
I did not. I just collected them and booked them.
I see. Okay. And the wipes themselves, those were assigned property items 6-5?
That's correct.
And a limbs number of 9-5-1?
For the wipes themselves, yes.
Your Honor, I have another exhibit. It has 2 photographs. It's titled PID 11 green tarp with phenol positive red stains. And then in yellow, it's written in a parentheses, chemiluminescence. And if this could be marked, please, People's 51.11 for identification.
So marked.
Let me stop right here. Green tarp?
What?
Yeah.
This is the first time I heard about a green tarp.
I know, me too.
Oh, yeah.
Read that
Joe, do
again.
you remember
There's
hearing that?
black and green tarps.
Nope.
As evidence?
Mm-hmm.
Because all I heard, sorry, and I know, I said I wasn't going to do
Listen,
this, but
Kiddie pool.
I'm curious about this.
This is interesting.
Tarp. I don't remember. I'm
Re-
trying to think back. I honestly can't say exactly when that happened. No.
I remember when we were talking about this, we were all fixated on the bags, right? But this green,
Yeah.
the only reason there was a green tarp that tested positive. So there could have been a lot more things that were used, and I'm assuming either dismembering her body, right? Because we were stuck on the blue, the pieces of
Kiddie
blue.
pool.
Yeah, the pool, right?
Yeah. We actually made this comment, and I think I was the one that said, I'm surprised there was no tarp.
Or
You know,
something. Well, there you go.
or
Green
something
tarp.
like that. Yeah. And it was just like an inflatable pool. But now we see that there was a tarp. It better not have been from Home Depot. No.
Probably in there. More items. Oh man. Okay, here we go. So marked. All right. Thank you. Did you know tarps? Oh, more than tarps in the garage.
Yes.
And were there tarps of various colors? Oh wow.
Yes. There were both black and green tarps.
Okay, when you first saw the tarps, were they how were they positioned, or what were their conditions?
They were either folded or crumpled up.
What and what did you do?
I laid out each tarp to examine it, and if I saw visible stains, I could use the phenolphthalein. If there were no visible stains, some of them were sprayed with Blue Star.
Looking at 51.11, the bottom left photograph, what does this depict?
This is showing photo identification number 11, and it is a green tarp that is laid out.
Okay, what did you see? Excuse me, what did you do here?
In this instance, I sprayed the Blue Star, but observed an unusually bright chemiluminescence, so rather than continue to spray and possibly dilute the evidence, I stopped spraying and looked at the area and saw that there was red staining in the area that I was observing it. I did a phenolphthalein test on that red stain, and it tested phenol positive.
So you collected the item?
Yes.
Were there, when you say red stains, were there numerous red stains?
Yes, there were.
Did you do any swabbing at the scene?
In this case, yes, I did. The area that I phenol tested, I took a swab of the area. The red stain that I was observing and that I phenol tested, I swabbed that. And I booked that swab separately in addition to collecting the item itself.
Okay, and did you give an item number to that swab of the red stain?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
The swab was booked as property item 4-5.
And was that also given a LIMS number?
Yes, it was.
What was that?
1-5-0.
Now, while you were at the location in the garage, did you also come across a blue inflatable pool?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have another exhibit with 2 photographs titled Blue Inflatable Pool on Floor Processed with Blue Star, may be marked as People's 51.9 for identification.
So marked.
Looking at 51.9, starting with the photograph on the left, can you describe for us what's depicted here?
This is the blue inflatable pool that was found in the garage. And this is showing it after we had opened it up and laid it out. And this is showing the underside of the pool.
What was the condition of the pool prior to opening up?
It was crumpled up in a ball.
Did it emit any smell?
It appeared to have a fresh, almost laundry-like scent.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
And once you opened it up, what did you do with it?
We didn't observe any visual stains on it, so I sprayed it with Blue Star and observed chemiluminescence.
looking at the photograph to the right in Exhibit 51.9, is that what we see here?
Yes, the bright blue-white area is the area that I observed the chemiluminescence.
Okay, once you rolled it out and laid it to examine it, did you notice anything that was attached to this particular blue inflatable pool?
There was a dryer sheet rolled up inside of it.
Okay. Your Honor, I have another exhibit. It's one photograph. It is labeled dryer sheet rolled up inside inflatable pool. If it could be marked as People's 5110.10 for identification.
So marked.
Looking at this particular photograph, can you describe for us what this depicts?
Yes, this is showing what the pool looked like when we first enrolled it. So this is now the top side of the pool, and you can see the white dryer sheet.
So in looking at the top side of the pool, does it appear that this pool is actually two different colors of blue, a medium blue and a lighter blue?
That's correct.
I'll go ahead. Well, if you want to finish with this exhibit, oh, excuse me. Go ahead, Court. Sorry.
Okay. I'll go ahead. See, did we miss something here? Because why am I responding? Like, I'll go ahead. Well, if you want to finish with this exhibit before we move on, finish.
Sure.
It's
I
like
know
we
it's kind of
missed-
weird. I think there's a
It's like
typo
we
there.
missed something there. It's
I
like
think they're
I think-
nearing a break. That's why.
Yeah, they're getting
that's
ready for
why.
a break. Yeah.
okay.
They look so
So-
they're very specific on breaks,
Mhm.
like a timing of it. I'm trying to remember. I think the first is like kind of around 10:30ish for the break, and then like your lunch is at noon, and she watches that clock, and then you have an afternoon break for 15 minutes. So they
Interesting.
watch that time specifically.
You know, also one thing to look at is like the patient because remember for the Diddy trial, some of the transcripts sometimes it went like from page 154 to 156 and then back to 155. It was like it would do that during some of the Diddy transcript, yeah. Because
Yeah,
see, here, I'm
you telling
confused. I'm
me,
like,
man.
I'm confused. I'm
I
like, go ahead,
remember.
where? Okay, I'll go
That
ahead.
was Diddy now. Okay,
Well,
I'm
if you
gonna.
want to, let me read it again. I'll go ahead. Well, if you want to finish with this exhibit before we move on, you may finish.
Sure. What did you do with this item?
After spraying it with Blue Star and observing the chemiluminescence, this item was collected.
And brought back to the lab?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor,
Th-
Your Honor?
This should be good. This should be a good place for a break. We'll take a 15-minute recess. You're ordered back here in 15 minutes, ma'am, okay? Thank you. Should we take a recess or no?
Well, take a little diffuser. Let's get a little. We're at page 155, and I mean all the evidence. What do you guys? I mean, I heard things here that we heard about different things, but I don't remember the specific spot. Now we know that blood might have been everywhere. I mean, matter
I'm
might have
gonna
been
grab
everywhere.
more water.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I'll be right back.
Also,
I
what
also-
I'm not hearing is evidence of any kind of cleaning agents at all.
I thought they said laundry. That it smelled like laundry detergent. The pool.
No,
did.
I mean like throughout the garage as a whole.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Like we haven't heard him buy bleach because you know that's always in a crime scene, bleach, or
Yeah.
you know anything to clean, I guess. But then again, I don't know. He probably had if he had like a housekeeper service that would come in and clean some things. Probably, who knows? Yeah, the only thing I've heard is like he had like dryer sheets everywhere. in the
Well, would
pool
that
right
smell
there.
of clean still be there though? Because if you think about it, I mean, sounds like I could believe that he was cleaning things, but he was probably already moving things around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he probably got rid of things.
So many
So I
months
wonder how
later.
many of those, detergents would have actually remained in the area. I wonder about that. Yeah.
One thing I've never heard is tarps. I had never heard tarps before, and let alone two.
Yeah, that's throwing me off too because nobody reported that whatsoever. I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, and that's important because did he use the tarps?
Yeah, because we're still not sure exactly where she would have passed away. We don't know if this happened in the back seat, and even still, I'm still thrown off by that because I
And
would
it's-
just expect a lot more blood than what
Well,
we
remember-
have so far.
Remember that it doesn't necessarily that the medical examiner said there could have been a lot of internal bleeding. So
Hmm.
So maybe not as much as we thought what bled out out. It was just internally.
Well, and I think also again the time frame, right? Like, what are we truly going to find between? This is what I don't understand. Like, just because there's blood and it's been months and months, how long is even if you clean it and it's there in months? I mean, at some point, does it always stay there? Is it always stained? Is luminol always going to pick that up?
I'm
I don't know.
guessing
Those are
if
good
there are
questions,
points.
You know what I
especially
mean? Like,
about 5
what's the
months
time
down the
frame?
road.
Exactly. So that's why I'm like, I'm not
And
too
if
caught up on the forensic part. Well, I am and I'm not, you know.
We're getting there.
yeah, but what you're saying makes sense because like, what if I cut my finger and I bled a little bit? That's gonna come up, but it has nothing to do with it. None of the case.
Right.
And
That's
then
why
if
blood
the
is circumstantial.
true, and then the tarps is like if there were so many, could she have been wrapped in tarps and put somewhere in That's how he was able to disguise it from a lot of people, I guess. I
Hey,
don't know.
I do have a little bit of breaking news.
Yeah.
Not on D4VD, just side note. Joe, you're gonna perk your ears for
Okay.
this one. So
Okay.
New Mexico on Lexi.
Finally.
I told you not to do that, mija. Yeah, that one, that shit. It sounds so Mexican. Lexi, such a stereotype. I'm stereotyping my people. Let me stop.
As long as it's funny.
So we got an opinion while we wait, y'all. We got an opinion on the Lexi Treviso case. So that's gonna be. I'm gonna pin that. I'll send it to you, Joe, so you can read it. It's very it's very lengthy and very interesting. We don't have time right now, but
What is the
that's gonna
holding?
be
The holding's the short part. That's the binding decision.
the holding.
It'll say
Hold
it
up.
should say held, and then the
Let me
paragraphs
see.
that follow.
Is that going to be at the beginning of the document?
Yes, it should be at
Okay,
the
let me
top.
see. Oh shit. Oh shit. Are they gonna? What are they gonna do on this one? Hold up. Oh, okay, opinion. Motion to suppress. Discussion. Should be before this, right? Inspection. Yeah, hold up. Man. Come on, New Mexico. So
Yes, should be front page.
interlocutory appeal from the district attorney for the district court of Eddy County. Hold up, guys. So opinion, background. It doesn't have the holding. Where's the holding?
Okay, just email it to me.
I will.
And actually, let me take a minute, step away, let Abe take over for me. I want to look over that.
Go ahead. Hold up.
Yeah, and I'm not doing a hell of a lot anyway.
I'll send it to you right now. Hold up, guys.
Okay, yeah, let me look at that
second.
and I'll find that. Cool. We just did a video on that a few weeks ago.
They can't use her statements in the ER.
Yeah, so the New Mexico Supreme Court, all they did was affirm the lower court's ruling. Everything's still suppressed. It's exactly what we expected.
So the video may not be used?
Yeah.
Cannot be
Give me
used.
1 second, guys. Keep talking.
Yep, go ahead.
I just sent it to you, Joe.
Okay, I'm gonna step out and read that real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna step out and read that real quick, and as soon as I'm done, I'll come back in.
Merce,
Just a
so
quick
that
article.
means that
Yeah.
we're not the
It
jury may
says-
not see the video, like the police body cam.
I just pulled up a quick article is saying that the statements made by Alexi Treviso while in the emergency
I can't
room
hear you.
cannot be used as evidence. Oh,
Are you muted?
no.
Oh, maybe
Can everyone else hear me?
it may be me. Let me leave and come back. Hold on.
Okay. Okay, good. Let me wait for him to come back. I feel like this case is taking forever with Alexi. Which reminds me, when people say, oh, why does it take so long? I feel like David's case has actually gone pretty quickly, all things considered. The cat is... I don't know. She was following me somewhere. When I went to get water. She's rolling around on the ground with a feather toy right now. I'll read some part of this article on Alexei quickly while he gets back in, but they're saying that they cannot use the statements made by Alexei Trevisa while in the emergency room as evidence in prosecuting her for the death of a newborn child. They ruled that physician-patient confidentiality remained while police and her mother were in the room when a doctor confronted Treviso about the newborn found deceased in a hospital trash can. They affirmed the Eddy County District Court decision that there was no voluntary waiver of confidentiality and that her statement Treviso made to her treating physician cannot be used by prosecutors in this case. The state Supreme Court justices disagreed with prosecutors' contention that the privilege was waived because of the presence of police and Treviso's mother in the room when the doctor told the teenager about the deceased child. The doctor had invited police officers into Treviso's room. It
Sorry
says
about
that outlined requirements for a valid waiver to occur by the presence of a third party. One of the requirements is that the patient has, quote, the mental and physical capacity to waive the privilege. The state Supreme Court says the facts of the case show Treviso lacked the capacity because of her medical condition.
Dang. So they're
He lacked
suppressed.
many capacities.
Yeah.
Girl. They suppressed that, basically. They said that they can't use that. So now the question is, what they gonna do?
They're going to use
What's the
everything else.
prosecution gonna do? That's what I'm like. It's a fucking. Sorry, I'm a cussing because that's like they wasted the time. Like literally, how long has it been, guys?
So
They should
I
have just
told you,
moved forward.
prosecutors are sore losers. This could have moved forward years ago.
Oh my gosh. Y'all can be mad at the DA, New Mexico, Artesia over there. Be mad at your DA because I don't understand. Like, what was the holdup? We even talked about this.
Hmm?
That's insane.
They can't use that, but wouldn't they still be able to request the medical records anyway, though?
I mean, even
The
for
records are
manslaughter.
one thing, but
The records?
so the records. Oh wait. I came in late because I was waiting in my email and I just now got it.
Oh, did you get it? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I just now got it. So everything you were just reading, I didn't even hear except for the end. So what did they say? All was suppressed. If the judge said it's suppressed, then it's just locked away.
I had just closed the whole lot. It was everything the statements that were made in the emergency room,
Mhm.
in the ER, that cannot be used as evidence. The statements made by Alexei in the emergency room cannot be used. That the physician-patient confidentiality remained while police and her mother were in the room.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, they can't use it. That's it. Everything that was said in there, when the judge says suppressed, that means this is locked away. Now, they can file a motion to reconsider if they can find a way, they can find a reason a door was opened to that suppressed information. But generally, judges don't go against their own decisions. And generally, appellate courts don't go against lower courts because they generally trust that the trial judge is in the best place to make these determinations anyway. So that's why I said a long time ago, this was probably going to fail. We have a constitutional argument and then other medical privacy arguments that are not only codified in New Mexico law, but it's also a rule of evidence. So it's not just that Lexi has this right written, but also that there's a way to admit that into evidence in a criminal or civil case. And you have to follow those rules, but because of the nature, basically because of the circumstances altogether, none of that is admissible. All of that is locked away. There's no getting around it. Generally, there's no getting around. Like I said, you can file a motion to reconsider, and the judge probably won't buy it. So this is going forward from where we left off. Was it 3 years now? 3 summers about from this point, right?
Yes, that's why I'm like, oh my god, back to 2023, and now it's like, well, all we could really focus on. She was pregnant. Someone died in that bath. She wasn't in that bathroom by herself at some point, and this baby winded up in the trash can.
So then we probably won't see her trial until next year. But now the proceedings are going to continue. So expect to see more in the news as the proceedings not start over. They continue where they left off.
That's insane. All right. Well, Lexi, that was enough. All right, sorry, y'all. I had to step out. You guys ready? There's gonna be a lot of people pissed off. Watch, I already see people getting mad. Okay, everybody ready? Judge Olimendo, are you ready?
Yeah, there's gonna be a little riff here coming up.
Go for it. Ooh, the riff. Who are you wrestling? The dog?
However, I'm wrestling both of y'all.
Hmm.
The defense and the prosecution.
There you go. You wrestling us. I think we
Um,
left off at what, 19? Line 19, page
Yeah, 19, yeah.
Yeah.
155. Ooh, we're almost
Yep.
there.
All right. We're back on the record. We have Mr. Burke present, and we will have all counsel present. iOS present. Our witness is back on the stand. Ma'am, I'm going to remind you that you remain under oath. But Miss Silverman, you want to put something on the record?
Yes. During the break, Your Honor, I attempted to take photographs of all the defense exhibits that have been marked thus far, but I've been told I'm not allowed to do that until they're edited. I want a photograph of the exhibits as they've been introduced. I think I'm entitled to that. The defense can take whatever photographs they want of the exhibits. We've provided all of this to the defense.
So, defense, I will certainly listen to your position, but once the exhibits are marked for identification, they are no longer yours. They are mine. They are the court's exhibits. So, they should not be altered or changed in any way once they are marked for identification. Generally speaking, I don't necessarily allow either side to take photos of exhibits. But if you want to, you can certainly ask the court for permission and I will consider that. But is there a problem or a concern? Miss Burke?
Miss Burke. Defense. Joe, are you there?
Come back.
Joe.
Okay, I'll read this.
Go for it.
So is there a concern? So
I'm
Ms.
here.
Burke,
Sorry about that. Things always happen. Where? What line? What page? What line?
16.
16.
No, I see it right now. Your Honor, just so the record is clear, Ms. Silverman did not request to me to have our exhibits. Her law clerk requested that she take pictures of the exhibits. I explained to her law clerk she needed to be careful about photographing exhibits, and that's my understanding. What was that Your Honor's judicial assistant had the exhibits, that he would be happy to have her photograph or document a copy of the exhibits. There is no at the time, did I say we needed to alter the exhibits? Ms. Peters indicated that there was one exhibit that contained a passport card with Celeste Rivas Hernandez name spelled out on the card that Ms. Silverman took exception to, and she felt that. Go ahead down. Yeah, give me line 1 on top. Identifying information should be redacted. So Ms. Peters was going to, at the end of the proceeding, address to the court that we could request permission from Your Honor as directed by Your Honor's JA, Judicial Assistant, to redact the exhibit once we raised it with the court, which we were intending to do at the end of the proceeding.
And Your Honor, that is false. I personally, on the break in front of, I don't know, 7 or 8 witnesses, asked counsel, Ms. Blair, directly if I could see the exhibit, and she told me I could not. I then asked the clerk. The clerk said she doesn't have them. I asked Miss Peters if I could see these exhibits, and she told me no. And I had to take it up with the court. So that's what happened. And there were 8 witnesses to that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that both sides feel very strongly about their different opinions, and I know that both of you came off a very difficult. Let me start over. Okay, well, I appreciate that both sides feel very strongly about their different positions, and I know that you both came off a very difficult trial, unrelated to this case completely, and I am not sure if any feeling regarding that trial are overflowing here into this trial. But with that said, and I am not trying to be condescending to anyone, I am not going to have an evidentiary hearing on what was said regarding the exhibits because it really is of no consequence for these proceedings for both sides. If so, if it is at some point more productive simply to have conversations with each other on the record, so there's no misunderstanding, no miscommunication, we can do that. If there are people from the prosecution team and defense team that can communicate with each other where these issues don't arise, I would suggest that. I just want to find a way to I just want us to find a way to move forward uh, with both sides. And to the court, on the record, both sides have been professional. And so I am not trying to call out either side. I just want to find a way that we can move forward effectively with regard to the trial. That's the court's concern. So, whatever the court can do to help facilitate that, let me know. I am not going to have an evidentiary hearing regarding what was said regarding exhibits. People, if you want to photograph anything, defense, if you ever want to photograph anything, the rules regarding the photographing in the court, except with court permission, apply to both sides as well. Hold on. So you need the court's permission to photograph something. And with regard to exhibits and redactions, we can do that on the record before they are moved into evidence. But even once they've been identified, they then become custody of the court as opposed to counsel. So at the end of the day, I know we have a lot of exhibits. Please make sure the clerk has all the exhibits before you leave at the end of the day. If you need to put anything on the record, I will certainly allow both parties to do that. If you need to have communication on the record, I will allow both parties to do that.
Damn. Well, there's a whole monologue that the judge just gave. Like, okay,
So-
thank you, Your Honor.
So let me
Your Honor.
understand something, because the defense is saying that they've put up like exhibits, but I thought the defense can only work with the exhibit that the prosecution presents. Like, how are they presenting exhibits?
They're allowed to. They're allowed to. Just
Yeah, they have
they're
defense
not going
exhibits.
to. Yeah,
Okay,
there
so
can be
they-
defense exhibits. Yeah,
During the preliminary as well?
Mhm.
yeah, they can even bring witnesses if they want. It's just because the standard is so low, just the judge usually doesn't. It's not that they don't allow it, but just it usually isn't good enough. Like,
Okay.
dude, you have to understand, because it's a low standard, you have to defeat the basis of that standard. So
Okay.
if you were arrested because the cop said you had a true firearm in your hand, right? But then the firearm turns out to be fake. Well, that's not a true firearm. Now, if you were actually threatening somebody with it, that's still a crime. So then you would have to defeat the witness's perception of that weapon or that fake weapon. You see what I mean? So you have to defeat the
Yes.
basis to overcome this standard. So that's why a
Um,
lot of times, two different witnesses, okay, they might see things differently, but that just means that's something for the jury to decide. But it doesn't defeat the basis for that probable cause for these facts to be admitted, at the root. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
I guess they just had
all
enough
right.
notice. The defense putting up exhibits.
Right. I mean, it's
Well, remember, the prosecution's the only one required to prove anything. The defense has a right to challenge.
yeah.
Okay.
Are we ready? We are on line
Yeah.
number number 5.
That's you.
Page 159. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll take the court up on that. I've tried doing it myself, though. I've tried doing it myself with Miss Peters, and it's been fine up until now. And then I tried to use a law clerk to do it, as the court suggested. And so I think going forward, we'll just put everything on the record. But I would like to see the exhibits before the end of the day.
All right. You can make arrangements with the judicial assistant, and you may certainly engage in the same conduct as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. We requested the same, but we will take that up. It's very unfortunate, but it may be better just to have some discussions on the record.
Absolutely.
All right.
Your Honor, may I just ask the court, was it the court's preference to deal with any redactions that are requested be applied, happen at the end of the proceeding before admitted into evidence, or would you like to address that now?
We can do that when it's convenient for the parties once they've been received. I don't think there is going to be an objection by the people to the redaction. So we can just take that up either at the end of the day or some other time when they're received. But we'll make sure that it's done.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. We have Ms. Wallace back on the stand. I remind you that you remain under oath. We have Mr. Burke present, all counsel present. We are on direct examination still because Ms. Silverman just got up. She reminded me of that, and you may continue, Ms. Silverman.
Okay. And just real quick, it would be side note. If anybody knows what case they were on before this one, it would be kind of good to know because then we can maybe see
The Monica
how-
Sementilli case between those two.
Was it that one between those two?
Really?
I was wondering.
I think that was it. Yeah.
Okay. So Beth Silverman and Blair Burke were on a case prior to this. How many years ago? Was this recent?
Wait, but
Months
Chimentelli
ago?
was a long time ago.
Oh yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah.
So they're still they
No.
still got tension over that case. It's been like how many Christmases since this?
Wait, but I
All right,
thought
let
she's
me-
talking
Gotta
about
be something
something.
else.
Yeah, it's something else because I think
Something
she's talking
else.
about something happening now.
Okay. All right. Well, let me go. All right, here we go.
Oh yeah, they're mad
Uh,
now because of the whole photographing thing. But yeah, let's skip ahead. Let's not keep
Let's
them
go
waiting.
ahead.
Okay.
All right. So when we left off, before the break, we were talking about this exhibit regarding the pool within which you found the dryer sheet. This is exhibit 5110.
Is that
Excuse
for
me.
me?
Did you notice? No, it's me. Did you notice
Okay.
anything with respects to the pool?
Yes, it was damaged.
And when you say damage, just as I asked you with respects to the black rubber exercise mats covering the floor in the garage, can you describe the damage?
It appeared that it had been cut.
And what does that mean?
There were areas of damage. Some of them look linear. They didn't have very neat edges. Some of them were a little bit jagged looking.
With some type of sharp instrument or weapon, as we discussed with respects to the black rubber mats?
Objection calls for speculation. Improper calls for expert testimony.
Well, the court does find her to be an expert as an analyst.
It's like, why are you making as to tools and marks as to tools, marks, and
I'm not asking for a comparison, Your Honor, for a tool, just for the record.
The court will allow it.
Yes, it was possibly made with a sharp object.
And were there just a few cuts or were there multiple cuts?
There were multiple.
And were there any areas that were cut where it appeared that the material, whether it's plastic, vinyl, or some type of some other synthetic that was cut so that there were pieces missing from the pool?
Possibly. There were some areas that you could see through, as in the areas of the cuts didn't line up and come together.
And did you diagram the area of the garage with respects to what you collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a diagram with the legends on the right titled Processing of Garage 1368 Doheny Place Search Warrant September 17, 2025. May it be marked as People's Exhibit 51.1 for identification.
So marked for identification purposes.
Thank you. Can you describe for us what we're looking at here?
This is a diagram that is depicting the garage that was searched, and the yellow squares are showing the photo identification numbers that we recovered and where they were recovered from.
And this is a legend showing what the photo identification number corresponded to. So what the PID item was?
Oh, reverse.
Excuse me, what?
16.
Oh,
That
I'm
was
so
the-
sorry.
yeah,
I
no, you're
might
good. I
have
was
like
saying-
jumped. Sorry about that.
Mhm.
Okay, and what is the legend? The legend that we see at the bottom of this exhibit, the way it's oriented as well as duplicated on the right.
This is a legend showing what the photo identification number corresponds to, so what the PID item was.
And that contains things we talked about today, such as the PID9 being the blue inflatable pool.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Burke.
thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Miss Wallace, you were the primary criminalist assigned to the search of 1368 Doheny Place on September 17, 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you testified earlier that you were sent there with the assignment of identifying, collecting, and preserving possible evidence at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And part of your training that you described earlier is specifically how much collection of both physical and biological evidence? Is
Yes.
how to collect, excuse me.
Yes.
And you're trained to document the original position of any potential item of evidence.
Yes.
And you're trained to do that before it's tested, correct?
We don't always know if we are going to collect an item, so there are instances where something may be moved from its original location prior to us knowing if it has forensic value.
And are you trained to document the original position you find the evidence in by the photograph?
Again, if possible, we document it in its original location. However, there are times it's been moved prior to us determining it's something we're going to collect.
And you're trained in every case to prepare something called an evidence collection log. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's to specifically record each item of evidence, where it was located, by whom, and the date and time it was located.
That's correct.
And in addition, you are specifically trained to create in your field response notes any observations, conditions, or any alterations to a particular scene.
Yes.
And I assume you do that when you go out and process a scene.
Yes.
And you would agree it's important to carefully document what you find and what you test and where you find it at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree it's important for a primary criminologist or any criminologist at the scene to avoid contaminating evidence. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Scene investigators must prevent contamination of any of the evidence they're testing, either for biological evidence or DNA, or applying Blue Star or swabbing with phenolphthalein, correct?
Yes.
And there are precautions that you all diligently take when you're processing a scene having to do with personal protective gloves and masks.
That's correct.
And when you're processing a scene where you're looking at a particular item or item of interest, and you're either spraying it with Blue Star or you're swabbing it to see if it's phenol positive, you are always wearing gloves.
Yes.
And do you remove those gloves between the time you test one object and when you test the next object?
Yes. If we touch an item with our gloves, we change them prior to handling additional evidence.
And you also wear safety goggles?
We do not wear safety goggles.
Do you wear masks?
Yes, we wear a face covering, a face mask that covers our mouth and nose.
And it's important in your training, is it not, for any other investigators at the scene who are interacting with the same areas you're processing and identifying, for those investigators to also wear gloves and masks, correct?
Yes, we instructed others who were in the area to also wear gloves and masks.
And that's because it's very easy to transfer, say, cells, DNA from one object to another object, correct?
Whether it's easy or not is variable. However, we take every precaution necessary to avoid that possibility.
Because trace DNA, am I correct, touch DNA makes a very few amount of cells?
Hold on, sorry. I am not a DNA analyst, so I don't have any knowledge as to how much DNA you need.
But you specifically do everything you can at a scene to avoid inadvertently transferring foreign DNA from one item or physical evidence to another, correct?
Yes, we do.
You described earlier when you arrived at, let me ask you, when you arrived at 1368 Doheny Place on September 17, 2025, there were detectives and police officers already present at the scene?
That's correct.
And when you arrived, you specifically, I think you said you were briefed by Detective Farrell?
Yes.
And was Detective Byers there also?
I believe so, yes.
You recognize both Detective Farrell and Detective Byers sitting at the prosecutor's table?
Yes, I do.
And Detective Farrell directed you to specifically look for certain items?
During our briefing, it was discussed that the criminalists were going to be responsible for searching for biological evidence, and the detectives were going to search for non-biological, such as electronics.
What about chainsaws?
That was something that we were requested to search for, would be any weapons that could have possibly been used.
So Detective Farrell specifically told you that you should be looking for any weapons or tools that may have been used in possible dismemberment?
That's correct.
And if you found those items would be important to notify the detectives about or collect or document, correct?
Yes.
And when you were briefed by the detectives, were both of the detectives wearing gloves and masks?
During the briefing, we were not inside the actual residence. However, once people were inside the residence and doing searching, everyone was instructed to wear gloves and masks.
Did you accompany the detectives at any time while they were executing the search or searching for the items they had discussed they were going to look for?
There were times that they observed stains that they thought could possibly be biological evidence, and in those instances, they stopped what they were doing and notified us to test those areas. So in those instances, we did cross paths. However, I was not with them constantly.
And was there an area of the property, the home at 1368 Doheny Place, that you began your processing? Where did you go first?
I personally began in the garage.
Were you instructed to the garage by anyone?
We, our team, our criminalist team split up. Some of us began inside the house, some of us were in the garage.
Okay, my question, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. Were you directed by anybody to look specifically in the garage?
No, we searched the entire house, not just the garage.
But the first place you searched was the garage, correct?
Myself, personally, yes.
Have you been told that the detectives or anyone had already been in the garage and thought there were items for you to look at there?
No.
And did the detectives indicate to you that they had conducted any portion of the search yet before they briefed you?
No.
And you have been told by detectives on September 17, 2025 that they already considered David Burke a suspect in the case, correct?
I did know he was a suspect.
And that was from law enforcement that was from law enforcement that that actually is what it says.
We knew it was a follow-up to the vehicle search and that he was a resident of this home and the registered owner of the vehicle.
And they considered him a suspect?
Yes.
Was there any time in which you were notified as to items inside the interior of the house that the detectives wanted you to observe or test?
Yes.
And had you processed the entirety of the garage before you tested any other items in the home?
No, the garage I was in for a long time, and so the various items in order for the detectives to continue doing their search needed to be tested so they could continue.
So explain that to me. How did that work? You first went into the garage, correct?
Yes.
You identified various items that you wanted to test,
Yes.
and you conducted those tests. Were the detectives present with you when you conducted those tests?
They weren't watching. However, there were detectives in the garage as well doing their search.
But you also missed a blue star in the rest of the house, correct?
Yes, we did spray Blue Star inside the house as well.
You sprayed it on the second floor interior living area, correct?
The Blue Star was sprayed at the very end of the areas being searched.
And that includes the garage, or you did the garage first?
The Blue Star was the last thing done in the garage.
Okay, now Ms. Silverman talked to you a little bit briefly about the 2 reactive chemical agents you were using that day. You were utilizing both phenolphthalein, correct?
Phenolphthalein, yes.
And phenolphthalein, and you were also using a product called Blue Star to spray to see if there was something called chemiluminescence, correct?
Correct.
And both of those tests don't confirm in any way that if they react, it's actually human blood, correct?
That's correct. They're both presumptive tests, meaning even if they're positive, I can't say that it's definitely blood. I can only say that it's possibly blood, and it assists us in knowing what to collect.
All right, sorry, I lost it. What line, number 2?
So number 2, sorry.
Yep. So none of the stains that day, have you ever at any time determined that the stains, the samples, the swabs you were collecting were actually human blood, correct?
That's correct. I could just say that it was possibly blood.
In fact, there were a lot of items that day that you sprayed or swabbed that didn't react to the chemical reagent that you collected still, correct?
There were some things that we sprayed that were negative, that we still collected, but they were because other items had tested positive that were similar in nature. and they were areas that were large, and we felt that we couldn't completely analyze in that setting and that it would be better done in a controlled laboratory setting if needed.
So there were a series of large black tarps you collected that had been negative for phenolphthalein, correct?
We didn't get any negatives on the phenolphthalein besides the one that also had positives. However, we did spray Blue Star on a couple of the tarps and didn't see anything, but we still decided to collect them.
And that included property items 611, the black tarp.
I would have to look at the photo identification number for that.
Would it refresh your recollection to do so?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have that with you?
I do.
With the court's permission?
You may.
Can I ask again which item you're talking about?
Items 611, 612, 613, 62, and 64.
So-
611, 612, 613, 62, 64.
So 611 and 612 were both sprayed with Blue Star and did not show any chemiluminescence, but we did still collect them. 614, I did not spray with Blue Star. At that point, it was decided to. 613 and 614 were not sprayed. At that point, we decided to collect the tarps that were remaining and not spend time spraying them. In 6.2, we did not spray with Blue Star or do a phenolphthalein test. Was there one more item you asked about?
Well, on 6.2, that was the towing eye. That was a towing eye,
That's correct.
but you still collected it.
Yes.
So you hadn't tested it in any way, but you decided it might be relevant and you collected it.
Correct.
And then the final item, 6.4, a trash bag.
Yes, we did not test that in any way.
You didn't swab it with phenolphthalein.
No, we tested the interior trash bag with phenolphthalein, and that was item 6.7.
Ooh, hold on. What line was that?
Sorry, my hand, the mouse went a little too
We're
wide.
at
16, I
12.
think. Okay.
Number 16. Thank you. So the trash bag itself, the trash bag that you collected, you had not tested with either phenolphthalein or Blue Star, and there was no phenol positive reaction or chemiluminescence. Is that correct?
Are we on the right line? Hold up, Marissa.
Number
Oh,
20.
It was 12.
It was 12 and
it's
we
just
jumped.
I skipped.
like item
I'm sorry.
numbers.
It's okay.
So
So,
it's really
if you want to go back to the 12, Joe, if you're able to, it's
Okay.
up to you.
Yes. And 6.4 is the item you testified earlier to, which was labeled with PID 7. Is that correct?
yes. Items 6.4 through 6.7 were all given PID 7.
So the trash bag itself, the trash bag that you collected, you had not tested with either phenolphthalein or Blue Star, and there was no phenolphthalein positive reaction or chemiluminescence. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'd object. It's vague. She testified about an interior bag as well as an exterior bag.
If you want to clarify which bag or reference all bags,
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just going to pull some photographs. Let me come back to it, and we'll show you the items. The test you conducted on the items you described in the garage, a number of those items were moved prior to testing.
Yes.
And who made the decision to move the items? Was that you?
Yes.
Were there any items that have been moved in the garage by the detectives in the case?
The saws had been moved. They were large saws and up really high, so none of the criminalists moved those. However, the tarps that were moved by criminalists.
Did you observe the large saws being moved?
I did not personally observe them being moved.
You were not in the garage when they were moved?
I was in the garage. However, like I said, we were separated and doing different jobs. And at one point, they were on top of the cabinet, and then they were down on the bucket.
How many saws were on top of the cabinet that you observed?
2.
And did you document those saws on top of the cabinet at any time?
They can be seen in the initial overall photographs, which is depicting the scene as we found it.
Okay, but you at some point knew that the saws had been on top of the cabinets, correct?
Yes, but when we did the testing, they had been pulled down.
But you did not document in any way where the saws had been originally located in the garage. Am I correct?
Not in my notes.
Did you document it anywhere else?
No. Like I said, it could be seen in the photographs, the original location.
You're saying there is a photograph of these two saws on top of the cabinet?
Yes.
And just to go back a second, you talked earlier about a dryer sheet you say you saw on the plastic pool. Do you recall being asked about that?
Yes.
Am I right that you did not collect that dryer sheet
That's correct.
and you left it in the garage?
Yes.
Okay, can you give me line 25? Thank you. Okay, so back to the trash bag that we were talking about before, showing you next in order. With the court's permission, I'd like to mark as defense. Okay, the judicial assistant. We'll just skip to that part. Yes, K. A one-page photograph with a large trash bag. Is Abe here?
No, I'll be the court. Oh, now he's here. It says,
Sorry,
and I'm sorry. No worries. And I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure that. There we go. Go ahead.
Okay.
Burke.
Number 5, right? Sorry.
Yeah, I read it for you.
Okay. So continuing line 7, a one-page photograph of a large trash bag with PID number 7, reference item number 6004, and limbs 9-4-1.
It will be marked as defense K for the record.
All right, in the me. Okay. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And this is the item you identified and located on September 17, 2025 at 1368 Doheny in the garage?
Yes.
Showing you if the defense may mark as exhibit next L.
And it's another photo?
This is another photo of PID 7, and there are 2 trash bags and what look to be the some white stained wipes.
And it'll be so marked.
Thank you. Right there. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
And those were the trash bags that were identified and collected on September 17th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those trash bags were given a specific proper identification number.
Yes.
And the trash bag you described earlier that you tested, that you did not test for chemiluminescence or phenolphthalein, that was item 6-4.
Yes, the exterior trash bag.
What you're referring to as the exterior trash bag?
Yes, and that is the one with the gray handles on the right of this photograph.
Okay, and is that also reflected in the previous exhibit that I showed you, PID 7, item 6004?
That appears to be the inner trash bag that I did test.
Okay. So that appears to be the inner trash bag and other trash bag you've described in the trash bag here. You described as the trash bag here on the right with the gray handles, correct?
Yes.
And that's item 6:004, limbs 9-4-1. Is that correct?
I do not know the limbs number. However, yes, that is the property item number I booked it under.
Thank you. And you're describing that as the other trash bag?
Sorry.
You ready?
Sorry, I had to laugh. The cat.
Oh, the cat hit you in the
She
face.
just flew at me from underneath. I'm sorry. She has like
I
the
didn't
zoomies.
The cat
These kids.
Flew up from
I love
underneath, man. She has height.
I heard the sound effect. I was like, what was that?
I'm like, did she fall?
Oh, shit.
Oh, I'm getting little. She's like 2.5 pounds at me, flying
so
through the air. I'm
cute.
sorry.
She just flew over you. I was like, what the?
She said, pay attention to me.
Oh man!
All right, we're almost there,
What
y'all. We're
line,
almost there.
what line was it?
I'm going to continue from line 16. Just to be clear,
Thank
the
you.
photograph I showed, just so the previous answer was yes. Just to be clear, the photograph I showed you of the inner trash bag, that was Defense Exhibit K, correct? That's the inner trash bag?
Yes.
The Defense Exhibit L you've described as the trash bag on the right, and that's the outer trash bag, correct?
Correct.
If I may mark as Defense M, with the court's permission, do you recognize this photo?
The photo looks like,
A photograph of the garage at 1368 Doheny.
all right, it'll be so marked as defense M.
And by me, do you see a PID placard number 7 towards the middle of that photograph?
Yes.
And is that the outer trash bag as you found it when you first identified the garage? Excuse me, as you first identified it in the garage?
Yes. This
Yeah.
was after we determined that it was going to be something that we were going to collect. So that's why it has the photo identification number on it.
Okay. And at that point that this photograph was taken, do you know if anyone had actually examined the bag?
Hold on, sorry, it just zoomed out on me.
Line 18.
Thank you. Yes, because there's a photo identification number. It means that we had determined that it was a forensic value and we decided that it was going to be collected.
How did you determine on that day that it was a forensic value?
By opening it up and observing what was inside.
And when you opened it up, you found another trash bag, correct?
There was another.
An inner trash bag?
Yes, there was an inner trash bag, the wipes, and the piece of fabric.
But you did not spray or swab the outer trash bag.
Correct.
All right. Is she here? Okay, there she is.
Okay.
Give me line 6 on top.
6 on top.
Excellent. And I assume you have no idea when that trash bag was placed on that location, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no idea how many people or whether any other people had interacted with that trash bag, correct?
Correct.
And you can't say how long the trash bag had been there, correct?
I do not know.
And during the course of the search that you had participated in, Miss Wallace, am I correct that you specifically noticed and notated in your observations physical items of evidence that you determined the detectives had moved during the search before they were identified?
There were some items that we knew had been moved from their original location.
And you documented that the detectives had moved those items prior to testing and photographing? The Silverman.
Sorry, y'all. I'm like, okay. Your Honor, I object. This has been answered a few times now. She talked about.
Well, I'll allow her to answer that. I would allow her to answer that question. But if there's something more specific you want to ask, you can answer that.
If it's an item we're collecting and we know it's been moved, then yes, I document it.
And on that date, you documented, for instance, in the interior of the house, in a second floor bedroom, that the detectives had located some of the undergarments in the pocket jacket and moved those items to lay them out on the bed where you found them,
Yes.
correct? And you specifically noted that that the detectives had been the ones that moved those items, correct?
Yes.
You testified earlier about locating 2 chainsaws, you say, in the garage of the house on the 17th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's you, boss.
Objection or object. Again, this has been asked and answered a couple times.
Sustain. You can just ask the next question. She's already testified to that.
I was just trying,
I understand it's foundational.
being polite.
You can just ask the next question, please.
Did you talk to anyone prior to your testimony today from either the detectives or the prosecutors about finding chainsaws, or how many chainsaws, or what was done with the chainsaws?
Yes. At the scene, we work hand in hand with detectives, and we discussed the chainsaws and the testing we had done with them, and I've discussed what we found.
Okay, let's start back.
Let me go ahead and stop you there because you don't sound like you're close to being done with this cross.
I'm afraid not.
And I am fairly certain that Miss Silverman will have some redirect. So I don't think we'll finish this witness within the next 15 minutes. So I'll go ahead and break for today at 4 p.m. And I will order you back, ma'am, tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Okay? And all counsel, if you want to be here by 9:15, to be set up in case there's anything we need to deal with on the record beforehand. But otherwise, we'll get started at 9:30. If we can get started earlier and everyone's here, we'll set that up in the courtroom. We'll get started earlier.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you all. We're in
Thank you.
recess.
Okay. All right, hold up. The court. There's still conversation between the court and Silverman.
Correct. Yeah, I think they dismissed the jury, which is her. No, sorry, there's no jury.
Oh,
All
they
right.
were
Thank you.
spelling
Miss-
hoe.
They what?
So they were just talking about the last name. I mean, it's not anything to dig into like crazy, just who the witness is going to be for the following day, which is just Ho. And they were
Oh,
getting
yeah.
the right spelling for the record. That's it. They don't have anything else there.
I keep watching you coming home, Paul.
Wow.
Can I
Oh,
clarify for people those trash
yes.
bags? Because a lot of people have gotten confusion of them.
Please
so,
do.
And this is the thing, because the next morning is where they go into more of when the DA, sorry, not this part, but when we get to the DNA analysis, this is where these like 4 DNA profiles come, and there's 2 different trash bags. So there's one trash bag that had in an item of fabric in it. It was a piece of legging. Unfortunately, by that point, it was too soiled and they could not really do anything with it. And that bag had also all the red stained wipes in them, like the cleanup wipes. So think of that as one trash bag. And they then had that trash bag. Say you grab another one and you put those into another trash bag. Now you have the outer trash bag.
Mm-hmm.
So it's double bagged. That outer trash bag, that is the one that comes back with the 4 DNA profiles, including David.
Ah.
So because there's
Okay.
confusion of like why there's 2 trash bags, one's being called an exterior one, and there's 4 DNA profiles, but what about this other one? So it was inside of it. I hope that helps because it was really confusing.
It just sounded like a lot of trash to me.
Yeah, that was like,
Yeah.
what's up? What even the chat was saying, what's with all these trash bags? No, so that makes sense. Yes, because even he's just like, well, because it was double bagged? Question mark.
It was
question mark?
double, yes.
Yes.
So essentially it's double bagged. So what they did is they separated that exterior, okay? Like put that
Yeah.
aside, because then they were going to handle that separately as evidence. And then they dealt with the interior trash bag and the contents of the bag, which were like the wipes and a piece of fabric.
See, it goes all to intent, right? To like conceal.
You know how I view that? That somebody else did come in after and just put whatever he had already bagged up
Mhm.
first. Somebody must have came in and bagged it again, is how I get that. Is what I'm picking up.
Mhm.
Or just moved it. He could have double bagged it and someone could be in the garage like, hey, do I need to throw this out? And he's just
True,
like, don't.
true.
Like anyone could have just, like, why is this sitting? So much stuff just sitting there.
I mean,
somebody
it looks
moved
like
something.
So it was,
Yeah.
To me, it looks like the defense is looking for room that the officers mishandle it.
That's what it sounds. The questioning is leading to that. That's why they weren't even done. That's what it
Hmm.
gives. So it says double bag, call it trash bag A for the outside and trash bag B for the inside. That would make sense. Because he says, so it was one with the wipes in it that had Celeste DNA. This is huge. This is why it's so important. I'm screening, guys. They could have double bagged it so the blood didn't leak. There you go. They, them, whoever the hell they, them was, or
he, she.
all of them, right? Because it was a lot. It said I think we all are questioning why he held on to everything. All of this stuff could have been easily disposed of, right, Molly? I mean, it is. I think it's interesting.
That is so
Somebody said,
weird.
why would he leave the trash bags for 5 months there?
could've
That's
thrown
what
that
I want to
away
know.
With weekly trash.
Yeah.
He could have
Why
tossed
was
that
it
pool.
important? Why was it important to dispose of the passport before,
Exactly.
everything else? I don't understand that. Like, passport you can hide. Trash bags with this kind of material, what? Maybe I'm confused. I
And
mean,
the
it doesn't make sense.
implication of the pool, there's an implication made that pool went into like a washer and then a dryer. Like he used that to try to clean it.
Mhm.
Sylvia, the court is in recess.
Sylvia's our bailiff.
The court is in recess, Sylvia. Thanks.
So it was like, hey, don't be transcribing this. Y'all don't be transcribing this. All right,
Look, he
so
could have gotten
I
rid of the
propose
carts, the pool, these
yeah,
wipes. He could have gotten rid of that with weekly trash
he
pickup.
did. Exactly. That's why I'm
Yeah.
like, this is kind of weird. It's either he didn't want to deal with it, of course, like completely disengage or whatever. So here's my question to you guys. All right. So we finished day 2. Okay. We have day 3. I'm kind of curious if you guys would be down for at least an hour and a half later. Not right now. Let's take a little break because I got to go wash dishes. I got chores to do. I got chores to do. If I schedule something for later for about an hour or 2, so we can start on day 3, and then that way we could probably finish day 3 tomorrow. But it's up to you guys if you guys are available. I don't know if you guys are available completely. If we
Yes.
can have at least 3, it'd be great. But if we can't have 4, that's okay.
Yeah,
What
I'm
do you
available.
think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are
Cool.
available later?
Yeah.
Is there
Yes,
a
I
ma'am.
am.
okay? So
Just email me.
I'll email you the link. So I'm thinking, give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3 hours from now. Is that okay?
3 hours?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
3 hours.
Yep.
Is that
So
cool?
that's 7 my time.
Yeah. Is that
Okay.
past your bedtime or are you good?
No. I got to run to a construction project I'm doing for a remodel, so I can run.
Okay. Go do your stuff. Yeah. And guys, I did link up in the description box. We have everybody's channel there, guys. Make sure you guys check out everybody here. Now, Marissa, I'm like dying to know because it's like you were there for day 3. So you were here reading day 3, and it's gonna be like, oh shit, now this makes sense. Why? So in the next hour, in 3 hours, this next read is gonna be interesting. Y'all don't want to
Yep.
miss it. Do me a favor, hit the
Because
like
it's
button, support
they're gonna go
Mhm.
into
everything
because
else.
these things are important because you're hearing what they collected that they had to bring back to the lab, and then you have the
Yeah.
DNA analysis. Like that's a different part for the person who does it in the lab.
Yes.
I'm so glad you're here, Marissa, because you're putting a lot of like the things that we didn't catch because we weren't there, explaining it and putting it into context, which is very important. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
got you.
Sylvia and Becky, Flojo, all the people that were there. I think like if you guys were there, if there was something that stood out to you guys while we were reading this, please let us know because
Mhm.
this is going to be very helpful for us to. We weren't there, but y'all are painting the picture for us. Also,
Yeah.
guys, I did put the cash apps in there if you guys want to support the readers. Send. We love street tacos. We love Happy Meals.
We will love you in
Donuts.
return. We promise.
We will love it. Please, guys, please, y'all, like whatever you can support. Okay. I'll see you guys in a couple hours. Let's end right now. Okay. This was again day 2. It has concluded. We'll start with day 3 in a couple hours. All right. Bye, guys.
All right. See you in a few.
Bye.
Bye, guys.